Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 223. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by Chris Raygun, my son. Chris, you were eating seconds before we began the show. I was actually a little disturbed. I'm like, are you trying to fuck with me a little bit? But you're just unusually hungry, I guess, today. How are you, my friend?
No, I'm all right. I'm nourished. You know, I've got myself a nice sandwich, like sloshing around in my insides. It feels pretty good.
Good. I'm glad to have you here. Nice shirt. Wearing your ODST hat again. Your one-off ODST hat. Dustin Furman, executive producer of Last Stand. How are you today, my friend?
I'm fantastic. I went to coffee shop, and my order when I'm at a coffee shop at home, straight regular coffee, but nothing wrong with a latte, maybe extra espresso shot in there. So I'm feeling pretty good from that. I will have to pee during this show. Yeah. Like, for sure. That's going to have to happen, or I'm going to die. One of the two. Are you
going to do it during the show? Like, are you going to be on the show while you pee? You could do it.
Catheter, maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I was going to say, we can get you a Sacred Symbols branded catheter.
Right. Yeah, I think that would be great. While I was out, stopped at the P.O. box, got a little gift of some copies of Babylon's Fall in the mail.
Nice. So people are starting to send those over to you. Excellent. So
yes.
PS4 and a PS5 version?
Yes, I'm very pleased about it. The person who sent these to me wants to remain anonymous. But
really?
Thank you out there.
Yes. I would also, honestly, to be real.
Yeah. That's interesting. That's so interesting. Yeah. It's like, it's like when you go to an art museum, it's like donated by Anonymous.
Right.
Or the Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where Larry donates half the money to the museum and Ted Danson donates the other half of to the museum. And it's brought to you by like Anonymous and Larry David. And he's really mad that Ted Danson won't take credit for the money he gave to the museum. Could be a situation like that as well.
Right.
Yeah. So it was time for a Larry David reference. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, for sure. I'm gonna check this out. I'm gonna play. I want to try it for 1 hour. Just 1 hour. While you still can. This is history. You're not gonna be able to play this ever again.
Exactly.
By the way, I didn't bring it into the news because I am fucking so tired of talking about Platinum Games and Babylon's Fall. It's getting to the point of just exhaustion for me.
Yeah.
But I did read that they gave an interview, I think, to Video Games Chronicle, our friends over there, where they said that they're going to do another game as a service. Like they're doing it again.
Time to charm.
So
go for it.
So good luck to those guys. I feel like I have too much headroom. See, here's the thing. I don't know what to do with headroom sometimes because over the course of 4 hours or so, I start to slouch and curl over like an eldritch crab creature, you know? And so like you have all of this room, but in the beginning you need it. So I don't know. Anyway, welcome to Sacred Symbols.
As you become more goblin-like throughout the show.
Goblin mode.
Goblin. That's right.
Still not entirely sure what that is, but I suspect that is my lifestyle. All right. Well, welcome to Sacred Symbols PlayStation podcast. We're glad to have you here. This is the internet's biggest PlayStation podcast, believe it or not. We go up live each and every week. You can get the show 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. About 12,000 of you over there with us. We could not do it without you. Thank you so much for your support. We know you can listen and watch on free feeds. We encourage you to do so if you'd like to do that, but we could not do it without your monetary support over there on Patreon. So thank you for that. Sacred Symbols Plus is one of the great perks you get over there for supporting us on Patreon. We're going live twice a week with those extra supplemental shows. We did Sacred Symbols Cross Defining Duke recently. I did a cool one with a marketing guy from Unity. We just did a call-in show that was really fun. We went 90 minutes on just 7 topics. So it was like a very in-depth conversation with 7 random listeners of the audience. That was cool. We're going to be doing more coming up. I want to do something. We'll get into Horizon, of course, later, but I want to do something around that. We're going to do that as well. Games that maybe should be remade, games that actually do need to be remade, as opposed to this shameful, or should I say shameless, sort of situation. Horizon, though, we'll get to that in a little while. So thank you for your support over there. Of course, early ad-free access and all the rest. Name in the credits. Submit your questions on the threads and all the rest. Merch at laststandmedia.store. New stuff coming soon. We'll have more to say about that in the coming weeks. Very excited about that as well. All right. I wanted to ask this from Suleiman Barakazai. Suleiman Bargzai. Let's just say that. Sup, dudes? Just wanted to shout out the Last of Us 1 part spoiler cast that was done recently. as I platinumed the game a couple of weeks ago, and it served as a nice way to reflect on the original experience I had playing through it way back on the PS3. So he was referencing the Sacred Symbols Plus Micah, and I did. That's now actually live for everyone on YouTube if you want to check it out. Also wanted to share a random but funny point. I was curious about the spoiler cast for The Last of Us Part 2 and went back to listen to it. And Chris and I did 2 of those back in the day. To nobody's surprise, the opening moments featured another breakdown of Chris moving into a brand new apartment at the time. Can we have an over-under for the amount of times Chris will move before The Last of Us Part 3 inevitably gets released? Always enjoy the content, and thank you all in the Last Day Media Group. Much appreciated. Thank you for writing in. Chris, so you were moving even then. It seems the audience has noticed that you always seem to be going somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, that does make sense. I mean, I was moving about like every year and a half or so. Just because it's just the nature of living in certain places where just, oh, hey, rent is $500 more expensive now for no reason, even though the quality of life here has gotten worse. Interesting.
Why did you go back? I don't understand what you're doing.
Oh, dude. Well, this was different. This is like,
okay, fair enough.
This is I wake up and I sneeze and the rent is paid. Like I don't know how I got this fucking place, that's the only reason I would have never come back in any other circumstances. Like $2,600 for like a studio apartment. You're out of your mind.
Dude, I mean, I know. I was
paying
$3,500. You know my apartment in Santa Monica? That was $3,500.
That's crazy.
I mean, I want to kill myself thinking about that. That's half my mortgage. Or I mean, I'm not half my mortgage, twice my mortgage. And I could fit 17 of those fucking places in here.
Yeah, I have like my current place is bigger than that, and it's a fraction of that, which is
you're so lucky. And
that's why I had to take it. I was like, I had to look. What? Oh yeah, I'm in Burbank.
Yeah, sweet. I mean, that's awesome. I wish I was in Burbank.
This is why I encourage everybody to go out and meet people, because this was entirely connection oriented. Would have never been able to swing this without knowing people. But also keep it tight.
Keep it safe. Yeah, no doubt. Personal connections are the best. I do almost everything I do in my life with just personal connections, where it's like I'm fulfilling some sort of favor, or someone is fulfilling a favor for me. Very Italian.
Yeah,
very Italian indeed. All right. Well, I'm glad you're well. You are. Oh, bless you. My goodness. Yeah. God bless you.
I'm having a sneezing fit for a second.
God bless you. All right. Let's get in here. Oh, so Dustin, I wanted to acknowledge you. By the way, I keep getting emails from Big Bad Toy Store about how my pile of loot keeps expiring. It's like, how many piles of loot can I possibly have? Isn't there just supposed to be one?
That's what you would think. I had an issue with their pile of loot where one thing was sitting there so long and the other thing was on pre-order too long, and they're just like, fuck it, we're going to charge you for shipping for both and do it separately. So
cool. Very cool.
That was cool.
It's a feature.
That's a feature, I guess. But
I got a couple of alley vipers coming in. That's awesome. Okay, so back to you now, Dustin, because I want to talk about something Badly Brave wrote in about. It says, hey guys, just wanted to write in and give a shout out to Dustin and Ben for being some of the most friendly and down to earth people I've met as a fan. I went to Pittsburgh Gaming Expo this past Saturday and ran into both of them despite missing the official meetup, and just asked for a quick photo, trying to be respectful of their time, but ended up shocked at how conversational Dustin was. I ended up getting a bit irrationally anxious, and I hope it didn't seem like I was in a rush, and I apologize if it did. As a fan of any sort of content creator, musician, etc., I rarely felt like the other people are happy or excited to meet me, so thanks for being so genuine. Hope you guys have a great weekend and keep rocking that denim jacket, Dustin. I'll sure be. I'm sorry. I'm just, as usual, mumbling. I have no idea what the fuck I'm even reading half the time on a piece of paper as I'm going through the show. Dustin, I heard you did a really great job, but I was surprised that you, I didn't hear anything about this, like from you. You went kind of silent on it. Like, I forgot it happened. I was expecting like some sort of update. Oh, it went well. This was that. What happened here? And in fact, I hadn't heard it, so I was like, oh, it must not have happened yet. But I was pretty sure it did.
No, I was gonna mention it on the show, and then I saw this comment roll in, so I thought this is the perfect opportunity to say, hey, thanks everybody for coming to Ben and I's panel at Pittsburgh Retro Gaming Expo. We had a fantastic time. It was nice. I was a little concerned just because I don't know what our local fan population is. So I didn't know if it was going to be 3 people or, a ton of people. And it was perfect because it was just enough people that it was not awkward. But there wasn't too many that it was unmanageable. It was like the perfect intimate setting. We had a great time, got to meet tons of listeners of the show. And it was a great time. And I specifically remember this interaction here with Badly Brave. I did not feel like he was trying to get away from me or anything like that. I just, I don't know. When I meet people like this, it's fun to meet listeners of the show. So of course, I don't know. We're just normal dudes. It's always shocking to me when people are rude to the fans that they meet. But I guess that's a common enough thing that people are surprised when they meet someone who's normal.
Why would you even want to meet anyone like that? I don't like meeting. I've said that before. I don't want to meet any of my heroes because I'm afraid it's not going to go well for me.
Yeah.
So, not that I'm like a Jerry Seinfeld level. I saw 311 in 2017 when my friend Ramon's band opened for them, which was amazing. So I had backstage passes, like full access to everything. It was an absolutely insane experience. And they were really nice. Like they knew I was fucking amped. I was on the side of the stage watching the entire show, played a great set. They gave me pounds when they were walking on stage when they were going on before their opener and stuff like that. And I was like, this is amazing. Like, I can't believe how nice you guys are. I'm so pleased because I wasn't even there. I didn't expect I was even going to interact with them. Mm-hmm. When they do like their team huddle before they go on with like their sound guys, whatever. And they called us into it too, which I thought was cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
that's cool.
It was pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
that reminds me, it's the exact opposite experience, but that reminds me of when I think it was on some red carpet or something when Jerry Seinfeld was being interviewed and then Kesha came up to him.
Right.
And Kesha was like, oh my God, I love you. Can I hug you? And he's like, no, thanks.
And he's like, who is that? So exactly. And he's one of the people where I've seen Jerry Seinfeld live or whatever. I'm sure he would never do meet and greets and stuff like that he doesn't need to do anything like that. But I would never want to meet. If I saw Jerry Seinfeld, I'd walk in the other direction just to make sure that it was. Yeah. Because I don't know if I'd even be able to live if I had a bad interaction with him, like where he got the better of me in some way. I was like, oh, Jerry. Yeah. Jerry. What was I going to say? I was going to say something else, but I don't remember what it was. I guess that's not a huge surprise, is it? Let's go on to Nate Ray, who wrote in and said, what's up, McSlits? Long time, first time. I never anticipated that my first write-in would be of this nature, but I feel compelled. This question is for Dustin. What the hell? Your snide remarks and offhand comments have gone unchecked for long enough, good sir. As I sit here in the great city of Columbus, Ohio, I have to wonder, what did you do? What did we do to you? You put Ohio down seemingly every chance you get, and in the last several weeks, your barrage of insults has seemed to increase exponentially, with no fewer than two separate instances in the most recent episode. That's one for you. Oh, you fucking you got me.
Oh. Classic guy from Ohio. Classic.
Did a girl from Ohio break young Dustin's heart? Did your childhood bully move into Butler from Ohio to make your 6th grade year miserable? Did a car with Ohio plates run over your childhood dog? Being born and raised here, I certainly understand a fair level of criticism at the Buckeye State. While we still have some things to be proud of, like the Black Keys and John Glenn, there's also some incredible wet farts like Jim Jordan. All I'm saying is that it's high time someone pushed back. So what gives? What's the beef? Seems to me like a lofty position to take, especially from someone from the Pittsburgh area.
Damn, dude.
Now, I didn't want to get involved. I know that there is, as a football fan, I know that there's beef with the Steelers, the Browns, and the Bengals, right? So I know that there's that. But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's my only interaction between like the West Pennsylvania, Ohio beef. But I've been to Ohio several times, and I actually think it's really nice. So, but I also think Western Pennsylvania is really nice. I've been to Western Pennsylvania many times too, from Latrobe to Butler, and Pittsburgh, of course. I think these are cool places. A lot of blue collar. I feel right at home in some of these places. So, what is your beef with the state of Ohio, the great state of Ohio?
It's mainly just a feeling of superiority from not being from Ohio. Literally, that anyone can feel that's not from Ohio, just because it's a bad place. You drive through. To drive from one end to the other takes forever, which I understand it's technically less time than Pennsylvania, but it feels longer because of how boring the landscape is, how unappealing the cities are. You step into Ohio's borders, you instantly feel worse. You feel like your body is bad. You feel like a bad person. Just I've had enough of Ohio, and I will not hear any of this.
Didn't you go to Cedar Point recently? Have a good time?
Oh yeah. There's some unfortunate realities that we have to deal with. Cedar Point being one of them.
Yeah.
But Cedar Point is practically an island. They literally built it on it's not quite an island, but it's a peninsula. It's almost separate from Ohio because they knew they needed to get away from the mainland.
Where have I been in Ohio? I've been to Cedar Point. I think I've been to Cleveland. I've never been to Cincinnati. Cincinnati's one of those towns where you'd be like, I spent a month in Cincinnati one day.
Yeah.
I love those old style jokes. No one seems to get it when I say that these days. They're like, wait, what? You went to Cincinnati? And I'm like, no, it means that like it's so bad there that I was there for a day and it felt like a month. It's like an old joke from the 40s.
Yeah, it's like a one line. That's a one-liner,
right?
Like set up punchline all in the same sentence, awesome. Kind of joke.
Yeah, I love it. Like it's the same. It's the same thing as like, just flew in from New York. Boy, are my arms tired. Like the same kind of joke. The same kind of joke, just dry East Coast delivery. Anyway, let's move on. Kabuto Fresh wrote in and said, "Howdy, Slitter Biscuits. What are your spirit animals? Based on the very little I know of each of you, of your personal lives, I feel like Chris would be something that moves way too often, like a migratory bird, perhaps a goose. Colin, you would be a solitary animal who keeps to itself and comes out only when needed, mayhaps like a mole, maybe one of those weird ones with the star nose. They look quite eldritch. Dustin, you would be something unique and very metal, maybe an anteater or a platypus. You know why. What do you think about this? What do you think about this particular request of the spirit animal?
I'm gonna say something. I feel like he got lazy at the end there. Like I don't think he knew why.
I was gonna say you know why. Like
yes, very funny.
Yeah, like I have no idea.
I don't understand. I really don't know why. I don't. I don't know.
Is it because you much like an anteater pick insects out of the ground for sustenance, or like a platypus? You poison everything that you touch. Like I don't know. Like there's so many. Like I don't. Those animals are so different from each other. Also,
I got a picture here of one of an anteater from. Now look in the camera. Let me get a looky. Let me get a good look at you. Okay. Yeah, I don't see it.
No.
Not with the anteater. Oh my God, is this an anteater having sex with another anteater?
I mean, I hope so.
They have to at some point.
A deer sucking off another deer.
A deer sucking off another deer, and it does not faze him.
Well, I'm fine with the mole. I mean, mole is fine. I see people ask this question. I know this is weird, but I don't really have an affinity for the wild kingdom of animals. Like where it's like, wow, I'm mystified by this, and I love foxes and I love whales, and it's like, I don't know, man. I like dogs and cats. There's a bunch of cool animals out there. I'm more of a plant person. I got a favorite tree.
That's okay. That is
cedar.
A little cedar. That's a little bizarre though.
Yeah.
Because plants I feel like have no character at all. Like I look at a plant and I see a stick with leaves. No matter what it is. Like if it's a bush, if it's a tree, it's just like, oh, that is a different shape of the same thing. I could not identify different flowers to you. I couldn't be like, oh, that's a brickleberry tumbleweed or whatever. Like I have no fucking clue. That's a stick with leaves on it is what it is. Whereas like I don't know, there's animals are at least they're observable in because you've never put on like a Planet Earth style documentary just like in the background, just kind of been like, oh, it's kind of interesting.
Oh, it's fascinating. It's fascinating. You know? But what I'm saying is that when we're flora and fauna, let's just say that I like the flora more than the fauna. And the tree. See, here's what I love about trees. It's funny this comes up. I don't know why this came up. I don't even remember now. But it's funny that this comes up because I was driving to a restaurant with my sister yesterday. And there's this huge field by my house with a massive tree. It must have been like just an empty field with a huge tree in the middle of it. It's beautiful. And the tree must be 150 years old at least. But I noticed this year it didn't grow. Like it seemed to have died. And then when we drove by it, it was cut down and cut into these separate logs and these branches. And I'm like, do you have any idea how much that tree is seen? I mean, I know that's weird, but it's just, that to me is when I look at plants and old trees and things like that, I just think it's incredible. Over in the redwood forest in Northern California, they have these huge, obviously the redwoods, but they have cored them and cut them out and then placed them. So it's like, and there's the rings and they say like, this is when the Vikings landed in Newfoundland. This is when Columbus landed in, 1492. This is the American Civil War. This is like, it's like, what? And it's just been there for all of it. And I just see, that's what I love about trees. Shout out to the tree, and especially shout out to the cedar tree, the Long Island.
All the trees listening to this,
Speaking of trees, let's smoke one.
Oh,
whoa!
Don't turtles live a long time too? Like 150 years. Some of them.
They do. Wait, they do.
Kind of similar thing. Some of these turtles have seen some shit.
Definitely. I mean, isn't that fascinating?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Japanese soldiers that were left behind on those islands after World War II because they didn't think the war was over. And then like decades pass and like there were a few left over and they just didn't believe that the war was over. And imagine all the things that happened and that they saw. It's like the inverse. This is why I think, we got to let more things grow and just be.
I think so.
An environmentalist. I have to admit. I'm sorry, Chris, you were saying something?
No, I would agree. I think that's true. I think it's sad that they cut down, like cutting down like a big ass tree like that is like depressing.
That's what I'm saying. Like I felt it. Like I was like, oh my God, like imagine, I know it's insane, but like all of the rainfall, all of the nutrients in the soil, like the people that own that property walked by it. Shit probably happened underneath that tree, around that. It is sad. And then it's just like, and there it is. It's just going to be burned in some fucking furnace now or something.
Well, yeah, it's just kind of like a marvel to look at, you know, like whenever something's survived for that. It's like Mount Rushmore. Like, what are the odds that the mountain would form that way? You know,
it's incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. That is because the United States is, of course, mystical and holy land.
Yeah.
I do encourage people, if anyone goes to Northern California ever, I mean, I obviously lived there for a long ass time, so I was lucky enough to just do this in my backyard, basically, but go to the redwood forest. No matter how big you think those trees are, they're bigger. Like, I'm fucking telling you, it's actually insanity how big those things are. It's like, what? How did this happen? And I'm not even gonna get into it. This is not a fucking plant podcast. Okay.
Sacred Symbols is proud to be sponsored by Feels, and you can learn more about what their premium brand of CBD can do for you at feels.com/symbols. My friends, there are a few things I know really well. Video games, American history, cheeseburgers, and, as it turns out, marijuana. And while many people only know Mary Jane for its more recreational uses, and while there's certainly nothing wrong with that, believe me, this wonderful little plant happens to have deeper therapeutic value. This value is derived from CBD, or cannabidiol, a compound drawn from marijuana that has the potential to help you sleep better, soothe your physical aches and pains, and lessen the mental demands of stress and anxiety. And Feel CBD, which you take in the form of a tincture, is the best CBD I've ever used in an adulthood spent dabbling with abandon. See, you guys know the deal. I'm an anxious dude. I wake up stressed, I go to bed stressed, and there's a lot I try to do to mitigate its effects, including medication and a strict workout regimen. But another way I deal with my anxiety and daily stress is with CBD, and Feels' high-quality CBD is easy to take, effective, and affordable, especially when you become a Feels member and take advantage of all membership has to offer. Here's what you do. Take a few drops of Feels, place it under your tongue, and wait a few moments for it to begin working its magic. And while it's not literally magic, I'm certainly comfortable calling it figurative magic because Feels CBD works. Back when I still lived in California, and Feels became one of this show's very first sponsors, I used the product to find better rest, which is vital, so I know it works there too. And all you have to do is read about CBD's widely understood pain management properties, which both physical laborers and those suffering from back pain by merely sitting in a cubicle, unlike any human generation in history, know all about. Now, there's no doubt CBD can be intimidating for newcomers, and Feels does a great job of navigating that by toting a helpline staffed by real-life people that can help guide you towards the products and dosages that make the most sense for your needs. But really, it isn't rocket science, far from it. Taking Feels CBD is easy, it's effective, and I know it can help you because it's helped me. It's that simple. Start feeling better today with Feels. Become a member by going to feels.com/symbols. That's feals.com/SYMBOLS. And you'll get 40% off your first 3 months with free shipping. That's feels.com/symbols to become a member and get 40% automatically taken off your first 3 months with free shipping. Again, that's feels.com/symbols for high quality CBD that can help you feel better right now.
Is there anything else? Oh yeah, I wanted to read this before we get into the news. Shit, we never even got anywhere on the animals. That's how this all began, by the way. You know what?
Oh yeah.
I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
I accept it. I accept the goose, I guess.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, Star knows mole. I'm fine. And Dustin he said he knows why.
I know, apparently.
Shane Bain wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, I recently made the mistake of using my friend's laptop to watch some YouTube while visiting him for the weekend." First of all, that's your first mistake, my friend. You can't go on other people's computers. Like I hate doing it. I hate going on other people's computers, especially when they're very comfortable with it. I'm like, you're a little too comfortable with me going on your browser. As soon as I pulled up the website, I was surprised to find the recommended list filled with videos titled like 5 hours of washing machine cycles and dishwashing men. I thought this was odd, but shrugged it off. Perhaps there's some sort of unique satisfaction in watching things get cleaned. Now, just to cut in here, I watch a guy carpet clean, and I find it quite amusing.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
He's the Eastern European dude. He's got like the crazy name.
Does he put like googly eyes on the tools that he uses?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah. It's probably like, it's one guy. That's has millions of hits.
I think he's like Czech or something like that. He's like he's not in the United States. Where was I? Blah, 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 blah. Perhaps there's something. Okay. However, nothing could have prepared me for what I found in his subscription list. It was filled with videos of people littering, Many of them titled things like Ross is a dirty little litter bug. Out of curiosity, I watched a couple of these videos, and after doing so, and especially after reading the comments, I can confirm that this is a fetish. There are people out there getting off on the taboo of littering in front of other people. I could have gone my whole life not knowing this group of people existed, especially considering my friend is very likely one of them. How will this affect my friendship with him? I've known him for 10 plus years. Should I confront him about it? Or should I go to the rest of our lives pretending like I don't know when I really do? I should be clear, I don't intend on shaming him for it or anything like that, but I feel as though he would be embarrassed that I know. So part of me feels like an obligation to be open with him about it. Thanks, and may the Lord have mercy on my soul. I actually agree with you. I hate that shit. When you know something that you know the other person, like you like someone, and I'm not saying like in a relationship, like you have an affinity for someone, you're a friend with someone, and you have like forbidden knowledge that they don't know that you know, you have to tell them, I think. If you plan on having any sort of like real friendship or relationship with them. That's a tough one. But yeah. Chris, I feel like you have something to say. I don't know if I'm judging it right, but do you have anything
I would say just litter in front of him. But like copiously. Like in a coat like a
loan out of him.
Yeah, like an insane amount just to see if it's real. Because it could be, look, you don't know, man. It could be a massive coincidence. There's stuff in my YouTube recommended that makes no sense. You know, like I don't watch linen crafting or whatever the fuck, but like it'll be there. And I don't know, maybe it's on some like, maybe it's on my console at home and like maybe my family uses it sometimes to like put YouTube videos on. But like I don't. It has nothing to do with anything that I'm interested in. So my advice would be to test this and to just copiously litter. And if he says something like, "Hey, by the way, you need to stop because I'm getting bricked up," then you'll know, and then it won't have to be embarrassing because he'll have told you of his own volition. Right.
That's an interesting idea. I don't hate that idea. In other words, coaxing and coercing him.
Yeah. Manipulating him is basically what I'm telling you to do.
Yeah, manipulate him.
I really like the idea of, by the way, just what you said earlier about people being a little bit too comfortable with their browsers, because it implies to me that they do have something to hide. Whereas like if you're like, hey, don't go on my computer, it's like, okay, you're hiding things, but you're open with the fact that you're clearly hiding things by not letting me go on it. So it feels more honest for some reason. Whereas like, oh yeah, go on my computer feels like you did some like, you know, you went into the history, you did this and that.
It's just too easy. See, my problem is it's like when you give me your phone, I'm not going to go into your, first of all, why would you give me your phone? But when you do that, I'm not going to go spy on you. I'm going to do what I need to do on your phone. Oh, I need to use Safari. I'm texting someone, whatever. Okay. But browsers make it too easy to accidentally find things. You have your autofill all over the place, you know, the suggested things, your bar of saved links. The funny thing is that I'm not hiding anything on my computer. I'm really not. Like I'm not much of a porn guy anymore these days, but we've all had our prodigious porn days in our past, I'm sure, when we were looking at porn regularly or whatever. And that's totally fine, and I'm not judging anyone.
I'm looking at porn right now.
I would do that on my phone. I would do that on my phone, right? Like, or on my iPad when I used to have an iPad. And so to keep my computer clean, because I knew that it was going to be asked for. Like at some point, like my girlfriend or someone would need to sit down and be like, I need to use. So I didn't want to ever really be embarrassed in that way, even though I don't think there's anything necessarily to be embarrassed. You just don't want to put yourself in an awkward position, but you want to hear something funny. My ex-girlfriend, who I haven't talked to in many years, she took I was looking at porn, and then, you know, I exited out and whatever, went about my life. And she used my iPad, and it was like, when she opened it, it was like a frame of it. And then it went away. Cause I guess it was like cached in some way.
That's funny.
And she like claimed, I'm like, no, you're crazy.
That's funny.
I just feel like, isn't there such a, like when I see parents letting their kids use their phones, like my sister lets her kids, you know, they're using their phone. I'm like, this is insanity. You have any idea what you would see on my phone? If it's like the barest essentials of Colin Moriarty. I mean, you can't be on my phone, but you shouldn't be asking other people to use their phones. You shouldn't be asking other people to use that's so personal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like use your own goddamn phone.
You can make a call.
Right.
You know, but no way. I left my phone in a cab in New York City once, and it was like the most stressed I've ever been.
Oh, that would freak me out, man.
You have no idea how I feel like I evolved on some like on some internal, like intrinsic level. I feel like I evolved like a couple stages.
Just natural selection made it. natural selection is going on right now.
Yeah. And it's just I was like super late to a flight, and I was just running, and then I was listening to music, and then as I got to the front of the airport, my music cut out, and I was like, "What the hell is that?" And then I realized that like the phone's in the cab.
Yeah,
you told me.
yeah.
It was right. That's right. That's
I've told the story
man.
before, but it was such a profoundly. I still think about it. I have dreams about it every now and again.
That feeling, it's the feeling when you don't have your wallet, your phone, or your keys. It really is this thing. The tap. I don't go anywhere, so I don't do it anymore. But the 3 tap, like phone, wallet, keys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, wallet, keys, phone.
Yeah.
The
Wallet,
ironic
keys,
part
phone.
about this conversation is that the last foreign browser I used, I think, was yours, Colin.
Oh yeah.
On
You
your
could. I mean,
computer.
did you see anything crazy?
No,
No.
but you were what Chris was saying is that you were so open.
Oh,
But
but
at least to Chris, it would have been. I'm not saying that's how I feel.
Totally.
But-
I totally agree with that. That
Mm.
you are the producer of the content, so you're gonna have to. I have to just be comfortable with you using our stuff. Like it's.
Sure.
And I also, I agree with Chris generally, but I also intrinsically know that there is nothing that's going to embarrass me on this computer.
Right. Yeah.
Like there's just not.
Yeah.
Like I'm just.
It's not
I'm very-
100.
Yeah.
It's not 100% of the time. But
I think we need to get back to the littering topic here at hand because I think this is very
Oh,
important.
right. I don't
in
want.
that
Let's not lose the forest for the trees. I agree. Yeah.
everybody has, we'll say, different degrees of weird stuff they like to watch on YouTube. Of course, for me right now, and I'm not embarrassed about this, but I'm on part 55 of the Christian: A Comprehensive History documentary.
Oh my god.
oh wow.
I gotta
on
watch
YouTube.
that. I gotta look into that right now.
Colin, it is extensive. It is. I mean, they're 40 minutes apiece.
Is it excessive?
It
is
pretty
every-
in depth.
It basically covers every chronicled note, video, any kind of information about Christian is covered in this.
Here it is. I have it right here.
I am fairly certain that he is the most documented person in the world. Like, actually, I don't think that's hyperbole. I think there's more information that's even just politically interesting about Christian than there is about George Washington.
This is insane. Part 67.
Yeah. I'm on 55 right now. 40 minutes
What
each.
are they on? What are they on?
They're on in the 60s, I think.
All right, so let's say 67 is the newest one then. At 40, that's 45 hours.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you have no idea.
I've been watching it over months.
That's longer
I
than
take
like
breaks and, you know.
I'm pretty sure that's longer than like Breaking Bad.
It is.
Yeah.
by multitudes, I'm pretty sure.
Mhm.
It's a very extensive.
It's very good. It is so well done too. That's the funny part, is that it is of the highest quality. But anyway, so that's something weird that I watch. But I would argue
I subscribed. Thank you for that.
that is nowhere near as strange as a littering kink on YouTube. Like that's a little, I don't know, that you get into these weird pockets of YouTube communities that you feel like when you discover them, you don't really know if you should be there. You don't know if you were meant to find this. And this idea of a littering kink community, I mean, who knows what else is out there? I know that I found a community a few years ago of elevator enthusiasts on YouTube that document elevators in their area and like talk about like go over like which model it is, how many years. They'll be in like a Boscov's at this random ass mall or something talking about elevators, but it's not kinky. So when you add the kink element, we get into new. At least I don't think the elevator thing is kinky. It might be, for all we know.
No.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
I was gonna say it makes more sense to me to watch that stuff than watching like Watch Mojo or something.
Yeah.
I would judge somebody.
Mojo,
I would judge somebody a lot harsher for watching Watch Mojo than littering fetish videos.
I hate when I look for something and it's them and like or like one of those channels that's like very slickly produced with the annoying VO and all of that. And I think I said this recently. I was looking for like errors in films that were kept in films, and it's like all them.
Yeah,
and I'm like, Jesus, you have to really cut through the shit here. YouTube's so interesting though, because the fetishistic stuff is funny because it's when real normal things get into the realm of kink that intersection is where it's ambiguous. And that's a myriad of intersections. But I agree. Like if I think of Micah and I always talk about the meme of the guy throwing the headphones off. He's like listening and he's like throwing the headphones off in disgust. or whatever.
Yeah.
We use that meme with each other on a constant basis, and I always talk about the FBI agent that like the fake FBI agent, presumably, that watches over my life. That is constantly doing that because of like what I'm not that it's like anything disgusting, but he's like, what is going on here? Like, what are you doing? It's like you're watching 90 minutes of chess videos, and then you're watching like a predator get caught and calling his wife, and then you're going and watching like a real news item, and then you're watching like Pat McAfee or something.
And then a guy collect bees.
And then a beekeeper,
Hornet
King.
Yeah. Good shit.
It's nonsense. I don't know if it's because I may be ADD or something, and I just have I'm just like everywhere with my interests, but I've always felt that way. Like it's good to be eclectic, but I don't think you would look at anything that I have and be like, that's fetishistic. I don't think. I mean, I guess that would be up to your interpretation.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, that's very. I don't think we have the time.
Well, apparently Dustin has the time to watch a 67-part Chris Chan documentary at 40 minutes a clip.
Dude, I've been watching this all year, literally. Like, I took a few months off, but I'm back now.
In fairness to Dustin, I mean, I've been following this chronicle for since high school, I think.
He's an OG Christorian.
I remember because I remember when this was all over the place, and he was like he was like the Room of people. Have you ever seen The Room by Tommy Wiseau, that movie, that famously horrible movie?
Yeah. I never saw it, but I only heard of it because I mistook it for the movie, the Brie Larson movie Room, and then I said I saw The Room, meaning that, and everyone made fun of me. So
that's a great experience.
They're like, wait, you saw The Room? And I'm like, yeah, like she's stuck in a fucking thing, and like, anyway, go ahead.
Oh man. Anyway,
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I think
I don't remember what that was.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's about. It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter. It's about Christianity. It's not important.
Well, dude. YouTube is so good. I have to just say real quick, I'm a little. I guess it's just like maybe I'm basic in quotes in some way, but I see people making fun of YouTube Premium, and I'm like, YouTube Premium is awesome. What are you, crazy? You watch ads on YouTube? Like, I cannot believe people watch ads on YouTube. I watch so much YouTube that I would probably have died already if I had to watch that many ads. It's totally worth it. I don't want. I'd much if you told me like if you lined up HBO, Netflix, Amazon, all these things and said you have to keep one of them, I'd be like, I'll keep YouTube. Thank you.
Yeah, probably.
Thank you very much. Okay, guys, I think we can stop now and talk about actual video games. We're getting into it pretty quick this week. I want to have a PSA real quick, just that PS5 has new firmware. It probably downloaded itself, but if you don't have those settings, you may want to look into it so that it doesn't interrupt you next time you play. But let's talk about God of War Ragnarok. So the game got rated by the ESRB, which is not a huge surprise. It'll be rated M, not a huge surprise there as well. But Tom Henderson at his new website, Insider Gaming, reports that as far as they have learned, and of course, Tom is a very reliable source, God of War Ragnarok is 40 hours long. It's understood that the entire experience is 40 hours with 20 hours needed to complete the game's main story. Sources have said that around 3.5 hours of the 20 hours played will be cinematic, with the remaining 16.5 hours for gameplay. The other 20 hours of game time is completed for all the additional side quests, with around 19 hours dedicated to gameplay and an additional 1 hour of cinematics. Of course, these are just estimates and will vary wildly depending on your playstyle. It'll probably take me way longer because I am not good at video games. Okay. How do we feel about this? This is, I assume, fine. I think 40, for me, if you go beyond 40 hours and you're not a Japanese role-playing game or a Western role-playing game specifically, you really have to have some sort of reason to be there still. And I feel like 40 hours is a totally reasonable expectation. How do you feel about this, Dustin?
Yeah, I think I'm with you in that it is kind of the absolute maximum that I would want from this type of game. In fact, when I see that, it feels a little too long in some ways, but I'm not going to cast any kind of judgment being like, oh, it's too long before I even play it. But I feel like a sweet spot would be closer to 30. But who knows? This game might be well worth every hour of that 40 that you play. So I'm interested for sure. Is this longer than the original game? Let me look up real quick.
No, it's not. No, it is longer than the original. The original was like more like a 30 hour. I would say 15 to 17 plus 8 to 10.
Main
right?
story of 2018 on How Long to Beat is 20 and a half hours. Main story plus extra is 32 hours.
Yeah,
Completion
so it's
is 51.
So it's 25% longer, 33% longer.
Interesting.
So that seems fine to me. I think that's somewhat the expectation. I feel like Horizon was similar. I think it's just that I kind of cringe a little bit when I think about fast traveling around a God of War game for 40 hours. I really hope they fix that shit in this new game, because it was just I'm sorry, it was such a slog. It was just such a slog for me for that reason. I think that's what really took me out of loving the experience as opposed to just liking it. Chris, how do you feel about 40 hours with Ragnarok? You're an above average game player, so I doubt you would even take 40 hours with it.
I mean, we'll see. I don't think it'll give me that much of a. I don't think it's that hard of a game. God of War is pretty easy to wrap your head around, so I'll probably breeze through it a little bit quicker than that. But I think I'm kind of with you in the sense that I felt like the last one started to drag at the very end. Like there's a room at the end that I vividly remember where it's kind of going through all of the different enemies. It's a, I don't even know what you would call it. It's a box. It's just a box room. Just an
I know
empty
what you're
room.
talking about.
Yeah,
I
and
hate
it's
that part.
It's an elevator room basically, and it's going up through each of the different realms that you've been through, and then different enemies from that realm like come in to fight you, and it's like this last big gauntlet before you get to the final big area or something. Can't really remember the area. I can't remember in detail the area just after or just before, but I remember that room and feeling like, this is very unnecessary, and it feels like padding. And that was in a game that was much shorter. So I just hope they're able to. I hope none of this is filler.
We'll see. I'm sorry, I was going to say, Chris, to your point, Insider Gaming notes that Jaffe, friend of the show, David Jaffe, the creator of the original God of War, said that he last year was hearing that they are aiming for 40 hours. And that to me makes me nervous, because shouldn't you just aim for what the experience is?
Right.
I know that maybe that's a little reductive, but to your point, Chris, I just think that, I think that 40 hours is what they're going to aim for in the average playthrough, and we'll see if it's sufficient or not. I don't know. I'm just not very excited about this game. I know it bothers people, but I'm just not. I liked the original, or the 2018 God of War, and I liked over time 2005 God of War more than I really did at some point. I've really felt like God of War really, really, really needed to be shaken up or abandoned, and they shook it up, and I applaud them for that. But I don't know. I'm eager to see more about it. Maybe it's because I'm so tuned out on gameplay and trying to just kind of go in fresh that I am just inherently underserved as a marketing asset, let's say, by Sony products, because it's just not something I'm ingesting. And so I think I'll be pleasantly surprised. I'm not trying to shit on it at all. I think people are mistaking what I'm saying for shitting on it. That is not my intention. I don't think it's going to be anything less than a great game. I think that's obvious. I sure hope so, for their sake and for our sake, because we sure need something to play this fall as well. But yeah, God of War. Anything else to say, Dustin?
No, I'm curious because it's not that far now. So I'm imagining we're going to start seeing previews and the marketing ramp up begin. So if you're on media blackout, now's the time to stay vigilant. Here's
one concern I'll share about it, is that it's a multi-platform game. Apparently it's 100 gigs on PS4, and when I saw that, I was like, wow, man, that's a problem. Not because of your hard drive size, you'll figure it out, but because it has to find its way around. Like, the game has to find its way around all that data. And that's not a problem on PS5. That's a problem on PS4. The bigger the package is, the more that things have to ping around. I mean, this is where you're crawled through spaces, you're lifting up things, your hands up to pull someone up, your ladders and your elevators, like we were saying, come in. And I just think Ragnarok is going to be a beautiful PS5 game, really soaked with this PS4 shit. And I hope that is not the case, because it's such a shame. And we'll get into recent conversations that Herman Hulst has had with various publications, but it seems like they might still not move on. Like, it sounded to me like they are not saying no to bringing more games to PS4 beyond, the show and whatever. So anyway, there's this story I wanted to just call out. I don't want to call it out because I don't know the veracity of it or not. But there's a website called 9 to 5 Google, and a writer over there named Kyle Bradshaw wrote, "Source: Stadia turned down an exclusive Death Stranding follow-up from Kojima." And this piece claims that Google and Kojima were going to work on this follow-up to Death Stranding that was going to be on Stadia, and that it was abandoned some time ago because Google realized that Stadia really had no future, particularly in single-player games, which would have been, and that the game was apparently mocked up in some way in like mid 2020, and Google scrapped the product entirely. I don't believe that, and I'm not saying that this report is wrong straight up. I just think that something is getting mixed up here. Sony owns Death Stranding. Now, I'm not saying that it's not possible that Sony wouldn't have allowed Kojima to license stuff out, nor am I saying that it's not possible that in return for doing Death Stranding, that Kojima said, like, I can spin this off into something new that I own if I want to, that can be in some way associated with this universe. There's all sorts of possibilities. But what I thought was strange about this article and why I didn't want to report it like others are reporting it as fact is because it doesn't account for Sony anywhere in this article. Like it doesn't say like, well, we understand that this is a snag, or we understand that there is some holdup. I mean, go look for the trailers for yourself and look at the trademarks. You can just see it for yourself. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I'm sure that Kojima probably was working on something for Stadia. I'm sure it was something maybe in the realm of his political thriller, horror kind of. That's what he does, action. But I just don't believe that it was a Death Stranding game. That just doesn't make any sense. That just seems divorced from the reality of the product, I think. Yeah. And we're going to talk about Death Stranding 2 later because it's coming, I think, and it's going to be on PlayStation. I think that's not a huge surprise. Did either of you see this article?
Not till I saw it when you posted in the notes, but yeah, I thought the same thing instantly. I was like, wouldn't be able to do that unless, like you said, it's a licensing thing. So,
right. Like I'm just looking just to be sure, like there are two live trademarks for Death Stranding, and they're both owned by Sony. It's like, it can't be. That can't be true. It just can't be true. And I don't understand how things like this get through the goalie. I'm not trying to disrespect the writer or the article, but it's like that can't. If you have an explanation as to how this is true, you need to explain that. Because why the fuck would Sony allow the sequel to Death Stranding be on Stadia? Did anyone just stop and think like that doesn't make any sense?
Obviously not.
All right. So I just wanted to call bullshit on that. No disrespect to the outlet or the writer. It's just, I saw I'm glad you guys didn't see it. I guess that's why I was asking, because I was seeing it pop up in some places and others were more scrupulous because I think they realized like that just can't be.
Right.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about Wild Hearts again. We talked about Wild Hearts extensively last week. This is, of course, the Koei Tecmo / Omega Force developed, EA published so-called hunting game. So in the vein of Capcom's Monster Hunter, that will be coming out early next year. Very well hidden project and very unusual project for EA. I'm really fascinated by this EA Originals combination with Koei Tecmo, very Japanese game. So pretty cool. Very, very surprising matchup. But they released 7 minutes of gameplay. And I was curious what you guys thought of this game, because I got to say, it looks pretty cool. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I think we talked a little bit about it last time, but I still feel like the gameplay... This is a new trailer, right?
Yeah, well, we didn't see very much of like the pure B2B gameplay last week. This is full,
we just saw like, it was like
this is a full, I think, uncut 7 minutes of the game. So it shows you how it actually functions.
I'm into it. I like I said last time, casual Monster Hunter seems exactly like my jam. There's something about Monster Hunter as it exists now that just feels a little bit inaccessible and just kind of, I don't know, the onboarding process for Monster Hunter is rough. That tutorial section in the beginning of Monster Hunter World is gratuitously long and very verbose and very just, I don't know. I need to be able to play the game immediately. Like I can't be going through these weird lore friendly, like these very specifically lore driven tutorials that have to be paced in such a way that like there's like a story aspect to it. It's too, it's too much. Just let me play the game. And this looks expansive. It looks pretty. I'm into it.
I think it looks cool too. I like the use of colors. I'm not going to play it probably. I just know these games aren't really for me. I played a couple of them on Vita because I felt like that was a really good home for hunting style games, including an Omega Force game. But yeah, I don't know. I'm watching it right now too. I watched it yesterday. This like pig creature is really cool. Then he like builds this like massive tower in front of it to stop him from attacking him. The pig like blows it up. This is much, calling it a Monster Hunter clone, I think, is actually not doing it much service. It's something different than that. That's why I'm not really sure, Dustin, why didn't they position it more like an action game? I mean, that's what it reads more like one to me.
This looks very much like Monster Hunter. Like,
you think so? Well, I mean, you would know better than me.
It has the same, I don't know exactly how to put it other than the combat looks kind of stiff. You can see like some of the arc ups to different attacks and stuff like that. And how, like, I'm guessing if you get pushed back, there's going to be like a little bit of delay where you can't attack again, stuff like that. But I still think there are a lot of unique things going for it, particularly, and something they wisely showcased in this video was the building mechanic. And it's not like a Fortnite building mechanic or something like that. You're not building walls, or, well, I guess there is a wall that gets built, but a lot of different interesting like tools to use, whether it's a thing that lets you glide above the monster, or there's like a big hammer you can use. A lot of that I found really interesting. And I think most of my experience with Monster Hunter is with Monster Hunter Rise, but so maybe this isn't true with older Monster Hunter games, but this monster is huge compared to some of the ones in Rise, at least. Like, that's clearly, at least to me, again, maybe they're this big in world, or some of them are this big in world, but definitely the size of the monster is awesome. And I think the thing for me in particular that I like the most about this is that the monsters in Monster Hunter are, I don't want to say grounded in reality, because that's not a good way to put it, but they look like dinosaurs, like they look like reptiles or something like that. And from this gameplay video and the trailer, I really like that they look more mythical. They look more like a Japanese legendary creature or something like that. I think that's actually probably the part that's drawing me in the most. It's just going in and seeing what all these different monsters, whatever they are, look like.
Yeah, that's why I think that's why I just think it doesn't read totally like Monster Hunter to me. I mean, to me, an outside person at all that's seen trailers, played a little bit, at events and stuff like that, so definitely don't have any real experience. But yeah, it reads more like it reads like an Omega Force game with a little bit of cogent gameplay as opposed to just button mashy stuff. And I think that the tool building is so dope. There's a sequence where he builds like a tower and jumps on top of the pig creature, and then like builds a mine underneath it, and it walks into the mine and explodes. And like, this is dope. If they're obviously going again for the Capcom Monster Hunter market with this, but if they just positioned it a little bit differently, this would be something that would be very attractive to people that just like 3D action. And I think it looks pretty attractive. So Wild Hearts comes to PlayStation 5, set in a fantasy world inspired by feudal Japan, February 17th, 2023. We'll look forward to that. Wanted to note here, Fortnite wrote in, and it's Fort with an exclamation point, Night with an exclamation point. It says, "Greetings, gamer triumvirate. I was curious to hear your thoughts regarding Fandom's acquisition of Metacritic, Giant Bomb, GameFAQs, amongst others. What concern is there, if any, of Fandom stretching out and acquiring these games' media outlets? Are we looking at the next big propaganda machine, or is this nothing to scoff at? Thanks again for the amazing content every week." No, I mean, this is, so for people that don't know, and this was reported by Variety first, the publication, Fandom. So Fandom is we used to be known as Wikia. People probably know, and they're known as Fandom now. They are basically a fan-run Wikipedia, for lack of a better term. So you have like your real Wikipedia, and then you have a series of fake Wikipedias that are for things we like. And that's usually on Fandom. And so Fandom bought TV Guide, Metacritic, GameSpot, Giant Bomb, and more, about $50 million, and Comic Vine, Cord Cutter News, and others. This is a collective, according to Variety, that attracts 46 million monthly active users. And again, that $50 million price point is much less than Red Ventures had paid for all of these brands just 2 years ago when they bought $500 million. And then they spent $500 million to buy CNET Media Group. However, I told Maddie at the time, or when we did a podcast about this just recently, talking about games media rather, that I think that deal was heavily inflated because CNET and CBS Interactive owns real estate, which I assume comes with it, including a major skyscraper in San Francisco that I used to go to all the time. So I think that's by they got like everything that they thought was valuable, I think, and they're like, okay, now we don't really want these brands. You can take this shit. And so this is happening. To a lesser degree, there's something happening with this group called Gamers, GAMURS, where they've now put together a collective of maybe 12 or 14 brands, including Silicon Era, Destructoid, The Escapist, Prima, Pro Game Guides, Twin Infinite. I don't, these like kind of secondary and tertiary sites. It's totally fine with me. I just think the question you're asking, Fortnite, are we looking at the next big propaganda machine, or is it nothing to scoff at? I mean, it doesn't matter. I just don't think this matters. I don't know. I can't get upset or excited about it. It just doesn't matter. It's just shuffling chairs on the Titanic. I'm sorry to say. Did either of you guys see this, Dustin? What do you think of? I mean, Jesus Christ, Giant Bomb was supposed to be, and Giant Bomb was the arbiter of things to come. Very important website in the genealogy of video game coverage, but they are now under, I think, their second or third corporate owner, very far removed from what made them special to begin with. I don't think almost anyone is there anymore that was originally on Giant Bomb. So it makes you wonder what the value of these things even are. I can understand the value of GameFAQs in some way, but to a much lesser degree than the $50 million. And of course, Metacritic. I mean, I assume that alone is worth the money, but they're not going to, games media will never have power again. So it doesn't matter how you shuffle around those assets, in my opinion.
Right. And this is just proof to me that a lot of times people ask us, all the time actually, how do I get into games media? And it used to be just kind of, well, maybe do a podcast, write some stuff on a blog or whatever. The only reason you should be writing something is if you're turning it into a video and putting it on YouTube. At this point, I honestly can't say I think there's any long-term benefit to becoming a games writer, because very, very few are actually going to make it. And then when you do, there's a high probability you're going to tie yourself to a dying brand, as we see these brands just kind of get eaten up by bigger entities. And then I'm sure there will be consolidation until there's maybe just a few. I mean, that's already kind of how it is, at least for the successful ones. There's only a few that actually make any money at this point. So yeah, at this point, it's like YouTube is the future if you are interested in getting into this industry. YouTube and even podcasting, it's like podcast should be secondary, because it's way harder to convince someone to listen to your podcast than watch a YouTube video. So keep that in mind. Just that the days are numbered for games industry coverage.
Yeah, I think so too. And I noticed IGN put up an interesting exclusive story about this canceled EA game that was going to be like a Plants vs. Zombies spinoff. And I noticed that they did a whole video version of it, I think. And I was like, very wise. Because I wrote many stories like that when I was at IGN. Like I did one about a game called, what was it called? Monster Quest or something like that. It was a canceled Insomniac game. They leaked the whole thing to me, like overboard. They just gave me all the design documents or whatever. And we published all of it, but we didn't do any video for it or anything like that. And so it probably did just die on the vine. A lot of people probably don't even know it exists, and it's not findable on YouTube and places that people search. I was reading that TikTok is like the second or third biggest search engine now. And not that we want to be there. I'm just saying you have to kind of be in different places. So yeah, I just think this is shuffling around largely irrelevant assets. I hate to say that. I hope people realize that if they do want to do this, they have to just do it on their own and hope for the best. And there's a lot of different ways you can make yourself more successful and mitigate risk and all of that. But ultimately, a lot of it, so much of it just does come down to luck and timing. That is it. I mean, if you suck, you suck. You're never going to make it.
Yeah.
But if you're good, there's still a great chance you're not going to make it. You have to have those. And I always say, I've said that for years. People know, man, I got very lucky. Anyone who says that they didn't is lying. There are people out there that could have done the job I did at IGN. There are probably people that could have done it better. You know, there were better writers at GameFAQs. I worked hard. I was good fundamentally. And then you hope for the best from there. So yeah, the beauty is, and we always say this, I know, is the tools, the barrier to entry is irrelevant. It's low. It's never been lower. When I built my first fan site, this is true. When I bought my first URL and didn't build a site on Angelfire or like GeoCities, this was probably 98 or 99. You had to buy a URL and then you had to find a host and you interacted with that host on an FTP client and you uploaded files like if you were at website.com/poop, then you put up poop.html as a HTML document into the FTP and loaded it in and then went to it and saw if it worked and then had to go back into the document and see if and update it by hand. It was insanity. No one did that. But now that's why like the good fan sites at that time, some of them are still notable today, like RPG Gamer. I used to love the GIA. That was an awesome website. And these days that barrier is like no one builds websites like that anymore. You don't ever have to do that. It would be stupid to do that. You use a CMS, you do all this kind of stuff. So when the barrier went down, everyone started writing and getting involved, and that flooded everything and on to the next. So it sucks. I know people are good at it and want to get involved, and it's just hard to find an audience. It really is. So we wish everyone the best on all of that, but I don't know. I don't think it really is a relevant story. Okay. PlayStation Stars is finally here. Devin K wrote in and said, "Hey, hello, Sacred Sim Bros. X's are blue, squares are pink. PlayStation Stars is here. What do you think?" Dustin, did you sign up? I signed up for it, but I haven't actually, I don't think, done anything with it yet. Or maybe I have, and I just haven't noticed.
Yeah, I signed up and I was trying to look because I think I did get one or two of the rewards, but overall, I don't really find it all that exciting, but I guess it's not really supposed to be. You're not supposed to be that like, man, I really like PlayStation Stars. That's just not a normal thing. I mean, maybe someone out there is really pumped, but yeah, it's interesting. At least I'm curious about what kind of things they can tap into. I know, Colin, you mentioned the idea of using some of the assets from Astro's whatever, the PS5
that style of thing I think would be really cool.
Yeah, but overall it's neat. I'm curious about if someone's done the math about coins versus dollars and whether or not what we talked about last week, whether it's better to redeem PlayStation Store cash or to use that directly to the limited amount of options of games that you can get in there.
Right. Yeah, who knows, man? I mean, well, we actually do have a question about this, but I do want to note PlayStation, prolific PlayStation YouTuber Mystic, friend of the show, he posted, I think, a picture on Twitter of his digital PlayStation 3 that he got, like his PlayStation Stars perk or whatever. So they're already starting to do that kind of stuff, and we'll see what happens. But Logan wrote in and said, "Hello, Sacred Slittas. With PlayStation Stars having launched in the Americas, I've already started seeing people complaining about how you need to buy something like 350 games to receive enough rewards to get a free $70 game. What is with the obsession with free games this generation? The point of PlayStation Stars isn't to give you free shit. It's to act as a bonus rewards program to provide incentive to keep doing what you're already doing, buying and playing games. I know Game Pass has trained people to not buy games, but these people can't even look at a rewards point program without getting upset. It can't be more easily manipulated into offering free games. PlayStation Stars isn't perfect, but for a free bonus program, what's there to complain about? Hope you guys enjoy your day, and thanks for all the great shows." I must admit, and I will admit too, I'm going to fucking be really tearing PlayStation up later in the show, right? When we get to Horizon. But for now, I see PlayStation Stars and any complaints about it, and I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? Why do we have to be upset about everything?
Yeah.
Can't something just happen? PlayStation Stars is guys, you have to sign up for it. So first of all, you opt in. Then you do nothing but what you are normally doing on PlayStation Store, and you get things that you didn't normally get. Even if it's just pennies, I mean, is it that big of a deal? I'm scared for the fucking PlayStation fan base right now. There's something wrong. There really is. Like, there's just some sort of agitation amongst us, and some sort of
among us.
Oh. And some sort of, there's some sort of bubbling of tension, and I don't get it. Like, PlayStation Stars to me seems pretty cool. This actually reminds me a lot of when PlayStation Plus launched. There's a lot of revisionism about PlayStation Plus, but almost everyone hated it when it came out.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You know who didn't? And you know who you can go read in real time? Go read right now. And, 2010, when it came out, Colin Moriarty at IGN writing about how great PlayStation Plus was. I was like, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. This is awesome.
Wasn't PlayStation Plus more like Game Pass when it launched?
No, it was actually less than it is now. It was more like you only got some deals. You got like a roving free game here and there, but it wasn't like Game Pass. No,
it was. There was
like a list of games you could get access to at any time, though. Or was that later on?
That's later on.
That was later on.
Okay. Yeah.
The PlayStation Plus, as I remember it, most people, or this is how I recall it, as somebody who was over on the Xbox 360 side of things when PlayStation Plus rolled around, is people were upset that PlayStation was charging for multiplayer now. Like that was kind of the thing.
Beginning on PS4, they were doing that.
Beginning on PS4, but the idea that you would have to pay for a multiplayer service, or not a multiplayer service, but an additional component to PlayStation Online, which was previously completely free, that bothered people because people were like, why are they doing what Xbox does? And it turns out it, makes a lot of money. That's why.
I don't know. I think that's
what I remember anyway.
Well, no, you're right that was true when PS4 came out because it made PlayStation Plus no longer optional.
Oh, you're right.
And everyone was like, you engineered this from the very beginning. And I'm like, they probably did. But this is kind of the industry standard, and we don't really think twice about it. That was kind of my argument back then. I don't like just giving corporations money. You guys listen to the show and know that. But for me, I remember seeing PlayStation Plus in the beginning. It's like, this is a great deal. I was saving money left and right on PlayStation Plus. Dustin, you have something to say?
Yeah. So I'm looking at the original PlayStation Plus announcement.
Yeah.
You did get access to you will have access to their virtual library of free games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what was it?
What were the games or?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't say.
Well, but that's what I'm saying.
Announcement.
But that's what I'm saying. That's still what it is today. I think they're just saying like, we're going to give you free games, and they do that still.
Right.
It's not a collection of games. I think what they're saying is you will have a library of games that are free.
Right.
As far as I remember, I could be wrong, but I feel like that I was there and I don't remember there being like a cacophony.
Yeah, I don't think there was. I think it's wording that kind of, it's like sly wording to imply that, over time you will have a library of games that you have accrued for free.
Right. It's not like an instant.
It's not like a virtual console or something.
Right. And I don't think that the free game thing was even at the very, very onus of it. I think that was eventually something they rolled into around the time that the PSN went down, when they started giving games away free then, because they gave away like Infamous and a few others like Dead Nation, weird games like that. Well, good games like that. So I don't know. I just look at that. It's neither here nor there. I just look at it and say PlayStation Stars. I signed up for it. It's pretty cool. Now, I wanted to just bring up this thing that that our friends at Video Games Chronicle, our buddy Jordan Middler, wrote over there. And he said PlayStation Stars might have a hidden invite-only diamond tier. And he says that there's a hidden reference tier on PlayStation Stars membership for the PlayStation mobile app. And in DataMind info, it's an invite-only tier. And the tier is, apparently the text is, quote, in an endless sea of stars, it seems like there's nowhere to hide, but you wouldn't be here if you let challenges like that stop you. Welcome to level 5. So there could be some sort of 5th tier above all other tiers. Apparently it's not very hard to get to the 4th tier. So I'll see if I can do that in the coming weeks. I just haven't had a moment I've been very busy. I haven't had a moment to play around with it too much, but I just think that the consternation around it is silly. Like, can't we just chill? Jesus Christ. It's just, what is there to complain about? And again, Logan's not a real Logan. I never know what to say. I don't know why there's either an I and an L or 2 L's in your name. I don't get it. It's like the Lewin.
Maybe it's Yogan. Like the two Spanish L's.
Oh,
like a tortilla.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, you should put an N and it'll be Yogan, right? If you put the N, the little thing at the end, the tilde.
I'll say I've never. I don't think I've ever seen a word end with a tilde on an N.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it did. That's why it would be ridiculous.
Logan.
That's
disgusting. It sounds like we're having an aneurysm.
Speaking tongues. All right. I'm going to actually move this next story to the what we're playing part.
Yeah.
More sense there. So let's just do that. And then we'll get into instead just some rumors. What if gaming? Now, I don't know what this website is.
I've never heard of it.
So I don't know if this is true or not, but some people are reporting on it. So let's just call it a rumor right now. There is a claim that Sledgehammer, owned by Activision, is working on a sequel to Advanced Warfare for 2025. I like Advanced Warfare. I actually think that was the last. This is how behind I am now. I think that might be the last or the second to last campaign I ever played in a Call of Duty game when I used to play them pretty much yearly, or try to anyway. So is there any interest in this? Chris, isn't Advanced Warfare considered like the one no one liked? Or that like
I mean, there's a few of those. I think Ghosts is the one that everybody kind of unanimously hates. I think people are really sour on Vanguard and World War II as well, if we're delving into like the worst titles. But typically speaking, when I think about it, Advanced Warfare didn't do that's the one with Kevin Spacey, right?
Yeah, I got to bring him back.
Hell yeah,
just make it happen.
Back,
dude, that would be awesome. Yeah, we got to bring him back.
Dude, I'm so excited. Maybe he'll make another YouTube video where he creepily.
I go back and watch those videos every so often because I'm like, this is insanity. You're playing your character from the show. I don't understand what is going on here. You know,
that is one of the most insane things I've ever seen that died immediately after. Like, no one talks about that, and no one talked about that really for all that long. That died on the vine. And I'm like, this is Kevin Spacey. This is like a very renowned actor losing his mind on YouTube. Straight up.
He did it 2 years in a row, I think. Like, Let Me Be Frank. He calls it Let Me Be Frank, which I think it was just hysterical, but
it's funny.
Apparently the complete scumbag, which is a shame because House of Cards was so good.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they can get him back. I think he's probably very cheap now.
Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be great for Activision's reputation as well.
Yeah, why not, honestly? Fire with fire.
Dustin, any interest in Advanced Warfare 2?
I like the Call of Duty games that have double jumps and wall running. I know a lot of people, it's weird. People demanded it from Call of Duty and then they got it. And then suddenly everyone hated that style of FPS games and instantly wanted to go boots on the ground. That's fine. That's overall probably the better way to handle this series, but I don't have any problem with it. I liked Black Ops 3, which also had that style of gameplay. So I don't know, whatever Sledgehammer's doing, they continually don't seem to be doing a very good job, or at least something that people aren't really attracted to their style of Call of Duty games. So why not bring this back? It's better than another World War II shooter from them again.
Yeah, It's interesting. There's like a mishmash as far as I'm concerned about Activision Call of Duty studios, where it's always been like Infinity Ward and Treyarch 1 and 2 in some order. And then Sledgehammer when they came around, number 3, but it's almost like Raven is like a more widely liked studio now than Sledgehammer. I don't know. It's weird that they can't quite get it together, but it's all relative. They're all making so much money at these teams, regardless of if they're, not as good as Treyarch or not as good as Infinity Ward. And you think they would just share talent more between these teams, and they might. I don't.
They're
really
sharing an engine now. They didn't used to.
Yeah, that's good.
That's true.
I mean, that's just obvious. You want that way. You can make and we're going to talk about this later with CD Projekt when we talk about the new Witcher trilogy. Is you want to have like an engineering pipeline that can be supported by one team and multiple projects. So what like that they can kind of circulate, and they're staying still, and the conveyor belt's coming to them. And they're the ones working through this stuff. You need to have different creative teams. You need to have different design teams and all these things, but you actually could have one engineering team if you just shared tools. That's why it's so important. And again, we're going to talk about it later, not only with CD Projekt and their Red engine, but also with Decima, which is not dying after all. I thought they were going to start walking away from Decima, but if some recent evidence is any indication, Sony will continue to use that engine, that proprietary engine. Okay. Embracer Group is reportedly telling people something interesting. Andrew Cucchieri wrote in and said, tell everyone to fill out that Legacy of Kain survey. Well, this is the Legacy of Kain survey from Embracer Group that just purchased all of these assets from Square Enix. They're now over. And they are asking fans, do you want a new Legacy of Kain game? Isn't that a stupid question? Why are you even asking anyone that? Just a little bit of like little buzz marketing or something? Of course they do. I think this is what people were talking about the most when the deal happened. Chris, I know you've wanted to return to Legacy of Kain for a while. Do you want a new Legacy of Kain game?
I don't know, man. I don't know anymore. I think there was a time where I would have been very excited. and now it's just all over. Like I don't know. Like, I feel like that every time I hear about something being brought back from the dead like this, or even new IP, quite frankly, I remember a time when new IP was very exciting, and it still is in comparison. But now I just don't trust anything to launch correctly anymore. And if I had to choose between leaving Legacy of Kain in the state that it is currently in, or bringing it back in a botched way, I'd prefer you left it alone. You know, that's or at least make the older games like playable. You know, do a remake of some kind. I wouldn't mind a remake of Soul Reaver. That'd be amazing. But I don't know. I just don't have a lot of faith in developers anymore. It sucks.
I don't know that I have a lot of faith in Embracer Group. I think that there's a lot of prove it energy to me that needs to happen still.
That's true.
It's
a
big brand, man. I don't know. Our Legacy of Kain is just a cog in a wheel. It's just a cog in a machine now for you. This is why I'm so I question these mega companies. I understand money begets money. Money draws money. It's a black hole. But why do you want to become so big that you have like 130 or 140 studios? Like what kind of creative gratification comes from that? It's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
It's just so dumb. It's like, yeah, man, do whatever you want. I mean, when I look at Embracer Group, it's just like, whatever, dude. Just.
Yeah. And you can't care that much about any given project knowing that it accounts for so little of the overall, like what you're doing. If you're working on one game, that game is very, very important. You know, that is the key, that you have to get that right. If you're working on 70 games to like 100 games, then none of them are really important.
I mean,
really?
Think about this, Chris. Sony has said that they have about 25 games in development between first and second party. That number was reiterated recently.
Yeah.
So PlayStation, like a first party hardware manufacturer, has 25 games, and Embracer Group has 6 times that many
crazy.
Games in development.
It makes no sense.
It's on to me. It's just totally unmanageable. I just don't understand how you manage that. That's a totally. Oh, what is this? I just got an email from PlayStation just right now. Welcome to PlayStation Stars, the loyalty program that launches you into a whole new dimension of play. I did activate.
Wow.
Look at you.
Activate, unlock, and shine. Those are my 3 steps. You can't just buy your way to level 4, friend. Leveling up is a mixture of PlayStation Store full game purchases and dedication to earning non-common trophies, but the benefit increase with each level gained. And we're committed to growing these for our PlayStation Stars community. Okay, fair enough.
Colin, have you seen the Sacred Symbols lore Bible that someone's working on in our Discord?
Yeah, I got to peek at it a little bit, but I haven't thoroughly gone through it yet. No,
it's an interesting read for anyone in our Discord. So I was reading through it yesterday, and what you just said reminded me of this. In episode 2,
oh Jesus Christ,
the author Capitalist Pig writes this as an extra. Colin's seemingly shocked that THQ Nordic has 14 games in development.
Oh, those were quaint days, weren't they, Chris? Oh my goodness,
that's insane. That feels like an eternity ago.
That's so funny,
there's some great stuff in this lore.
I told you. See, didn't I tell you you and I were having a conversation a couple weeks ago, and I told you that. Yeah,
you're changing what I'm saying about it. You're changing what I'm saying. You said you're acting like I didn't care about it when I said it is valuable. I just argued that something else was more valuable. Don't put words in my mouth, Mr. Moriarty.
Fair enough.
We can fight.
No, fair enough.
Have you read it though? You just said you looked at it?
I looked at it. Yeah, no, I did. I haven't. I read it. I think I only went through the first episode or something. It's also. I don't want to read about myself too much.
Okay,
someone else can do it. Yeah. Go
I
ahead.
want to read you one other thing that I found really funny in here.
Please.
Somebody, it says, Colin. Oh, hold on, let me find here. Perils of Baking sent in randomly for Colin to play by Barry M. Johnson. Colin, quote, I think it's a little expensive for what it is.
Yeah, I mean,
Colin's like, that's not funny.
No, we remade it because we didn't think it was very good.
I made a joke in the Discord
about that.
I was like, that's where Sony learned how to do the 5-year-old remake.
Right. I mean,
that's Colin Moriarty.
Dude, those were heady days. 2018, 2019, when publishers when developers like Barry started getting their games on PSN, there was still a high barrier to entry. Like, I wish we can go back to those days. But yeah, Perils of Baking is is a very rudimentary, very quaint first game that was made by a person who did everything in it himself.
Right.
And he is a very, very talented designer and programmer, but he is not a very talented designer artist. He's a decent musician, Barry, but he's not like this polymath. Like, why can't I think of his name? Oh, Tom Happ. Like Tom Happ is like a 200 IQ level, like genius. No doubt. He does everything in Axiom Verge, but that's at like the highest possible level. Like I that's different. So no, I'm not insulted by that at all. If it wasn't for Perils of Baking, I would have never met Barry, because we corresponded over that game and I gave him notes on it. And then Habroxia came out and I gave him notes on those. And then we made Twin Breaker together. So, and I'd say Twin Breaker was a lot better than Perils of Baking, but that's just my opinion. Okay, is there anything else? Just a couple more things. Just wanted to let everyone know The Outer Worlds is apparently coming to PS5. It's been ESRB rated. It's interesting because this is technically an Xbox product now, although I would assume the publishing rights still for the first game still lay with Private Division. So nothing too surprising there, I suppose. That's coming to PS5, no date yet. And then I was going to write this up, but I just can't with the fucking drama and all this stuff. But the team behind Disco Elysium apparently is like melting down. And it's just an interesting story. If you guys want to go read about it, Eurogamer probably has the most interesting article, but there's a few outlets that have covered it sufficiently. Basically, what ended up happening, as far as I understand, is one or two of the creative forces behind the studio were like quietly removed, but apparently these people might be responsible for like all of the magic in the game, or much of the magic. However, there are these random accusations of fraud and all this money stuff, and I don't know. I just can't keep up with it. But it's
they all shared the money, right?
No, it's my company, comrade. Yeah. So obviously we have examples of truly cooperative developers like what is it? What are they called? Twin Mirror, right? In France, the guys that made Dead Cells. They're a co-op, but very rare. And I don't know if these guys ever were that. There is like some weird ownership over this
Motion Twin.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Twin Mirror was a game, I think.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's some like weird stuff with the ownership of this company, what's going to happen with the sequel and all of that. I will play Disco Elysium at some point. It's just not, I'm not there yet. I do think it looks really cool. I think it sounds really interesting. There's no doubt about that.
It's like a CRPG though, just so you know.
No, I know, but I know that, but as I understand it, it is basically can be played non-violently or very unusually. And that is enough for me to overcome. Like in other words, I don't want to play a hack and slash CRPG because I could just play a hack and slash console game. But with choices like that, it's like, well, I don't know of any game like that on console, so I'll just play it here. You know, I'm totally fine with that. Yeah. All right, so I just wanted to point that out as well. Anything else to say?
Some owners were more equal than other owners at this company.
Yeah.
So
go figure.
Good for them.
Go figure. It's not that I think capitalism is the best economic system. It's just that I think it's the best one we've come up with yet. If there's a better one, I'd love to hear it, but I don't know of it. So it's not to say that there's no room for improvement. It's just to say we know what has not worked for sure. Remember, the Soviet Union capitulated without any bullets firing. There was no fight. Everyone assumed that there would be some mega fight between the United States and Soviet Union in Western Europe for decades. That they assumed it was going to happen immediately, you know, and they fell because of their economy. And so it's something to keep in mind. That's all. Power to the people, nonetheless. All right, let's get into what we're playing. Dustin, let's start with you. It says here you're playing Valkyrie Elysium, which is a game I'm anxious to kind of get into, so I'm eager to hear what you think of it.
This is a really interesting game in that I'm very conflicted about how I feel about it, because in some ways this game is really good. Specifically, I really like the combat and some of the different RPG elemental abilities. But at the same time, this game is very repetitive. The story is not very interesting. And the level design, I guess this is in the eye of the beholder, whether or not it's good. But it's very PS2-like in that you go into a level and you go from point A to point B, killing enemies, and then there's a boss at the end, and there might be some collectibles throughout. Personally, that type of format doesn't really bother me. In fact, it's kind of refreshing to not have a million different ways you can go at once, that you're just kind of along this guided path throughout a level, and you're just having fun with the combat. And that's the thing about this game that is keeping me intrigued and wanting me to keep playing, is that the combat for this game is shockingly good. It's really fun. I mentioned how when I talked about the demo, that there's this really nice ability where you can kind of like grapple hook to other enemies around the battlefield, which is pretty cool. And there's also a really interesting system of elemental abilities. So certain enemies will be weak to fire or ice, and so you have different spells that do those things, but you also can summon different characters to help you out on the battlefield that all have elemental specialties. So if you summon the fire character, whatever, your sword then, or whatever weapon you're using, then gets a fire boost along with your fire spells. So there's a lot of interesting dynamics when you play, trying to manage which characters you summon out onto the field in order to be the most effective against certain types of enemies. So overall, I can't really recommend this game at full price, just because you can tell already that based on the reception from the gaming whatever reviewers at large, that people are not really into this game very much. And I can totally understand that, but I think that its strengths are good enough that if you like more character action type games with some RPG stuff, that this is 100% something you should check out. It's just, there's no point in buying it at full price right now when it's so obvious that this game will go down in price. Probably. I imagine this is one of those games that you see on a Black Friday sale for $20 probably. So I recommend it to certain people if you have the right mindset, but just wait it out for now.
Yeah, interesting. That checks my anticipation a little bit, especially because I was kind of balancing my interest in that game, and there's like a Trails Balcom game that came out, I think, in the last week or two, or comes out soon.
Trails from Zero?
That is more like chibi PSP style. I think the game never came out here, and that looked really attractive to me. I've always wanted to be into that series, and I feel like it took me 3 tries to play and really like Persona, and so I think I'm on my 3rd now with this as well. And so I thought maybe it would be an interesting way in, but I don't know. I'm so distracted by other games. Who the hell knows if and what I'll get to. I always have ambitious plans that never transpire when it comes to playing games. Okay, Chris, talk to me about Overwatch 2 first. Here's Papa Flo, who wrote into us and says, "Hello, gentlemen. With the recent absolute mess of a launch day for Overwatch 2, it got me thinking. Are there any actual live service games with smooth launches we can think of in recent years? What has it come to that I just assume every game isn't going to work properly for days, weeks, or even months? Thanks for soothing my ear holes every week. Sending my love from Canada. Glad to soothe your holes. Papa Flo, thank you for writing in." So Overwatch 2 has met the fate of many a multiplayer game and had technical issues, but also has been subjected to, I think, DDoS attacks as well. Right. What's been your experience with this? Because I see here you're playing it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have much time to play this week. A lot going on. But I did manage to download Overwatch 2. I did manage to get in the queue. And I was in the queue for about 5 hours. And then I connected for about 3 minutes. And then I got disconnected again. And that was my experience with Overwatch 2. And from what I can tell, it is just Overwatch 1. It's like Overwatch 1.5. I feel like calling this Overwatch 2 was a really... we've said this before on the show, but I don't know what they were thinking with this. I know that this is, in all likelihood, a Activision Blizzard decision, because it feels very much like Destiny moving on to Destiny 2 when it really didn't need to. This really should not have been a sequel at all. This should have just been an evolution or like an evolutionary update to the first game, because that's what it is. There's some character reworks from what I could tell. I also know a friend of mine was playing it, so I watched a bit of his stream to kind of gather, because I had already played Overwatch 1. I kind of get how this works. It seems like there's a battle pass system now instead of Loot boxes, it seems like a little bit more modern in that way. I don't know if it's a step up. You have to kind of unlock characters as you go along, which is if this was a new game would be interesting, but because it's a game that we already played before and had access to all these characters before, it feels a little bit cheap, or it feels there's something about it that feels really, really not okay. But honestly, it plays like Overwatch 1. I don't know where this campaign is, by the way. I know that was like that was a key point in Overwatch 2 even being a thing in the first place, was that they were going to put a single player campaign in. I don't know if it's in the game yet. I don't know if that comes at a later date or what the deal is, but little underwhelming. And I wasn't even in a particularly excited place. Like it had so little ground to lose with me, and it lost quite a bit of it. I am appropriately whelmed. I'll put it that way.
I fucking hate Google, dude, in this, just Googling things, and then you have all these websites scraping search terms. Because I'm looking for Overwatch 2 story mode or Overwatch 2 campaign, and it's like, Overwatch 2 story mode release date. When is PvE content coming? And it's like, it's finally happening. What? Overwatch is getting PvE content. It just repeats the same shit over and over again, but it never says like what, when, or how, or why.
You like this? You like this reality that we have?
So the answer is I just don't know. I don't know when that happens.
Yeah, I have no idea. Well, I can say for certain I didn't see it in the game when I was navigating through the menus for the split second that I had access to them.
Yeah, I don't think it's there.
It's I don't know. I know it's not all their fault, because it is obviously there's some DDoS issues, but that queue was insane. I had, I think, 25,000 people ahead of me or something insane. Like it was the most insane queue I've ever seen for any, and it took a long time. It was real. It felt like there were that many people for real. It didn't feel like an inflated kind of, you know how like when you download something and it's still kind of reading your internet connection. So sometimes it'll be like, this will take 53 days to download. And then it like quickly goes down to like maybe like 4 hours or maybe even 10 minutes. But it felt like, wow, there are really like 30,000 people ahead of me, are there? Because it's going down 10,000 people every hour and a half.
Oh man. Well, I'm hoping for everyone out there looking to enjoy Overwatch 2 that it cleans itself up soon. I'm sure it will.
Yeah.
And then it says also that you're playing Tunic, which I'm also playing. Yeah, so I'm interested to hear what you have to say about that.
No, I'm like I said, I didn't have much time to play this week, but I'm still running through Tunic. I've been playing it on my my Backbone. It's been pretty nice, but I think, yeah, it's a really solid game. I haven't played like much more than I have last week. I still love it. I think the soundtrack is great. I think the ambience is great. I really dig the learning your language type deal that's going on. I really, really like it, and I feel like even though I haven't put that much time into it, I feel like this is a very easy game to kind of recommend to people, just because I feel so good whenever I play it. Like it's just a really feel good experience. It could fall apart later. It could get very, very difficult. That's what I keep hearing. I haven't gotten to a point that feels particularly difficult for me yet, but it's a really special little game, I think.
How many bosses have you fought?
I think I've like about two. I fought two bosses that I felt were three big ones.
Yeah, that's how many I've fought too. I think the game is really hard, but I'm not. Again, I say it all the time.
It's not super easy. Yeah, you know what I mean, it's not something that you could like breeze through, but it's, you know, it's not like Elden Ring.
No, definitely not. I mean, I struggled so much when I played Elden Ring. I like that there's like again, what's cool about Tunic is the obscurity of it. The unlocking the in-game instruction manual is so cool, but also how that translates or doesn't translate to your own menu and your own understanding of what things say in the world and what items you are picking up. And I think that that's so fucking neat. And slowly getting that information and not really knowing or kind of testing items you get because you can't read the script. So you're like, well, what is this? I guess I'll just try to use it. There's a lot of neat ideas in Tunic, but it is pretty difficult. And I think I was looking at a walkthrough. I think I'm about halfway through or whatever. But I think the music's beautiful. There's something haunting and cerebral about it. The character is really cute. The little fox character, I like him.
I love the way it looks.
Yeah. The use of colors and just kind of base colors and shadows. I love when you save, there's like a day-night cycle that happens. It's not an actual in-game day-night cycle, but it just shows you as if there was a day-night cycle. And just the beautiful use of shadows and color there. There's a lot to really like about Tunic. It's really, really fun. And I especially like the hidden upgrade system that I didn't even know existed until I read about it. Because I was like, why am I having such a hard time with this? I shouldn't be struggling this much. And basically you find these items in the game, and then if you use them at campfires, which isn't evident that you can even do because the game doesn't tell you how to do anything, then you can upgrade your various statistics. And so when I learned that, I was like, oh, okay. Now I understand a little bit why I'm having such a hard time. So yeah, I beat the 3 bosses so far. And it's funny because I always say this to people: when you really run into a hard part in a game, just walk away from it and go back the next day. It's so funny how many times that just works over and over and over and over again. And I had a hard time with the second boss in the game, and I was like, fuck this. And I just went to bed. And then the next morning I just beat it the first time I fought it. I was like, I don't know what that's all about, but it really is something. So yeah. Tunic's great. I'm also playing Tunic, and then just more Slay the Spire for me. I still can't beat the game with the third character, the Defect, but it's that game's basically a part of me now. It's basically inside of me. So
Whoa!
And also I'm going through the early stirrings of a new chess phase. As I think I've said many times in the past, I love chess, and I go through obsessive phases with it. I have since I was a kid, and these phases last a year or two at a time probably. And when I just start prodigiously playing chess, and I last went through one of these phases when I first moved to Santa Monica, and I used to go to the beach and play with random people down at the tables there. And now I'm going through one of those phases again, but I'm doing it with Micah, and I'm doing it with chess.com.
So
and all of that. So
can I ask what? So are you going through a chess phase because you also saw that story about the guy cheating with anal beads?
Yes.
At the chess tournament? Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So Magnus Carlsen, of course, is like the chess grandmaster and undisputed world champion for some time now. And he accused some young kid, I think he's like 20, of like all of these ways that he cheated. And apparently, I don't know if the anal bead thing ended up being true, but it is true that he did cheat. Like, he admitted that he did somehow cheat during these tournaments. And Micah was asking us, like, how do you do that? And I was teaching her about chess notation and all that, and how you write the moves down so it's easy to understand them later. You can like recreate your games. But dude, chess is so wonderful. It's such a wonderful game. It's so good. I hate to say this because I know it would be surprising people, but if someone said, like, you can only play one game for the rest of your life, you have one game you play, I'd be like, oh, chess. Of course. As long as you have someone to play with. Otherwise, it's really not very fun. Okay. Let's get into the news. There are some big news items this week. I'm excited to talk about them. Let's start at the top. Number 1. According to a report from website mpfirst.com, and is confirmed by multiple reliable sources, including those speaking with website Video Games Chronicle and this very podcast, the 2017 PS4 game Horizon Zero Dawn is getting a remake of some sort on PlayStation 5. According to this report, in part, quote, our source didn't elaborate whether or not this was a built from the ground up style remake. However, we were told that the remake features an improved lighting system, overhauled textures, and better animations with new character models to match those found in the sequel, end quote. In other words, this remake will be in line, apparently, with what Naughty Dog did to the PS3 turned PS4 game The Last of Us, although that game is currently twice as old as the first Horizon and is from 2 console generations ago, not 1. Website Video Games Chronicle further notes that the further improvements a la The Last of Us Part 1 are planned, such as quality of life tweaks and accessibility options, not found the first time around. It's important to note that Sony hasn't yet officially announced this project, but the sources are reliable and it's obviously real. It also comports with a story seemingly leaked separately from years ago, which we will discuss in a little while. Sony-owned Guerrilla, which Sony purchased about 15 years ago, was at one time best known for its Killzone FPS franchise, which began on PlayStation 2 in 2005. It was at one time slated to be Sony's answer to Halo, though that never materialized, and Guerrilla last launched a game in the franchise when PS4 launched in 2013 in the form of Shadowfall. In 2017, it released its action RPG Horizon Zero Dawn on PlayStation 4, and it went on to become one of the best-selling PlayStation exclusives of all time. It was followed by a sequel earlier this year and will no doubt be capped off in a trilogy at some point. However, Horizon is far from dormant. As we'll discuss shortly, there are at least 2 more Horizon games in development and potentially more, in addition to a recently greenlit TV show. I'll just let you guys get right into it. Chris, what do you think?
This feels really stupid. I don't see. This feels like a fever dream to me because how many times have we been on this show? Not even just us on this show, Do you remember back when Insomniac was tweeting images of fucking Resistance?
Yeah, the Chimera.
And we were like,
that, yeah.
oh, there must be something. And that game is still, it is 2022. It is still landlocked to the PlayStation 3. You can play the third one on modern hardware, stream only. That's how you can play it right now on modern PlayStation hardware. So we don't have Resistance back in any form, in any way, shape, or form. But we have Horizon Zero Dawn, which I don't know what the point of a remake is at this point. And this is kind of what I was talking about. There are games where I understand, or even entire generations, entire console libraries where I understand. The PS1, absolutely. The PlayStation 1 was a rough period in time, especially for 3D games. That was everybody was learning their footing. There's a lot has been learned, and they looked hideous. Give those games a facelift, absolutely. PlayStation 2 starts to get a little bit dubious. And then 3 is where I feel like it's not really all that necessary. Maybe you can make a special case for something like Dead Space, where it's like so specifically horror that like you kind of gain a lot from that increase in fidelity. But PS4 to PS5, in this context, I'm sorry. Horizon Zero Dawn looks entirely fine as it is. I don't see the purpose of this. And what bothers me too is there's such a focus on accessibility options in these games, and that in and of itself doesn't bother me, but I feel like they're focusing very heavily on that so as to be like, well, what do you mean you're against this? Well, you don't want other people to you don't want other people to play the game.
I didn't want to say that, but I agree. It's like a shield.
It feels that way.
Yeah.
It feels like a little shield because it's like, oh, well, it's not ripping people off. It's just letting people who've never played the game before play the game. But it's like, how many people is that really?
Also, it begs the question, why would you charge for that? Why wouldn't you just put that into a patch?
Yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't you just patch that into the original game? Surely you can do that. It's not. I hate this. I hate this culture that we've cultivated where we're remaking games 3 days after they come out. I'm so tired. I'm tired.
Well, the point you make is well taken. Ryan Goldner writes in and agrees. He says, hey, Sacred, with the leak that Sony is remastering Horizon Zero Dawn, I have to ask, when will Sony start porting forward the games that actually need, aka titles trapped on PS3 and beyond? There are a bevy of titles with a few PS3 in particular being Infamous, Resistance, Folklore, Drakengard 3, White Knight Chronicles. It is just frustrating to see Sony so interested in making money on games already available on modern consoles when so many games are not, and I would happily pay for. Enough of my rant. Please get Chris some additional voice acting roles and have a good day, gents. Thank you, Ryan, for writing in. I totally agree, although I question the nature of the games you want to come back. It's like Resistance, okay, yeah, sure. Drakengard 3?
That's very specific.
I mean, that's a near game, but White Knight Chronicles? Dude, did you play White Knight Chronicles? I defy you to tell me that you played White Knight Chronicles and you want that game to come back. That game sucks. Oh my God, I hate that game. So there are a lot. Infamous and Infamous 2, Killzone 2 and Killzone 3. The Resistance trilogy.
Every single fucking Resistance. Right. Every single Resistance game.
I think games like Heavenly Sword. I mean, there are games that probably should come forward. And a game like Heavenly Sword is like a tempting remake. Even Heavenly Sword would be like a tempting remake for me. That would make sense. It's like, oh yeah, Heavenly Sword never got its full shine, came out at probably the worst single time for PlayStation. No one cared about PlayStation at this point. If it came out 5 years later, it would have been huge. It would have, totally. And so it seems nonsensical. And I agree from that perspective that you would want to focus on the games people can't play and make them more accessible. Unless what you're trying to do is make PlayStation Plus, the new PS Now kind of tier, is more, I don't know, valuable, but you can just have those games both streamable and downloadable. So I don't think it's that. Dustin, what do you think about Horizon Zero Shame?
So I feel like right now, everyone should be holding their pitchforks, ready to strike. But I really feel like we just simply don't know enough information yet on whether or not this is something to be angry about. Obviously, there's a train of thought that this isn't necessary, so it's a wasted time of resources, right? Sure, totally fair argument. I think, though, when it comes to PlayStation's recent trends, specifically talking about Last of Us Part 1, is that I don't think most people are upset about the idea of some of their favorite games getting new ports that are better fidelity, higher resolution, or whatever. It comes down to Sony's business model of how they are selling these.
Right.
So that's my question, is this Horizon Zero Dawn, which also it says in the source, we don't know if it's a remaster or a remake. So again, that's why I'm saying let's just hold our horses for a minute here. If they try to do exactly what they did with Last of Us Part 1, then yes, I think that this is absolutely ridiculous and a waste of resources. But if they try to do a thing where it's Horizon Zero Dawn director's cut, where you can spend $10, maybe even $20, I don't know. If there's some kind of upgrade path or something like that, then it really doesn't necessarily bother me that much, because it sounds like there is some extensive work being done to it. So for me, like I said, it's kind of just a wait and see approach. I don't know. Sony continually has shocked us in the PlayStation 5 era of the stupid shit they're willing to pull off. So my gut reaction is no. There's no possible way that they're going to try to charge $70 for this game and touch it up for a game that's this short of a turnaround, right? But at the same time, and I think this is a part of the news later, Last of Us Part 1 sold very well. It's the third best-selling game on the PlayStation Store. So why wouldn't they do this? Why wouldn't they? They've been rewarded for it with Last of Us Part 1, which you could argue is a more defensible position for how old the original game was. Sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The market speaks when it comes to these things. So I find it hard to believe that they would do a $70 repackage of this. But again, I'm willing to acknowledge that Sony continually shocks me in their money grubbing this console generation. So at the same time, I feel like that is also entirely possible. But I think we have to wait and see what the rollout is.
I think there's a route for them to charge $70 for it, assuming it's real, right? And I'll get into that in a second. But there is this argument that I even made with The Last of Us Part 1, that Part 1 plus Left Behind equals more value than the core game. But that's not really true, because they removed factions, right? So you're kind of getting a 1-for-1, let's say, value. And so then you have to just re-question the value at base level. However, Horizon has a way out of this, which is they can do Horizon plus Frozen Wilds and say this is ostensibly, not ostensibly, this is obviously a much better package at the price point than the original when you're getting this $20 expansion or whatever. I'm not saying it's a good argument. I'm not saying it's an argument that would justify its existence. I'm just saying that I feel like they can do it. And I wrote it down just to make sure I brought it up, because you had brought up the price point. Like, I just think it's obvious that Sony is not going to shake from this $70 price point. The first time they do it, and maybe you're right and they will, but the first time they do it, then everyone's going to be like, well, what about this game? And what about this game? And what about this game? And I think they're just trying to instruct everyone like it's not happening. And maybe there'll be some games that come out that will be this kind of thing, but not our AAA fare. But I want to say this real quick. This was shared with me a few months ago by someone reliable, this news, and I believed it. But it was not mine to report. I would have, other people have better sources and will report it on their own. I couldn't corroborate it personally, so it's not worth bringing up on the show, especially something this big. But I was shown what was purported to be a screenshot of it too, and it seems like it's going to be The Last of Us Part 1 kind of situation, like where we don't know what to call it, a remake or a remaster, or it's not a reimagining. We know that, like Final Fantasy VII, we're in this weird vernacular. We don't quite have any definitions for things, but I think it's going to be like new models, like you said, new models, new lighting, all of this, which is exactly what The Last of Us Part 1 is, to bring it more in line with The Last of Us Part 2, I suppose, or in this case, Horizon Forbidden West. And the only question I have there is, they're both PS4 games natively. I just find this totally shameless. This is, you're right. We don't know. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I mean to interrupt. I just thought of, because the justification for doing this is that we got to bring this game in line with the sequel, and it's like, okay, but then how many times can you do that? Like, if they make a Last of Us Part 3 in like I don't know, 7 years, it's going to look presumably like significantly better than The Last of Us Part 2. So then it's like, well, we need to get The Last of Us Part 2 and we need to bring The Last of Us Part 2 in line with The Last of Us Part 3 so it feels like what happened to just understanding the concept of the passage of time? What happened to that? Like, what happened to like, oh yeah, I could see as technology gets better, the movies look better. That's kind of wild. I don't know why that is something that we are so eager to evaporate. Wouldn't that be a cool thing to have work presered in that way?
George Lucas hates this conversation.
I know.
Right. Yeah. Right. But that's what I mean. It's like, this feels like Sony consistently just Lucasing up all their shit for what I deem to be no real reason. There's nothing offensively awful looking about Horizon Zero Dawn,
not remotely,
except for Child Aloy.
Yeah, Child.
But, but aside from that, that's a patch, bro. Like, if you really wanted to fix it, you could just update it. You can patch those kinds of things in. Anything else is just Lucasing, and it just feels so gratuitous when it's only been 5 years on a console, by the way, that doesn't look half bad. PS4 does not look bad at all.
Oh, Horizon.
So they updated it to work with PS5 and take advantage of 60 FPS.
Yeah, there is no foundational reason for it to exist. There is no, it's unplayable because it runs at 20 frames per second. No, it doesn't. It doesn't run at the right resolutions anymore. No, it doesn't. I mean, yes, it does. It works perfectly fine. So it literally is just to double dip in the name of like, oh, well, it's more in line with the modern thing. I can't wait for Last of Us Part 2 remake Part 1. You know what I mean? Like, at what point? That doesn't even feel impossible now.
No, it doesn't. I really feel like Dustin is fundamentally right. This is what I was going to say, actually, before I even say anything else, which is Dustin is fundamentally right that we don't really know what we're getting yet. But yes, you do.
So I want to throw this out here. Some info.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I looked back because I was trying to remember, that we got when Ghost of Tsushima came out, they released it again on PlayStation 5 a year later. This was the pricing structure. To upgrade your PS4 copy to the director's cut. So that wasn't generational. It was $20. Basically, you were paying $20 for the DLC. If you were taking your PS4 normal copy to the director's cut, it was $30. If you PS4 director's cut to PS5 director's cut was $10.
Why can't you just make games and then just sell them one time and then move on? Starting with PS4. Guys, I just want to say real quick, I don't care about any game from PS3 or before getting remade. Like, that's inoffensive to me. Whether or not the game is good or not, I don't know. But that idea is inoffensive to me. When we're talking about PS4 games, no. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris. Sorry, Dustin.
The thing I want to throw out just here is that, and this is just a hypothetical thinking out loud, is that would a solution like this, where there's 3 different price points where, do you just have Horizon Zero Dawn? Do you have Horizon Zero Dawn plus the Forbidden Wilds? Do you have this, with individual price points? So at least then as a consumer, you're only paying for what you need or what you want, right? Or what kind of upgrade path makes sense for what you're getting. As silly as it is, I would rather have 3 different price point options than just saying, hey, fuck you, here's a $70 price point if you want to play this game again.
Yeah, but the thing is like, that's like being asked, like, would you rather me shoot you in the head with a shotgun or get shot from 100 yards with a sniper rifle? It's like, why don't you just give it to us for free? It's like,
I agree with that.
I know that. I know what you're saying, but I just go back to like the problems are getting compounded because if what you're saying is true, which I agree with, then then the problem is not it's not destabilizing. It's getting more stable. It's actually getting more solidified. It's getting worse. Like they're becoming more money hungry and more grubby. I know it sounds vacant of business know-how, and I know that they're putting money and time in this. I get it, but why can't it just be that from the PS4 onward, they say we're making a game and we'll support the version of the game we released and make sure it's the best it can possibly be over time. And if you want to play Horizon, you can buy that version of the game, which now runs on PS5, now has 60 frames, now does this, now does that, now has Frozen Wilds and all this. I understand what you're saying, but this is an evolution in the wrong direction. I almost wanted them to devolve and be like, well, we can make this right because this product exists and we don't know quite what it's going to be. And maybe they will react to The Last of Us Part 1's bad critical, not critical reception, but I guess bad media coverage and all of the rest. But to your point, it did pretty well commercially, and I was very happy to buy it. But I think that I just fundamentally think there's a difference between The Last of Us and Horizon, not in terms of quality, although that exists as well, but just in terms of time. And it's shameless. It's if this is true and this is going to be a real product, like it's shameless because why are you doing this? To what end are you? There's so much Horizon now too. Are you going to run? And this is something we'll talk about in a little while, but are you going to run this into the ground now and ruin Horizon? I don't know, man. Ben Matthews wrote in about this though. He said, "Greetings, Colin and Co. What's up with the rumored remaster of Horizon Zero Dawn for PlayStation 5? Setting aside what type of remaster or remake this is this evidence that Sony wants to price their games more like Nintendo, where they retain their value for longer? In the past, you have observed that Sony quickly undervalues their games, especially considering their quality. Is the remaster strategy an attempt for Sony to rectify their past mistakes? When I bought Horizon Zero Dawn Complete Edition for PlayStation 4, it was $10, which is an insane value proposition. With a native version of Horizon Zero Dawn for PS5, they could reset the price back to $50 or $70. According to Amazon, other PlayStation 5 ports are still full price, such as Ghost of Tsushima and Death Stranding, but are deeply discounted on PlayStation 4. Has Jim Ryan realized the mistakes of Sony's past and is now making players pay the full worth of PlayStation games? And if so, is remastering and porting part of their strategy? Thanks. I mean, this could be it. This is the only thing I can really think of, is that they're trying to maybe, I don't want to say reset the market, but just extract the more permanent value out of their games. But the problem is that you can't do that when the old version of the game can be played on the new hardware for $10. I mean, what are you going to do with the old version of Horizon? And how are you going to say like, oh, the new one is 70, the old one is 10? It just doesn't, it's just like, wow, how can that be? I don't know. I understand. While I don't understand everyone being upset about PlayStation Stars or anyone being upset about PlayStation Stars, I get the cynicism about this one. In a time where we just don't know what they're doing and they're not speaking much, and this is the news that comes out amongst other things, it's disappointing.
The thing that's most gratuitous about it to me is, you know, oh, like you said earlier, oh, they're putting money and time into it. Why? Why aren't you working on the next thing? We already have Horizon. We already have Horizon Zero Dawn, and it is perfectly functional. Like, it is totally fine. Why are you putting time and money into this? I get the accessibility. Like, look, man, I'm totally about it. I think that's cool. If you want to, and that to me is a very patchable thing. I don't see why it wouldn't be. I look at a game like vanilla Destiny 2 and compare it to now, and I'm looking at it. It's like, this is a completely different game, stem to stern. Like, this feels like a very, 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 very different package. And if they're able to change the code of a game so significantly that it feels significantly different, that it functions entirely differently, surely there is a way to patch accessibility options into an existing game. Surely that's possible. That is not beyond the realm of possibility. And if that's where they want to do stuff, I say great. Maybe even like up the resolution. That's cool, but that's already on PC. So I imagine you already have like the highest fidelity version of Horizon Zero Dawn available to you in some capacity. So I don't know. It just feels so profoundly unnecessary.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I make the argument, right, Chris, that there is some sort of opportunity gain, opportunity loss. The idea that every opportunity you take is seemingly infinite opportunities lost. And
yeah. It's very. Imagine this for a moment.
Yeah.
Imagine Media Molecule shows up. Imagine Media Molecule shows up at a state of play and they're like, guys, we're remaking Dreams. Like, what? How do you feel about that?
I would stop playing video games forever if that happened. Probably.
I'll move into the mountains. Guys, Dreams runs at 140 frames a second on the PS5 now. And all new textures. God Christ.
It's just like, I understand, and we're going to have a better understanding that they want Horizon to be huge. This is a thing that they feel like should be big. And I think they felt like that way about The Last of Us as well. However, my whole argument about infinite opportunities lost is when the reason that I think The Last of Us was a little more justifiable was because there was a team that has never really come to fruition that did much of the work. And then it was finished by Naughty Dog in a really quality way. Like I thought The Last of Us Part 1 was worth $70, but I still feel like the game is more distant. The Last of Us is a better game. And I think in a more important game to have in the most solid condition possible. And as a one-off, it doesn't seem as cynical, but if this is a style that they're going to do now of game where they're going to pretend that this is like, we're going to buy this shit again and be happy about it, and unfortunately that would be part of the problem, of course, then it's disappointing. And it's to the point we made earlier. It's just, there are so many games that need just any sort of treatment, not the new lighting and new character models. Like, just port this shit over. I don't know. I don't understand what you're doing. You're leaving so many games stranded. We already have, not only do we already have a Horizon, we already have Horizon, not just a Horizon, not some sort of semblance of Horizon. We have it. And it's beautiful. It's great. It's 5.5 years old and it's wonderful. It's a wonderful game. So I don't know, man. We'll learn more about this, but remember, I told you guys a while ago that someone told me about Wolverine, and it was so unbelievable that I didn't share it with anyone because I was like, "There's no way that that's true." And then it ended up being true. There's a Wolverine game. I'm like, that's like the biggest load of nonsense I've ever heard. This is different. When I heard this, I was like, "Oh my god, I believe it," and I can't wait to not talk about this because I just want to get through it. We just got to survive now.
Yeah.
And that's basically it. Because I feel it coming, and I get this is the ingredient in the chemistry necessary to get a disgruntled PlayStation fan base. That I understand. And we'll see. Maybe they're going to come out and be like, this is $30. This is $20. This is $40. Maybe. If it's $40, okay.
That would be better.
With Frozen Wild and all that, yeah, I'll spend $40. I think that's fine.
One quick comment, because I just found the write-in about the pricing of their games really interesting. It seems that the games that they have kept at $70 are the games that they have outside media interests, whether it's a movie or a TV show. Returnal has been knocked down to $50. So that's one that hasn't remained at $70. The other one was Ratchet and Clank has been brought down as well. And I'm just looking on Amazon right now.
Yeah.
But Gran Turismo, Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon, all have remained at 70 for the time being. And Spider-Man has remained at 70. But not Sackboy. Sackboy's down to $30. So
yeah, damn. I want to see what does Returnal cost right now on PSN. Will it even show me? Because I own it already. I can't even tell.
Let's see.
It's like, okay, cool.
That's kind of weird that you can't.
I can log out, but I don't want to log back in. Who knows if I'll ever be with Sony? Who knows if I'll ever get back in?
I 45 on PlayStation Store, and it's on sale right now.
I don't know if this happens to you guys, but I swear to God, like sometimes I'll get logged out of the PSN, not on my PlayStation, but on like a web browser, and I'll type my password in, and I know it's my password.
No, totally. You know what the problem is? And it's the two-factor authentication like being busted. There's like a known bug that for some reason they won't fix. You cannot log into PlayStation Store or PlayStation Network on Vita if you have two-factor authentication open, and it will not tell you that. Like people just figured that out because it was like they're like trying to like find ways to just keep you off of the PSN on like to kill the Vita. So
crazy.
So
crazy.
I have it turned on obviously, but when I need to sync or like download something on Vita, I have to turn off two-factor authentication, or it will like give me some mystical error code that has no return. It's great. All right. Well, Horizon Zero Shame. We'll see when that comes out. Let's go into number 2. This is a long one, so sit back, but a lot of information here. This would certainly be the biggest news of the week, if not for the Horizon news. A mysterious Excel-style document has been making the rounds in recent days and has been mirrored by a number of sources. The document in question, the veracity and provenance of which is unknown, but which is considered by those most in the know as authentic. Seems to be a list of to list a number of upcoming PlayStation products, both by actual name and code name, giving us a precious glimpse into at least part of PlayStation Studios' internal workings, at least in Europe. It's worth noting that some sources, including those talking to the show, note that this document dated sometime in 2021 has been circulating at least for a few months, and it talks about 14 separate projects in development at 9 studios. In addition to the PS5 remaster for 2017's PS4 game Horizon Zero Dawn, which we just talked about, this document also lists Guerrilla as working on Horizon 2, which we know as Horizon Forbidden West, and which came to PS4 and PS5 earlier this year, as well as Forbidden West DLC and something called Horizon Online, which has been rumored but never and still not confirmed. As for the DLC, its existence was recently leaked by a voice actor working on it, though that shouldn't come as any surprise that it will be supported. Not surprisingly, Horizon Online is listed as a so-called game as a service. All of these Horizon games are listed as running in Decima, Guerrilla's proprietary engine that also ran the original Horizon, as well as games like 2013's Killzone Shadowfall, 2015's Until Dawn, and 2019's Death Stranding. The game goes on to list a Horizon VR title in development at Firesprite, the British studio that Sony didn't own at the time this document was reportedly written, but does now own. We know that this game is PSVR 2's Horizon Call of the Mountain, apparently due out when the headset launches. The document also lists an unannounced horror game in development at Firesprite codenamed Heartbreak. This is a survival horror game that actually leaked earlier this year when Firesprite was openly hiring for it. The game is set to run on Unreal Engine 5 and is listed for both PS5 and PC. Next up is longtime second-party partner Sumo Digital, which is listed as working on 2 games. A PC port of what is listed only as Sackboy, but which is almost certainly the recently dated PC port of the PS5 game Sackboy's A Big Adventure, and a second, more mysterious game codenamed Carbon. Carbon is listed as an open-world game running on an unknown engine and listed only for PlayStation 5. As far as I can tell, this is something new. The rumblings of an open-world sumo game of an unknown origins began circulating earlier this year, again due to job listings. Next up is Lucid Games, also with 2 titles listed, but here's where things get a little more interesting considering its date. Destruction All-Stars, which has long been out, is one game, but the other is something codenamed Red Star. Red Star is assumed to be a Twisted Metal game and is listed as vehicular combat in this document, just like Destruction All-Stars. However, as you may remember, rumor was Lucid lost the Twisted Metal project to aforementioned newly acquired Sony team Firesprite. Based on Destruction All-Stars' critical and commercial reception, it's likely Sony pulled the plug on their work and brought it internal, and this isn't yet reflected in this document. Moving on, we get a little more rapid fire. Housemarque, also newly purchased by Sony, is listed as bringing Returnal to PC, which has leaked several times but has not been officially announced. Koei Tecmo is listed as working on a game called Ronin, exactly what which would have been especially tantalizing if this had leaked just a few weeks earlier. We now know exactly what this game is, Rise of the Ronin, set to come to PS5 in 2023. Kojima Productions has a single listing as well with a project codenamed Ocean. Running in Decima, just like Death Stranding, this is widely believed to be that game's sequel and is listed for PS5 only. In recent months, we learned that second-party team Ballistic Moon is working on a PlayStation-published survival horror game codenamed Bates, and that's confirmed here, though this document listed for both PS5 and PC and has it running in Decima as well. And finally, Sony's London-based team London Studio is apparently working on a game as a service called Camden. London is primarily known for its more casual output, and Project Camden is due out on both PS5 and PC. So that is a lot. And we'll get into it bit by bit. But this document, I was wondering, Dustin, let's start with you. You had a chance to look at it, and what do you make of it in totality? Do you expect that it's real? I want to just read to people that it's an Excel-style document listing developer names or XDev, which is their second-party initiative, the studio names and all of the rest, and then game or code names, genres, the engines, platforms, if they're multiplayer or not, and then actually the primary engineer. And this is where I think, and supporting engineer as well, and this is where I think things get real, or that it's a very well done fake, which I don't think it is, and that these are all real people. I looked into all of them on Moby Games. They're all at Sony. They've all been there for a long time. It's obviously a real document. Where it comes from and who leaked it and when is unknown, but I'm wondering what you think of its revelations and confirmations.
Yeah, well, I think that it kind of just confirms a lot of the different leaks we've heard about over the past year, specifically thinking about Lucid working on assumingly what was going to be a Twisted Metal game, but like you said, it's now out of date. There's a few interesting areas that we don't know anything about, specifically this Sony London game, which is one of the 10 or whatever games as a service that they're doing. Who knows what that could be? I think Sony London was their last title, the VR game. the Guy Ritchie game. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's like the Inpatient or whatever.
No, that was the horror one.
Let me look here. I'll look it up for you. London Studio. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, Blood and Truth. You're right. Yeah, no.
Blood and Truth.
Yeah, that was their last game. And then before that, they're really known for peripheral support, like mic support with SingStar, camera support with iToy, and all the rest. So, but it's exciting because they're also the team that made like The Getaway, right?
Right.
At least an original team there did.
I will say the thing that's disappointing, and I saw a lot of people mentioning this online, is that there's once again no mention of any kind of Bloodborne related project on this at all. And you got to wonder, I'm assuming that there's too much baggage with opening up that game again, whether it's From Software not being available to work on it. And honestly, that game is such a technical mess. It makes me wonder if they want to do it, but they again have to, like Colin, what you said is either work with an entirely different team to completely remake it or something like that. But once again, Bloodborne fans are left out in the cold.
It's important to make note of something here. Mm-hmm. This seems to reflect only Sony's European studios. This is definitely not an all-inclusive thing. And so Media Molecule's not on this list at all, which is, I think, the most disappointing news because it indicates they're not making anything except for Dreams. At least at least at this point back in the day, but it touches on all their other properties here, like London, Guerrilla, and XDev. Again, XDEV is just the name Sony uses for external development for second-party games, like internal production of those games, where you're sharing engineering and production assets and all the rest. So there's no reason, I don't think, for you to be worried about it if you're worried for Bloodborne, because that would be on either the American docket with Bluepoint or in the Japanese one. So I don't think Bloodborne fans, I don't think you have anything that you can stand down. I don't think you have anything to worry about here. To allay your
fears. We got plenty to worry about.
Well, you do have a lot to worry about. I'm telling you, man, like I've heard so much about Bloodborne behind the scenes and I just don't know what's going on with it. I can't even begin to conjecture about it, but I will. And say that I think it has probably some combination to do with FromSoft being distracted. That I don't think Sony feels like they could do Bloodborne without them, like they did Demon Souls. Like I think they got away with Demon Souls and Bluepoint because it was very well done, and Demon Souls is pretty obscure. Like I think even a lot of Dark Souls fans never played Demon Souls. You would have had to have a PS3 to play Demon Souls.
Yeah.
And so I think that was a little looser, but with Bloodborne, it's a much more well-regarded game. It's a much better game. I mean, I think Bloodborne's awesome. And you just might be more skeptical of doing it, but it's just weird that they haven't touched it at all. And I do think people are crazy to think that that Sony doesn't know that Bloodborne's big. They know. So there has to be something. And if they can just maybe figure out the money situation with From or get them back or just have an external team, and who knows what kind of gentleman's agreements or things behind the scenes, like they might not be able to do anything like contractually without From. It might just be locked up like that. I mean, who the hell knows? I doubt that, but it could be. So we're just we're conjecturing a lot, but I wouldn't worry about that because I think this is maybe 1/3 or less of the full picture. I would even say maybe it's like 1/4 of the picture. I would say the US is probably going to be half of the picture, and then Japan will be the other 1/4 of the picture. Chris, what did you think when you saw this list and all the different games, the code names, and all the rest?
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I think Horizon Online is the most interesting thing because it makes the most. Yeah, it makes sense that you would probably want to have some kind of online, in all likelihood, live service attached to something like Horizon, which, you know, according to Sony, is the biggest thing in the world, and they have to get as much of it out as possible. So we're getting that VR game. We're getting, obviously, we just got Forbidden West. We're obviously going to get this remake thing. Probably trying to get a lot of buzz and trying to get this IP in the hands of like a lot of people and in the minds of a lot of people. So that way, when this live service comes out, and make no mistake, if they're doing a Horizon Online, it will be a live service.
Oh, no doubt. This I would assume will be one of the two, or one of the 12 rather, live service games would be Horizon Online. I think the major disappointment to me though, Chris, is like kind of the connection. We've long speculated, and I felt like it was just safe speculation that there must be in Europe somewhere a SOCOM game or something like that in development, or some sort of Rainbow Six Siege like game, because of the people they were hiring from Ubisoft Montreal specifically that worked on that game.
Yeah.
And I think it's for that, which kind of sucks. You know, it's like,
yeah, it does.
It's like, oh man, that's the game. You know, again, assuming that this list is somewhat complete for the territory.
Right. Yeah, that would be remarkably disappointing. It's just one of those things where we've constantly kind of hoped that there was a SOCOM and like around in some way behind the scenes in some capacity. And it at least from the picture that this paints, it doesn't look like there is one. Wouldn't be the first time that I think about Splinter Cell all the time when I hear stuff like this, because like we've heard about Splinter Cell behind the scenes like a million times, and they're like, oh yeah, it turns out it's not real at all. Fuck you, in fact. So sorry, SOCOM guys. Doesn't look like anytime soon we're going to be getting anything. But Horizon makes a ton of sense to me. Horizon makes a ton of sense to me now. Now that I see how they're treating Horizon, like I don't think it made sense to me before. I think Horizon makes more sense to me as a single player game. I really don't understand how you would make a multiplayer game out of it. But seeing how much they're pushing it, seeing how much they pushed the sequel, and the fact that it's getting a VR title, and the fact that it's getting a remake like just a handful of years after the original game. By the way, something that I didn't even think about until I saw this list for this story. If they do end up doing that Horizon remake, they kind of shot themselves in the foot by putting the first one on PC already. Because at least with The Last of Us Part 1, they had the excuse to be like, hey, well, we're going to put this on PC as well, and this is going to be PC's introduction. But PC already has Horizon Zero Dawn. Man, it just gets confusing the more it goes along.
Yeah, it totally does. I mean,
yeah,
I was going to say, I think the thing is I think Horizon makes perfect sense in multiplayer. They've always wanted multiplayer in it. It's just that and they just never could make it work. It's just do people want to hunt these dinosaur robots together? I mean, that's just the only question to me. It's like, I don't know. There's just so many multiplayer games. Why would people want to? So to your point, it's not that it doesn't work. It's just that I don't know that's that compelling compared to the million other ways people can play online together. Part of what makes the game so fun to play is dissecting these massive robots by yourself. It's dangerous and scary. And I don't know. We'll see. There's important things to remember here. Again, there's Horizon remake, Horizon 2 as it is now. Well, there's the original Horizon and Horizon 2. There's a Horizon remake. There's the Horizon original DLC. There's going to be the DLC support, like I said, for Horizon Forbidden West. Then there's going to be Horizon Online, Horizon VR, the Call of the Mountain on PSVR 2. Plus,
and the show,
there's certainly going to be a Horizon 3. And then, yes, there's going to be a Netflix show. And I just think, I'm like, is Horizon that interesting? It's really good. But I don't think it's a series worth this much attention. And I'm scared of what that means. I don't like the idea of Horizon just getting run into the ground. I think what was so fun about Horizon Forbidden West was it was a long time. It was 5 years. I think that's a great amount of time to wait between games. And I would be happy to wait another 5 years for the third game. And I think that would be a really appropriate amount of time. And you don't really, I just think they need to be a little bit careful about what numbers they're mining and what they're getting out of these sales numbers and stuff, because I just think they seem to have this propensity now, or at least this willingness to get stuck in the mud a little bit more and stick with things a little longer than they used to. One of the cool things about Sony, with rare exception, is that they moved on. They really did. It's kind of remarkable. I mean, that's one of the things they make fun of Nintendo for, is it's just so tired, man. Like, what, can you make anything new? I appreciate that there's like new styles of Zelda. There's new, but it's like, what is Mario? Make new games? What are you so afraid of? And I did feel like that was Sony's advantage, especially in when you compare them to Xbox, where they just kind of hung their success on Halo and Gears of War and very limited other games. And Sony kind of just had a bunch of different games, a bunch of different series. It was like an experience. And so when I see this and it's Guerrilla listed all these times and it's all Horizon, I'm like, that's a real waste, man. They're not making something new. They're not making a Killzone game. They're not flexing their muscles. Now, maybe they are doing something else, but it seems like that's a lot of work for Guerrilla. I mean, they're not that big. They're not fucking Bungie. I don't know how many games you expect them to make. Plus, they're externally producing this Fire Sprite stuff as well. So when I see that, I get a little disappointed, just because I think,
of course,
Horizon's going to get run into the ground. It's going to happen. And that's a shame, because I don't think it was there. I don't think it was anywhere close to being run into the ground with 2 games in 5 years. And Aloy's cool, and that story's cool, man. The story in the second game is awesome. In my opinion, the direction it goes is fucking wild. It's awesome. And just make it a great game. What are we doing? I don't know. And then with Firesprite, just to go through some more of this stuff, this was obviously listed before Firesprite was purchased. And I wonder if this Project Heartbreak is on Unreal Engine listed as a survival horror game on both PS5 and PC. I wonder if that PC version is going to get nixed or pushed away or nixed later on, because I don't think they want to release games day and date. I think they reiterated that on PS5 and PC. So that was probably something that was in development when they were still second party. And maybe that changes now. Who knows? And then Sumo Digital is listed as doing an open world game called Carbon. We really don't know anything about that, but it's listed as PS5 only. Like we said, Red Star is Twisted Metal. That's going to be probably out of Lucid's hands now and with Firesprite. And it would have been awesome. Like if this leaked a month ago in Koei Tecmo, Ronin, it's like, what is this fucking weird thing? But now we know what that is. Kojima Productions' Ocean open world game running on Decima on PS5 is assumed to be, again, Death Stranding 2. We already knew about Ballistic Moon's Project Bates, which is a survival horror game. We do know now from this it's running on Decima and will be on PS5 and PC. And then again, London's game as a service called Camden. We'll see more about this. I kind of wonder if Camden... My fantasy is that would be like some sort of getaway game. Like some sort of Grand Theft Auto, GTA Online type game. The Getaway was so good. I love that game so much. So keep an eye on all of this. Some interesting leaks for you PlayStation nerds out there, my friends. All right, let's get into number 3. The head of PlayStation Studios, Herman Hulst, has been doing the media rounds recently, and he spoke with at least 4 different sources about goings-ons within Sony's first-party initiative, at least vaguely. Let's start with this conversation with website Axios. There, Hulst confirms that Sony is going in on so-called games as a service. When we last heard from Sony, they had the first and second party number at 10, just for that style of monetization. To Axios, Hulst upped the number to 12. And as we already know that Horizon is coming to the games as a service space, it shouldn't be a surprise that he confirms that some of these dozen monetizable games will be existing franchises. Interestingly, he notes in part that, quote, some of our biggest titles in the single-player narrative-driven space are also our most profitable titles, end quote. This sounds impressive, but think about it. How couldn't that be the case? Sony doesn't have a single solitary example of a persistent, current, and popular multiplayer game, not one. If they weren't making money from their single-player games, they'd be in trouble. That said, they're continuing to look to diversify, with PC an obvious continued target, and mobile too, though their movement there is a little more mysterious, not obvious. As Axios notes, they recently bought mobile-first publisher and developer Savage, and that will no doubt hint at more to come. The juiciest thing to come out of Hulst's conversation with Newswire or Reuters, meanwhile, is probably something being overplayed. The possibility vaguely hinted at that maybe Sony would work with From Software, which it now owns a part of, on film and TV projects. He said in part, quote, you should think of collaborations on the game development side first and foremost, but it's also not unthinkable with our PlayStation Productions efforts that we explore opportunities, end quote. Meanwhile, a tidbit in his talk with publication GQ notes the following in part, describing Hulst's, quote, baptism by fire, end quote, after taking the reins of first party in 2019. Quote, the primary effect of the COVID-19 pandemic has been to slow walk what should have been PlayStation 5's launch lineup over a 2-year stretch. Only now, with next month's release of God of War Ragnarok, will that process be complete, end quote. He also reaffirms Sony's commitment to what is arguably better than anyone, and that's making story-driven games. Quote, PlayStation games are typically beautifully crafted worlds with great characters and have a really impactful, meaningful story. I think that's the DNA of what we have always created, and I don't want that to go away, end quote. He then reaffirms the 25 games in development line split between first and second party, of which half are new IP, and as noted earlier, 12 are live service games. Finally, Hulst repeats much of what we've already discussed here in his conversation with famous Japanese gaming publication Famitsu, though he does state what we suppose is obvious, but is worth getting on the record. Quote, for mobile games, we basically want to release works based on existing IP, so you're making adjustments to the console title and releasing it on mobile. We are also considering crossplay between both console and mobile, end quote, noting Savage's game as an example of what it might do. So nothing new to coming to mobile, but potentially additive content. Also available on PS5. Dustin, a lot here. What do you think?
I don't know. For the audio listeners, I did the meme where you take off your headphones when you hear about crossplay with mobile. Just not liking that very much. But I think the thing that stands out to me the most here is, of course, the From Software bit is really interesting. In fact, it made me think of a meme in my head of like the meme where the guy's like, real shit, when he talks about working with From Software, and then for a TV show I sleep, and that's exactly how I feel. It's like the worst roller coaster ever of any kind of line that Herman Hulst has ever said. It reeks of someone who doesn't get it, of why people like From Software games. Yes, people do enjoy the lore and the stories of these games. You can see evidence of that in the numerous YouTubers who break down the lore. But they don't like, part of the reasons why they like it is its cryptic nature and how you discover it through playing a fucking video game. So I don't think that any fans of From Software really want a TV show or a movie based on these IP. I'm not saying it's impossible to make something good, but it just is a total lack of understanding of why people like those games. So I don't know. If it happens, maybe I would at least hope that they would take the animated route with it. But even that, I don't know, feels unlikely. But I don't know. There's a lot of things in this overall interview that there's nothing about it that's inherently bad, but a lot of it just feels like Sony pointed their ship in a direction that is not very appealing to the core gamers or whatever, listeners of this show, people like us. It doesn't feel good.
It feels like a very curated kind of. I mean, I guess that's the point of these things. They are curated. They are media trained. And I mean, like when we think about the games we make here at PlayStation, we've always made games about big worlds and really meaningful stories. And I'm like, well, not always. Kind of recently, like in the last like 10 years, I think.
Yeah, I think it started probably in the PS3 era, really.
Yeah, like late PS3 is probably when that really started. I mean, I wouldn't really say Kratos God of War 2018 was a particularly deep and meaningful character. At least not the way he was written. But yeah, it feels. That From Software TV show made me chuckle. the idea of like you don't want a Dark Souls sitcom. You don't want Curb Your Enthusiasm in Yarnum. I don't know what you would even do with a show based on a game that is so cryptic and so unguided. Like it's very much a video game. Most of From Software's game, like it's very much not something that translates all that well. So I just, it is so weird.
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, I love it.
To me, well, this is why I don't think there's much here, because that's what I was saying in my write-up. I mean, from my perspective, I think people are kind of overplaying that. He says right out, he's like, our fundamental focus is games. And right. So I don't see much there. There are two things that he says that I think do stick out. The first is this throwaway about his quote, some of our biggest titles in the single player narrative driven space are also our most profitable titles, end quote. You only make those right now. So I would really hope that was true, Herman. I mean, I don't know what that was even supposed to be. Some people are even reporting that. And I'm like, what? Can you name a single multiplayer game of any substance that has succeeded or really lived on PlayStation from first or second party? I mean, what game is that? So I thought that was just strange. I just feel like that was very media trained and very planted. And then the other thing that I thought was interesting was this idea that he talks, I think, to GQ about, where he says that God of War Ascension was... I'm sorry, not God of War Ascension. Why am I talking about God of War Ascension? God of War Ragnarok was really considered like a launch window game that really got unsettled, and that they're now just getting through all of that. And maybe that can explain or telegraph to us somehow the reason for the silence, that they really don't want to talk yet because they're not quite ready. But I still think they don't want to talk yet because I don't think we're going to like everything we see. I still think there's some major component to it of that. Not to say that the games aren't going to succeed, but that those, like the PlayStationistas out here, they're not gonna like some of this stuff. I'm telling you, you're not.
You guys better really prep yourself, okay? You're probably gonna hear a shocking amount of pop music, and you're gonna see a lot more dancing than you're used to. All right, I promise you. I promise you, there's going to be obnoxious emotes, and art styles are going to be very streamlined. You're going to see, man. I'm fully expect. I wish I could place bets. Like, I would bet a good 40% to maybe 50% of these games are going to look Fortnite adjacent. Not exactly the same, but they're going to be that streamlined, kind of like simplified look, so that they can run on mobile, maybe.
Certainly one of them will. I mean, certainly at least one of them will have that aesthetic and that appeal. Sony has never succeeded in that space. Not that they've really tried very hard. I will give it to them. They never really tried. It's not. I think the hardest they really tried was with Kill Strain. And it's like,
I remember that.
It was a PS4 game from Sony San Diego. And it was like a MOBA style kind of weird thing.
Oh, yeah.
And that was like kind of the game I think they kind of most believed in internally, that to maybe do something, and Drawn to Death, I think, to a lesser extent, but they've never really tried. You have your Helldivers and all these random games, but those are not successful games. It's the Helldivers is going to get a sequel. So I don't know. It's interesting to hear him talk, but I just feel like what was the purpose of these interviews? These were obviously interviews pitched by Sony to a series of outlets. It's always interesting to see the outlets they work with. They have no respect for games media anymore. It's so funny. Like, they don't care about the IGNs and the GameSpots at all. They don't talk to them. They talk to GQ. And
that is interesting.
Obviously a newswire like Reuters, and you speak to Famitsu, legendary publication in Japan, especially to allay fears. That I read that interview in Famitsu, and it was all basically allaying fears that the Japanese industry was getting all fucked up by Sony and the removal of Japan Studio and all of that. So that's more what that's oriented about. But in the meantime, we'll continue to kind of keep our ear down. I don't know when they're going to say something. I think we're getting into the point where there's nothing more to say this year, right? I mean,
probably not.
Are they going to have an event this year? I mean, PlayStation Experience was in December back in the day. I just think things are different now. Well, let's do a gut check real quick. Dustin, do you think that we will have an event before the end of the year, or like some sort of, will we get another either, and you can be as illustrative as you want, but will we get either a state of play and or like some sort of showcase before the end of the year?
I think we will at the very least get a state of play before the end of the year. But I feel like people are hungry for a showcase and not a state of play at this point. The big thing, and this is a little bit into the next news topic, but they have to do some kind of stream for PSVR 2 at some point. So I think you can lock that in for this year. But as far as laying out their first party, I don't know. The way they've been so quiet, I would have expected it to happen by now. So I think that most likely we're going to get a PSVR 2 blowout. After that's released, maybe then we get a showcase. So that way they can kind of focus their marketing on the giant new product arm of PlayStation in early 2023.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You make a compelling case. Chris, where's your mind at?
I mean, that was pretty much exactly what I would have assumed as well. Like, I do think they have to start talking about PSVR sooner than later for sure. Especially just because it's we anticipate March, right? That's kind of our gut feeling. I know that's mine.
Yeah.
And so it makes sense to get it out at least maybe December or something. It'd be like an interesting December show. I don't think we're going to get like a proper game showcase like we got when the PS5 was first like really, really shown though. And I think that's in the cards for this year.
Well, let's get into PSVR. Number 4, according to a report from Bloomberg Japan, Sony is prepping PlayStation VR 2 or PSVR 2 in a major way. Indeed, the publication reports that Sony will have manufactured 2 million units by the time it launches early in 2023, though a specific release date is yet unknown. It's assumed to be released as well as it's assumed to be released as soon as February or March. And Bloomberg itself notes that this news, which comes from its well-connected sources, quote, sets an ambitious outlook that defies the global economic malaise, end quote. Keep in mind, of course, that PlayStation 5 is still hard to find some 2 years after launch. However, the publication sources note that PSVR 2 entered production last month and that there have been no supply constraint issues, the same of which cannot be said for PS5 itself. Also, it assumes heavy demand that didn't exist for the original PlayStation VR headset, which came out in 2016. It took 8 months for PSVR to sell half as many as Sony is prepping for PSVR 2s for launch. Bloomberg predicts PSVR 2's major competitor, MetaQuest 2, at 17 million sold, several times higher than PSVR's cumulative sales, and notes that developers remain wary of a device with little market penetration. It's going to be an interesting moment for us with PSVR 2 if it's going to work or not. They seem to be very bullish. 2 million units for launch. Again, they sold 1 million in 8 months, I think, is what the statistic was when the first one came out. So they're expecting to sell many more than that in the first weeks, I assume, or months of its availability. Although maybe they just want to have it a situation where they're easy to find so that anyone interested can just get one, which is very smart, which is obviously not where they're going to be with PlayStation 5. And by the way, I saw this report circulating that Sony said that they were going to manufacture 30 million PS5s next year. And I was like, that sounds insane and ridiculous. And I cannot find the provenance of that story. Like, I don't know what the source of that story is. So that's why it's not reported here. I don't believe that. That seems insane. I don't even know if they could sell that many, to be honest with you. Like right now, like they will over time, obviously, but nonetheless, I'm curious what you guys think of VR. We talked a little bit about it here, but Dustin, we'll go to you. MetaQuest 2 is more successful than I thought. When I was looking at the sales numbers, I didn't expect it to be that high. My nephew Dash loves his MetaQuest 2. I'm trying to convince him to try PSVR 2 when it comes out. He'll come to the house and give it a go. Now, I'm going to buy this thing when it comes out, no doubt. And I don't really care what games are available for it. I just kind of want to try it out. I think PSVR or VR generally is quite promising. It's just, it needs to be easier. And I think that this seems like it's going to be an easier solution, but I think the sticking point is the price. And the story on Bloomberg talked a lot about the fear of that there is a fear that it will literally cost as much as the console. Do you have anything to say about PSVR? I mean, I guess we're kind of running on very little information.
Well, the fact that they're producing 2 million units is really interesting to me. It sounds extremely confident, as it was said here in this article, that it took 8 months for PSVR to sell half as many units as they're prepping for the launch. So, I mean, it's speculation, but I wonder if this means this thing is going to be cheaper than we initially thought as a way to make it more competitive against the MetaQuest 2. It's a possibility, but that's one of those things that I really can't even get myself to be hopeful about, just because this is Sony that we're talking about here. So it seems extremely confident, especially when there's so many people that are still just after getting the console itself. So I wonder if there is some truth to the thought that maybe there will be more PlayStation 5s available. So they want to make sure they can also have these available at the same time as well. But it seems strange. There's like one missing piece of the puzzle, because while all the games, like the Horizon game looks really cool, and the games we've seen are awesome. They look awesome, but there's not that one thing yet that I think that demands you get this. Maybe Resident Evil VR for a lot of people is going to be that game, especially based off of Resident Evil Village VR, especially based on how much people enjoyed 7. But I don't feel like currently the launch lineup is compelling enough to make that many units. So maybe there is a price factor here as well. But I think the important thing, and this is what both Chris and I just said, is that they need to put the information out soon. It's at that time where you want to start getting pre-orders in, and people are going to start thinking about this. Even in a way, knowing that it won't be out before Christmas, it might be nice just for people to start thinking about that, so that maybe if they get money for Christmas, they know this product is coming on this day. I'm going to put my money down on it. They have to have pre-orders out before Christmas for sure. So it's right now, what, the first or second week? It's still okay. It's still the first week of October
when we're recording.
Yeah, when we're recording. Surely by early November, we know the full launch lineup along with price and a pre-order. But I don't know. It seems like they would, if it's any later than that, they're cutting it close.
I think another major thing to keep in mind is just the economy. The two major points about it is just that we're in a recession right now. I mean, regardless of these very political economic definitions, suddenly the definition of recession is not what it was for time immemorial. Now we have to change it to something else because it makes the wrong people look bad. but we are entering an even worse economic situation. Like OPEC, the oil cartel, just announced that they're cutting production by 2 million barrels a day, which means prices are going to skyrocket again, gas prices. Interest rates are going up. Interest rates are at 7 points and even higher than that now to get a mortgage in the United States, which is at like a 20-year high. I mean, I feel bad for anyone trying to get a house now. I was reading that like my mortgage rate is below 3%. I was reading that at the difference between 3.5% and 7%. I mean, I guess this makes sense, would add an average of $1,000 per month on the average mortgage in the United States, just that percentage increase. So makes housing unaffordable. This has obviously a huge trickle down effect, but that is to rein in inflation, which is wrecking people's savings and their bank accounts and their ability, their purchasing power. I think Sony is interestingly bullish launching this hardware in that environment. And I also wonder if they just really have no choice. I mean, these things are kind of inexorable. You have inertia at some point. Like this thing's coming out. This thing's planned years ago, and here it's coming. And you just kind of, I mean, it was planned before COVID. It's going to have a rough go, I think, unfortunately. I don't know if the price can mitigate that. I don't know if people's interest in VR can mitigate that. I think, Chris, that they might have some sort of opportunity. I think Sony playing up its boutique-ishness, like it's like a brand of quality, I think is a turnoff to a lot of people, but it's actually what Apple does, and it works to some people too. And I think they can maybe do something like that. Just to say, like, our games are $70. Now everyone's games are $70. Our hardware is a little more expensive. This is more expensive, but we have a high quality thing. I mean, maybe that's a turn, but do you have anything else to say? I know we've already talked a lot about this unit today.
Yeah, I think I'll just say this. I think the Quest 2 is very, very stiff competition. I think regardless of how powerful this machine is, I really think it's going to be kind of a Switch situation where this thing's going to keep trucking because it is just the most convenient thing to use. Even with PSVR being as advanced and as cool as it was, I mean, I had a Vive, an HTC Vive, that was significantly better than the Quest 2. Significantly more fidelity, had better controllers, it had better tracking. And I sold that thing because the Quest is just so convenient without that wire. And I know that it's not, one wire is a bigger improvement than, the ridiculous. I always think of Michael Fassbender in the Assassin's Creed movie for whatever reason, where he had all those things like he's like flying around in that thing with all the shit plugged in the back of his head. It's not that cumbersome anymore, but I don't know, man. It's 2 million is a lot. That's a lot of units for this thing to sell, especially because the last one didn't do terribly, but it's not something that people regard particularly highly in the VR space.
Not anymore. I mean, it was for a few years, like the North Star, and then suddenly it wasn't anymore.
But then it was like it kind of had a Vita problem where it just sort of just didn't have much support.
No, totally.
It didn't die in the same way. It's obviously because they're making another one. It's not, but I worry about it purely because I know the value of convenience to so many people. And this thing has to be priced very, very competitively if it's going to hope to sell those 2 million units in a reasonable time frame in an economy like this. So, I mean, we'll see. I'm not so confident we're going to see the whole launch lineup by November. I think it might actually be a little bit later. It might even be like a December thing. Or even maybe January. I would be surprised to see that. But, I don't know, man. It's an uphill battle.
Yeah, I think
even as cool as the technology looks, we're all going to get it day one. And we're going to toy around with that stuff because we're enthusiasts and we just kind of dig this stuff. I just like opening boxes with new electronics in them, quite frankly, to be completely honest with you. That smell is so nice.
Oh, it is.
And also, I'm just like really curious about the controllers, but like I know a lot of people, man, they're so content with their Quest 2, it's insane.
Yeah, you got to be able to break in. I think software is going to be a big point of contention, or not. Maybe they got it lined up. I think they said something like they themselves have like 20 games in development. I guess maybe that means like that they're supporting in some way. I doubt that they're internally developing almost anything.
They got to get Half-Life in there.
There is a rumor that Half-Life. There is a rumor, but that I've never heard of the website that's reporting that. Like, I don't know, but maybe it's true. I would believe that it's true, but I don't know the website. So that's why I'm not comfortable like saying that that's it's not been verified by anyone I know. So until that is, But that would be big. I would be really excited about that. I just think it is a little bullish to say we're manufacturing 40% of our total sold units of the last one for launch or around launch in the launch window. So they might have like a silver bullet. I don't really know. Like, could it be some sort of killer app, or could it be the price? Like, could they in their minds know that we're going to sell this thing for nothing, basically? I mean, there could be something crazy about that, especially remembering, of course, that price of Meta went up, which is
it would be possible. Weird. It would be possible purely because most of the processing power is coming from the PS5 anyway. So it is very possible that they could save a lot on that stuff and put out a unit that is competitively priced. I don't see a reality where this thing comes out and is $500 and it does well.
Yeah, I agree. I just think that's too much. I think unfortunately, I think it's going to be 400, and I think that's going to be
even
much.
That's a lot. Yeah,
like I think 300 would be the right price point. Now they would eat a lot of money selling it at that price point, but when you're making, it's easier said than done, right? Like, I'm not a fucking C-suite executive, but when your company is making billions of dollars in revenue and billions of dollars, low billions in profit, is it worth it to say, like, we'll eat $100 million to just make this thing as cheap as possible and just see what happens? We'll take 1/25 of our profit for the year and just see what happens, right? And I know that that's not really how it works, but it is kind of how it works. There are loss leaders all the time. There are companies that didn't make money for 20 years. Sometimes you have to just really force something into the market and then see what happens with it. That's Amazon did that. Netflix did that. I mean, and they revolutionized everything. It's different with peripheral and a piece of hardware, but I just feel like Sony did once have the mentality that it wasn't very important to make money on hardware. And they had that mentality when they were a smaller company making much less money. So I don't know. You don't want to get caught behind where like the funny thing about the PlayStation 3 era, during the fat PlayStation 3 era, was every PS3 they sold, they lost money. And the more they sold, the more money they lost. And it was this weird thing where they were just dying, kind of. And it wasn't really working out. You don't really want to play around with the math too much, I guess is what I'm saying. But it just seems to me, I think you got to do what you got to do to get this thing out at a reasonable price. $500 is a non-starter, I think. I don't know, man. Yeah. That to me that would be insane.
Yeah, especially when people still can't find machines.
Right, and especially with a wire coming out of it.
Yeah, no.
One thing to keep in mind, though, is the PSVR came with Move controllers, right?
It depends on which bundle you buy.
Right, so I asked that just because we have to factor in that this thing will fundamentally have to come with controllers, and it's not going to assume that you have PlayStation Move controllers or whatever. There's just going to be an extra cost in the box, and that might just fundamentally raise the price beyond which we're really understanding where it has to be. You know, in other words, saying like it can't really be 300 because maybe if we were selling the headset, it could be 300, but we're actually selling like the controllers and all the other shit too with it. We're not going to do it a la carte. I'm sure there'll be a la carte options, but I don't know. So I don't have all the information. I'm just most worried about the economic condition in which this thing is being submitted into in the West. It's not a good scene. And I said it in the past, like the US dollar is not doing well and every other currency is doing worse. I mean, it's almost hard to imagine. I went to the supermarket last week. Micah usually does the shopping. So I went with her because I was actually making sauce. And so I was getting and I was like, what happened? Like, this is insane. What is going on here?
It's crazy out there, man.
Scary. It's like legit scary that things cost so much money. And also it's legit scary to go to the supermarket over and over again. And I go to Publix. It's not like it's like some like out of the way mom and pop IGA or something. And it's like a quarter empty of products. Like there's just things that are just gone. Like, what is happening here? It seems like the first step of some sort of apocalyptic situation. It's so crazy how quickly it can all unravel.
Oh yeah.
And you just see signs of it. Little signs, anyway, that I notice. What's sad is that a lot of younger people were born into this and they won't know it any different. Okay.
Yeah, that is. Oh my God.
Let's go to number 5. This was a very first and second party focused episode so far with the news. In a normal week, this would be the top story, I think, of the entire show. Number 5, Polish publisher and developer CD Projekt, best known for its gaming adaptations of The Witcher and Cyberpunk, has unleashed an ambitious new plan for its future. This future involves a bunch of new games from familiar franchises and new IP alike from studios all over the world, hopefully delivered in better shape than 2020 Cyberpunk 2077. We already know that Cyberpunk 2077 is receiving a lone DLC expansion called Phantom Liberty, and that comes to PlayStation 5 in 2023. Amazingly, they're also still claiming that The Witcher 3 will come to PS5 before the end of this year, though it still doesn't have a date, and we're about 12 weeks from 2023. But there's much more. You may recall that CD Projekt brought the Boston-based team called the Molasses Flood in 2021. They are known for the RPG The Flame and the Flood, but they weren't bought to explore more of that franchise. Instead, they are creating what is currently known as Project Sirius, quote, a game set in the Witcher universe, but differs from past releases in that it targets a much broader audience. Sirius will provide both single-player and multiplayer gameplay, end quote. More relevant to Witcher fans than that is the continuation of the core franchise, which will happen across a new trilogy. The first game in the trilogy is known internally as Polaris, and once Polaris launches, CD Projekt intends on getting the third game out in that trilogy no later than 6 years after the fact, an ambitious feat that will require the games to go in development in some way simultaneously. But there's another Witcher project in the works too called Canis Majoris. This game will run in Unreal Engine 5 as opposed to CD Projekt's proprietary Red Engine, and is being externally developed, though CD Projekt has declined to say by whom. Likewise, Cyberpunk will also be supported beyond the DLC for 2077, though perhaps not as ambitious as with The Witcher. The new Cyberpunk game is called Project Orion, and this game, perhaps true to its setting, will be made in the United States by an all-new, yet-to-be-revealed American CD Projekt studio. This team will apparently also work out of Boston, home of their other U.S. team. More importantly, as noted in the write-up from the company, quote, we will be able to fully tap into the North American talent pool, end quote. And then there's one more game, one from a new IP. It's codenamed Hadar, and though it's an idea that's several years old, it only saw advancement to the conceptual stage in 2021. As such, quote, it is important to understand that right now we are still working on basic concepts and laying the groundwork for this new franchise, end quote. And in an unusual move, they publicly note that they are looking for external partners to work with on future gaming projects, as well as multimedia projects akin to their new Netflix hit Cyberpunk Edge Runners. CD Projekt, founded in 1994, employs more than 1,000 people around the world, with that headcount set to balloon in the coming months and years. As revealed, it has at least 7 separate games in development. Its first full release, 2007's The Witcher, was based on a popular Polish fantasy novel, and the book and game series are intimately intertwined, even though some legal and financial problems once threatened to separate the studio from author Andrzej Sapkowski. The first Witcher game to come to PlayStation consoles was 2015's The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, and indeed, the first 2 Witcher games have still not been released on PlayStation, with the second game coming to Xbox 360 in 2011. Its newest game, Cyberpunk 2077, was also based on an IP it doesn't own, making its Project Hadar especially a vital piece of its long-term future. Man, there's a lot there. A lot of excitement here, though, around CD Projekt. Dustin, let's go to you first. What do you think? 7 games. So we have a couple of random Witcher games, then a trilogy of Witcher games. So that's 5. A Cyberpunk game is 6. And then this new IP is 7. Plus DLC and back support and all the rest. So they're going to be very, very busy. This comes on the back of poor performance by Cyberpunk 2077 critically, at least initially, a drop in their market cap, but they're recovering and moving forward. And I got to say, I kind of like this because not necessarily that they're making whatever they're making. I like a studio saying, here's what we're doing. Here are the code names and some vagaries. You don't have to go digging. You don't have to go asking. We'll say more about each of them when we're ready. And like talk to people like adults. And I dig. So what do you have to say about CD Projekt's info dump?
Can I play some devil's advocate with you, Colin?
Of course.
Because I based on some, how people reacted to one of our older episodes, is that how does this differ from Ubisoft laying out all the Assassin's Creed games for you?
How does it differ? I guess it doesn't in that way. I guess what I would say is that Ubisoft has a different cadence traditionally, and Assassin's Creed is a different franchise. The Witcher and Assassin's Creed came out the same year. There are 3 Witcher games. And now there will be 8. Right? So
right.
I totally understand. I think that's more than devil's advocate. I think that's a good point. But I just think that the expectations are a little different. I don't want to hear anything about Assassin's Creed when they've run it into the ground so much. This is simply laying a roadmap out. So I think you make a fair point, but I just think when you think that The Witcher, it came to PC in 2007, Assassin's Creed came to PS3 in 2007, and then by 2011, there were 4, I think, Assassin's Creed games, and then The Witcher 2 came out. And then by 2015, there was something like 15 Assassin's Creed games, and the third game came out, and now we're at like 22. And there's a few games that we don't know about from The Witcher. So I totally hear you.
Yeah.
And but I just think it's the same and not at the same time.
So overall, I think that the reason why they probably laid these all out is that it's clear they're going to be hiring a lot of people in order to make these projects a reality. Specifically, they even mentioned they want to tap into the North American talent pool by starting this new team in Boston to make this new Cyberpunk game. But at the same time, I think that there's that aspect of it. But there's also, when we were talking about Assassin's Creed, that this, I think, is going to be a format of how we find out about games going forward. The very Marvel style, here's our roadmap. It doesn't matter how long it takes or whatever. We're just laying out everything for you to see. Which, I don't know, I'm kind of mixed about in some way. For me, it's like the fact they laid out all of these Witcher games, like, is that necessary? Do we need this many Witcher games? But I mean, Witcher is a huge IP. I'm not like not into it, but I also don't think it's amazing or anything like that. But to lay out your company's future for that far in advance, I feel like it's obvious that there's going to be plans that change, and I'm sure that they know that, but I don't know. It's one of those things where it's so far off. It's curious. It's like, it almost means nothing in some ways, but I guess if you're a Witcher fan, this is exciting because you're getting a lot more Witcher. And if you're a Cyberpunk fan, it's nice to know that the IP is not totally dead from what happened with the first game. In fact, it seems like Cyberpunk now is more alive than ever thanks to Edge Runners. But
yeah,
I don't know. It's an interesting thing. Clearly, like I said, though, they're going to be hiring a lot of people.
Chris, what do you have to add?
Man, yeah, I don't give a shit about this at all. it's like, it is, well, to me, it's like, and let me just preface it by saying this reminds me a lot of Todd Howard being like, yeah, Fallout 5 is, man, that's gonna be a thing for sure. And like Elder Scrolls 6, yeah, you'll see that at some point.
Dude, they made a trailer.
Yeah, they announced Elder Scrolls 6, which is funny.
Yeah. So to me, it's just like, I understand what you're trying to do. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get as much news about Cyberpunk out while the news is still positively in their favor. So they have a lot of positive coverage. A lot of their SEO is really, really good right now. So now is the best time to announce any plans that are going to future titles, I'm actually pretty convinced that this next Cyberpunk game is large. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this was largely like the existence of this game is largely due to how well Edge Runners tested either internally, like before it came out, or the fact that it's doing super well. I think they always kind of planned it, but I could totally believe that was something that they had just in case. Well, it's like, oh, people. What was it?
I was going to say for sure that for sure this is somewhat fluid because the studio doesn't exist yet.
Right, exactly. So this game's not in development currently. No. So this is just it's like they probably had a plan for something in the future that they probably nixed when the game launched in a really fucked state. And now that it's back on the up and up, they're kind of dusting off the treasure chest and being like, hey, we had this. We're going to make this, and now that you guys like our game. And it's cool. I kind of agree with you, Colin, that it's not as bad as Ubisoft, where they're running these franchises into the ground. I think we could do well for some more Witcher and certainly more Cyberpunk. I would love to see more of that world, and especially more of that world in a capacity where I could look forward to another RPG in that setting. But I will say, I'm not excited about this because CD Projekt Red does not have my trust at all. Like, they made a great game. I think they made a great game from the get-go, but I will never trust any of their games at launch for a while. Like, they would have to hit like a pretty straight cadence of solid release, which, by the way, they never really have. The Witcher 1 and 2, as I recall, from people who I know who have played it were not particularly solid at launch. The Witcher 3 had a bunch of problems. And then Cyberpunk is obviously, that story's been told to death. So I don't foresee a reality where I'm so excited for a CD Projekt Red game that I go out and buy it on day one. But I am intrigued, and I will be looking forward to the first impressions and the reviews of these games when they're out in people's hands, because they don't, as good as Cyberpunk 2077 was, I just, it didn't work. And that's going to stay in them forever, even if the vibe around the game is very, very positive now, and I'm really happy for that. But you're not going to get the day $1 out of me, man.
Yeah, Brian Salazar wrote in about this on Patreon, just like you can. He says, "Hello, Krusty Colin, Dainty Dustin, and Crispy Chris. With the asinine roadmap announcement from CD Projekt Red, I must say I'm disappointed by the overwhelmingly positive response by people. While I'm glad people are enjoying the Edge Runners anime and that people are satisfied with them more or less fixing the game, none of that fixes the root of the problem with Cyberpunk. They announced the project way too early and made promises they couldn't keep. They then proceeded to intentionally and maliciously lie about the game in order to borderline scam people into buying a broken game. Them doing the bare minimum of fixing the game doesn't excuse that. I personally won't get excited or care about any of the projects until they're out. Am I being overly dramatic, or are you also black-pilled by the reality that the majority of gamers will probably never care about shady stuff these studios do? Thanks." There is some, I agree, and this is reinforcing what Chris just said. I need to see, so I'm not a Witcher fan, so I'm not going to pretend like I'm going to play these Witcher games. I loved Cyberpunk 2077. I thought it was great. The good news is that by the time we get to Cyberpunk 2078, or whatever you're going to call it, there would have been one or two, or maybe all of those Witcher games that they're working on already released. And so the proof will be in the pudding. We're years and years away from seeing this game. We're years away from pre-ordering it and having the option to even put any money down.
We're a decade away.
Right.
We're probably a decade away from this thing, which is funny because that's kind of more or less how far Cyberpunk 2077 was away from its reveal trailer. I believe it was 2012.
Yeah, 2012.
Where they showed the first trailer with that archive song with the woman with the mantis blades. And to me, that's what's worrying about it. It's like, oh, it's the same. It's this again. They're being like, hey, we're gonna make this game. And look, obviously, this is a hypothetical game. Some of us might be dead by the time this game comes out. So like, who cares really? Yeah. But I feel like I don't know if announcing things this far in advance really does all that much. It's cool to know that they're working on Cyberpunk still, and they're not going to let the IP die, but I don't know. Knowing that it's going to be probably a decade before we even see this game, let alone play it, is kind of, I don't know. I can't really get all that excited about it.
I just think it's an interesting way to manage. It's just one option in managing a large independent studio, which is just to say like an almost publisher level studio. Yeah. You just say like, these are the games and just leave us alone. Like BioWare is kind of doing a similar thing, and to a lesser extent with Mass Effect and Dragon Age. In fact, they've been quietly publishing stuff about DragonAge. I just haven't been reporting it because I'm sick of talking about that game. But they even started publishing some stuff from the in-game codices of Dragon. Am I saying Dragon Quest? Dragon Age. And so there's different ways you can manage these expectations. You can either try to keep things very secret, and then people start digging things out. Then you lose the initiative. You lose the ability because of people like me of announcing your games. And I totally understand that. And so they want to protect that as well. I don't see it either way. I am more concerned about their ability to deliver a product that works. But what I'm saying about Cyberpunk not being a Witcher fan to me is just, we'll have a few products that they'll be able to prove it or not by that time. And we'll just know if they're different. That's fair, yeah. And yeah. So I know Micah is really, really excited. She loves The Witcher. I mean, she's fucking so into it. She's reading one of that Andrei Sapkowski guy's like other books right now. And I was telling her about these Witcher games, and she's pretty amped up. But I do think there's such a thing as too much of a good thing. I just believe it, and they're getting close with The Witcher now because of the cross media nature of it from the very beginning. I am glad. I mean, I think it's kind of a shitty law just because it is what it is. But I've said it before on the show, but Polish law, contractual law, has some sort of caveat in it where if a deal is considered unfair after the fact, it can actually be relitigated. And that's what happened with Andrei Sapkowski and CD Projekt. Like, he was basically given something insane, like $500,000. And that was it. And it was his choice. He didn't want a piece. He just wanted the money. And then it blew up in his face when the Witcher games became big. And they like basically redid the deal. In the United States, you would have been shit out of luck if you did that. So yeah, that's not that that's right or wrong, but that it's just, I'm a big believer in always taking the percentages. When I've consulted with companies, I always take options with their company. Never take money. Unless they want to give me both, but I'd rather have your options and own something than just have this money and it just comes and goes. All right. Number 6. As we draw nearer to Microsoft's purchase of mega publisher Activision Blizzard's completion, Sony is putting up its final fight and Microsoft is appealing to the masses. According to website Video Games Chronicle, which has access to a paywalled website called Deal Reporter, PlayStation CEO Jim Ryan apparently flew to European Union HQ in Brussels, Belgium in early September in order to personally relay Sony's objections to the EU's regulatory board about this acquisition. It's unclear whether this move is effective or not, and it's being reported by reliable sources that major markets like Brazil are set to approve the deal, with the US set to approve the deal in November. As such, Microsoft has published a website dedicated entirely to a staunch defense of its acquisition of Activision Blizzard. The site notes in part that, quote, players and developers are at the center of Xbox. We want to enable people to play games anywhere, anytime, and on any device, and developers deserve more options to build, distribute, and monetize their groundbreaking games. When we do this, we all win, end quote. The site explicitly states that as a benefit to players, more games will come to Xbox and PlayStation, and that players will have, quote, choice in how and where they buy games with subscription and one-off purchase options, end quote. Microsoft likewise claims benefits to developers, which is frankly a dubious claim since Microsoft's one-off and royalty-based Game Pass payments are the only way you can make money on the platform. However, they claim to have, quote, better revenue and fair marketplace rules through our App Store principles, end quote, and, quote, greater flexibility in payment systems and the experience they provide their fans, end quote. And Microsoft continues to tout the size of its competitors. Even after the deal, it notes there will be, quote, greater competition in traditional gaming where Sony and Nintendo will remain the biggest, end quote. Peter Long gets right into it on Patreon, one of the problems I had with this. He says, hey, CDC, Microsoft posted on their site the pros of the Activision deal and how they will plan on being in third place behind Sony and Nintendo. To me, this is a blatant lie from them. Who spends over $67 billion to remain in third place? It's laughable. Take care, guys. I agree. The more Microsoft talks, the more annoyed I get. I don't understand why they feel the need to defend themselves because no one outside of a piece of the PlayStation fan base and maybe some economic commentators even have a problem with the deal. They should just be talking to the regulators. And they've made the choice to make this a public fight for some reason. As Sony responded saying that they didn't really want to have it in public, but they are. Chris, do you care about this anymore? I mean, I'm kind of tired of talking about this. I almost just feel like it's a done deal. In my mind, I've just kind of accepted that this is the new reality, that they're going to own this company. And it doesn't really change the equation for me as a gamer because I don't really play Activision games anyway. So with rare exception. Yeah. So what do you feel? Yeah, any new feelings here?
I kind of feel the same way. I feel like it's a done deal for me. Like it's whatever. It's funny because the second these things are announced, they typically happen. Typically, this isn't really like a precedented thing outside of Bethesda, but when they announced that they were buying Bethesda, I figured like, oh, well, you wouldn't say, I would expect anyway that you wouldn't say this publicly unless you knew you could do it, because that's such a massive mistake for a company like Microsoft to make. And I feel like if there was any doubt that they could, if there was any real reason that they thought like, oh, maybe we won't be able to purchase Activision, I don't think they would have said they were doing it. Or I don't think they would have bothered even pursuing this in the first place. I think any problem that a lot of regulatory bodies can raise, I think they've largely accounted for. I mean, they have so much money. Like they have top people working on this. I think it's a done deal. And to me, this long drawn out fight is really futile. Especially because it doesn't really materially change anything on the PlayStation space. We're still going to get these Call of Duty games. You know, we're still going to get probably like a variety of Activision games. We have Overwatch 2 already not working. So, you know, I think it's much ado about nothing at this point. As far as there was something that was said here that I specifically. Oh, yeah. The thing about it that concerns me most is that I'm in a weird position where I'm kind of rooting for this to happen purely because we have Tencent in the picture and we have the Saudi, we have what's that one called? I don't remember.
Saudi Royal, the Saudi Sovereign Fund. Yeah.
And we have these entities kind of encroaching into the game space. And for me, it's like, man, I don't like mergers and acquisitions. Like, this is not how I would prefer things to go down. But between Microsoft and Tencent, like, damn right, like, by all means, Microsoft, please take it. It sucks that that's the reality, because it means we have to basically, like, we have to root for, like, our side to get fucked, just so it's not fucked by another side. It's like completely vain, and it's just very depressing. It's a very depressing reality. But I think this is a deal that's pretty much set in stone. I don't think Jim Ryan is going to say anything that's going to really stop this much money. You know,
it's funny to see like what their concerns were in some material way when you see Call of Duty custom PS5, and you're like, oh my God, this is the kind of stuff you've made. You made the deal with and did all these deals that are years long, and now you have to see them into fruition as this other company is coming and scooping them out from beneath you. I've never had a problem with this deal from some sort of, first of all, I don't care about Call of Duty, but even some sort of economic principle. I don't hold that says that these companies couldn't necessarily combine with each other, though I think you can make an interesting argument that there is some sort of vertical monopolization of Call of Duty as a product, but that's their right, I suppose, to do that. It's just not seen very often, but it's seen sometimes. I just think my bigger problem is I don't understand the Game Pass. First of all, I just don't understand Game Pass as an economic model. I don't think it's going to work. We'll see. And the second thing is that I just don't. It's to what you were saying about all these corporations buying each other. I'm just totally unexcited about the prospect of companies buying companies and this happening. And it's like, I don't know, man. It's fun to analyze, but at some point, it's really fun to analyze, actually. But at some point, I just want us to move on to the games and just talk about the games themselves and not get caught up in the problems. It's just that these companies keep putting us in these positions where we have to talk about this stuff. In fact, you brought up Tencent. There was some Tencent news this week, and I just didn't put it in the news at all because I was in my mind saying I don't want to talk about this anymore. I think the audience is sick of hearing about it. I think we all get it at this point, but there is an encroachment happening, and we have to be very staunchly defending against it. But at the same time, I wish we could just talk about games. Companies, in other words, are making unfortunate decisions, and you're right. There would just be people sniffing around, trying to buy pieces of Activision Blizzard, if not for Microsoft. And at least Microsoft is a Western company. So there is some advantage there. There's no doubt about it. I'd rather, and it's just, I'm just kind of tired of talking about it. Let's just see now. Let's just see how it plays out. Like, for God's sake, we've talked about it. We've hypothesized. We've gamed it out.
That's the unfortunate reality of these deals just taking so long to finalize, is that by the news breaks and then we're just talking about the deal for months.
Yeah, it feels like it's been longer. And then
purgatory.
And then there's this one piece though from Sir Deathspank that I wanted to read. I thought was interesting. It says, "Hello, Chris and the boys. So Cry and Jim flew to Brussels to voice his concerns to the EU about the Activision deal. While this of course comes as no surprise, I'm wondering if he has thought about the consequences of poking a sleeping giant. Microsoft is playing nice while the deal goes through, but what about afterwards? Do you think Microsoft might take it personally and possibly retaliate in some way? Let's not forget Sony partnered with Microsoft to use their Azure service. Microsoft might very well rethink that partnership. Anyway, have a great weekend, especially you, Chris." I'm not worried about their partnership with them, with cloud gaming and Azure and all that stuff. There's so much money and shit outside of Xbox and PlayStation, but within Microsoft and Sony that have to do with that. So I don't think that's really on the table. The one thing I will say is that I think that Microsoft can be like, maybe we will take Call of Duty away after our agreement's over. Maybe you said it was inadequate for us to give you 3 more years after 2024. People are not reading it right. Microsoft offered through 2027. That's 2 years beyond the hypothesized Sledgehammer Advanced Warfare follow-up. So Jim Ryan said this is totally insufficient, and so maybe Microsoft says, well, okay. I mean, then we'll abide by the deal we have under Activision Blizzard King, and then when that deal's up in 2024, we're just going to do what we do. However, Microsoft, or at least Spencer's on the record saying something akin to the point that they cannot afford to create Call of Duty without selling it a la carte on PlayStation. He basically says that. So I feel like what's funny, Chris, is that, and Dustin, I guess we'll go to you if you have anything else to add, is it's much ado about nothing, really, probably. it'll probably change nothing about the real estate, the reality of gaming, akin to how much money is being spent. And the status quo will remain for the foreseeable future. So it's almost like just fun to game theory it, but it might not be even that consequential.
I think that the part that continues to be entertaining to me about this whole process, obviously we see Sony be totally hypocritical about exclusives, right? This website, this propaganda website from Microsoft about this acquisition is absolutely hilarious. And I highly recommend people check it out just because our vision for gaming, more choice and more games for people everywhere. Like it has this weird feeling of, hey, us spending all this money in order to make money off you is a good thing. This is good for everybody. And I love this quote here that they put on the website. And again, I'm not saying that Microsoft is exclusively making a fool of themselves. I think both companies are at this point. But this Phil Spencer quote, giving players choice on how they play their games makes gaming more accessible and leads to larger, more vibrant communities of players. Choice is equally important to developers. Developers benefit from having a diversity of distribution and business models for their games. Choice unlocks opportunities for innovation and enables the industry to grow. Okay, release Starfield on PS5 then. Do it.
Yeah.
You won't. And that's fine. Propping up quotes like this on your propaganda website makes you look like a fucking idiot.
That's why I said That's why I said Dustin, I think you're right. Why even say anything? It's like, why you don't have to defend this? It's going to go through.
It reminds me of I'll have you know, I am pro good things and quite against bad things.
Yeah.
Just so you know. It's like it's very much like nothing. It's a lot of words that don't really say anything.
I will say that I've lost a lot of respect for Phil Spencer. Well, before the Activision Blizzard thing, I just think he's kind of full of shit. Just like a lot of other executives. I think he walked the walk and talked the talk for a while, but I don't think he's actually walked the walk at all in the last few years. And it's weird to me to see a defense in that website. The funniest thing, and it was what the writer wrote in about, was is their claim seriously that they're doing this and then they'll still be behind Sony and Nintendo, and that's like one of the selling points? First of all, you're that far behind Sony and Nintendo that buying the biggest publisher in the world is not going to put you anywhere near them, and that's a selling point. And if that's true, then isn't the dominion of your Game Pass subscription model more limited than you are saying? I just think it's much more complicated, and unfortunately for them, they've just given us so much time to dissect it. Especially not knowing anything. And that's why I think it's so funny that these companies don't. And I think Jim Ryan was saying that a few weeks ago, Crying Jim, when he was saying, like, why are we talking about this public? We were trying to talk about it privately. And it seemed like that's what should be going on. So I think Phil talks out of both sides of his mouth. He hasn't delivered anything, by the way. I mean, what has he delivered? Maybe it'll happen at some point. He's delivered the
Halo Infinite.
Like I think Sony could look at some new leadership if things keep going in a certain way, and I think Microsoft can certainly use some new leadership as well. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Dude, Phil Harrison, he's open again.
Oh man,
no, bring him back. Either company.
Phil Harrison.
Phil Harrison's the ultimate mercenary. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
Falling upward, dude.
Phil Harrison is the angel of death. Like I feel like when he shows up, it's like an omen. No, totally. It's like there's something. It's so remarkable.
I love that he was at PlayStation during like the Spider-Man PS3
worst time.
Yeah, because I think he announced Little Big Planet, which was funny. I have that memory in my mind, but yeah, I don't know. It's funny. There was actually a really interesting expose about Google Stadia where they were saying that the only way to get promoted at Google, I don't know if you guys saw this, is to make things even if they fail. No one gives a shit if things fail. Like, you just have to produce things. And so Google Stadia is just one of those things. And I think that's why the Google graveyard exists. All right, two more.
That's pretty amazing.
Quick pieces of news. This first one was rumored for a while, and we'll confirm it now. Number 7. As rumored, publisher Electronic Arts has revealed a new Need for Speed game. And also, as rumored, it's coming out in a flash. The game is called Need for Speed Unbound, and it's a current-gen only racer for PlayStation 5 set to launch at a $70 price point on December 2nd. For longtime fans of the franchise, Unbound may be the most interesting because of who's developing it. EA-owned studio Criterion. Criterion is behind the early aughts car series Burnout. It's why EA bought the team outright 18 years ago, and they eventually segued out of that franchise, creating some random but beloved games like 2006's PS2 shooter Black. You guys remember Black by chance?
Oh yeah.
I like that game a lot. It was all about destruction, like destroying things.
Yeah.
As I remember. Its work on the rebooted Need for Speed Most Wanted, however, which came to both PS3 and Vita in 2012, left its mark. The original, of course, being an EA black box game. Most Wanted is one of the most beloved games in the entire franchise, and yet for reasons unknown, Criterion was put on a decade's worth of Battlefront and Battlefield-related grunt work. In their return, they've created a game focused on both single and multiplayer, and according to a press release from EA, quote, Need for Speed Unbound features an all-new, unique visual style, blending elements of street art with the most realistic-looking cars in the franchise's history. The innovative single-player campaign delivers thrills and consequences through an immersive narrative that engages players in the city of Lakeshore as they race, collect, upgrade, and customize the world's hottest performance cars on their way to the top of the scene, end quote. EA's Need for Speed began all the way back in 1994 when the Need for Speed came to the failed 3DO console. In 1996, the game migrated to the original PlayStation, and the rest, as they say, is history. With more than 20 iterations since, it's actually been a fairly quiet period since the latest release. We haven't seen Need for Speed since 2019 when Heat came to PS4. I liked Need for Speed when I was a kid. I always have a little bit of a soft spot for this franchise. But any interest from either of you in playing this game? December 2nd, they kept it close to the vest. I appreciate that. It's a good time to release some sort of kind of B-tier racing initiative. I don't think it's like, Codemasters and all that, I think is what EA truly cares about now in the racing scene. So we'll see. But this is like an interstitial probably, especially because of its visual. I don't know if you guys saw the visuals. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Either of you interested in this?
I'm not personally interested. Like, it's not something I'm going to go out and buy the day it comes out. I think the most interesting aspect of it, though, is that as far as I can tell, this is current gen only. PS5, yep. Series X, PC. Yep. So it's good to see more of those games finally happening. I think it's cool they're doing a unique visual style for it. It's weird. It's like the cars look very realistic, but the characters themselves are more animated looking, which is interesting. But
yeah,
I'm curious. I like this real quick approach, though. Announce it, come out just a few weeks. It's interesting. Not every series would be able to do that, but it's cool to see them do it. Hopefully it works out.
Definitely. Oh, sorry, I wasn't talking into the microphone. And finally, number 8, quickly. As they do each month, Sony has revealed the best-selling games on PlayStation Network, this time for the month of September 2022. On PS5, NBA 2K23 and FIFA 23 dominated the list with The Last of Us Part 1, which had a full month of sales counted, slotted third. Madden, NFL 23, Cyberpunk 2077, Grand Theft Auto 5, Disney's Dreamlight Valley, Saints Row, Rainbow Six Siege, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R encapsulated the entire top 10. Other notable games on PS5 include Cult of the Lamb at 11, Valkyrie Elysium at 13, TMNT Collection at 16, and Steel Rising at 17. Over on PS4, the same two games dominated the list in the form of NBA 2K23 and FIFA 23. Other notable games in the top 20 include Dead Island Definitive Edition at 8, The Last of Us Part 2 at 11, and TMNT Shredder's Revenge at 18. The top PSVR games are the same as always, and free-to-play games include Fortnite, Fall Guys, and Multiverses in the top 3. Phantasy Star Online 2 is at 7, Destiny 2 is at 9, and eFootball 2023 is at 10. So nothing surprising there. The Last of Us did pretty well. NBA 2K23 is a juggernaut. I was actually pretty impressed that it outsold Madden. Not that it was Madden's first month. August is technically Madden's first month, but football season started in September, so people are amped up for that. So those are the sales figures as of the PSN in September 2022. All right, my friends, let's get to 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, where you can submit your inquiries to the thread we put in the newsfeed each and every week. So right over there, I've selected 6 for today. And let's start with Patrick Larson. Good afternoon, gentlemen. As I was entering my 60th hour with Elden Ring, my wife checked in on me, took one look and with a horrified gasp exclaimed, "What in God's name are you doing with your hands?" Perplexed, I looked down at my Elite controller and was shocked to see myself playing the game in what professional FPS gamers would call the claw formation. In 30 plus years of gaming, I don't believe I have ever strayed from the standard way of holding a controller, but something in my subconscious thought this was the only way to play Elden Ring. I'm curious, have any of you ever changed the way you hold a controller to be successful in a specific type of game? If so, do you mentally prepare yourself for that change, or does it come naturally? Thanks for all the content, boys. Stay well. Thanks for writing in, Patrick. This reminds me of the first time I ever really understood that people held controllers differently, or that there was like really fundamentally different ways to hold stick controllers. Was I knew a guy named Arthur that worked at IGN with me for a while, and he played Halo Southpaw. And I know that's like a setting, a standard setting in some games, but it's basically like puts the stick on the right and the like the movement on the right and the camera movement on the left stick.
Oh, wow.
And I also had heard of people that would play like in speedrunning and other competitive NES settings would play sometimes with the controller upside down, like inverted, basically. Oh, yeah. So I've heard of certain things like that. Now, for me, I've said in the past, especially on the SNES when we weren't really used to the triggers yet or the bumper buttons, which is what they were. And games barely used them, by the way, even at that time. But when I would play Street Fighter games on SNES, I would hold my controller. People can probably see in the camera. I would hold my controller like this with my like pinky and my pointer finger on my right hand on the triggers or on the bumpers, and then my left hand on the analog stick. And then if I wanted to use the face buttons, I would use my pinky, but that allowed me to use the triggers carefully, especially because I just wasn't used to holding a controller like that at the time. But that's the only time I think I ever really undertook a different level of holding a controller. Chris, do you hold controllers differently depending on the games you're playing?
Yeah, but I don't think I mentally choose it. I think I just sort of get a feel for the game that I'm playing, and then my hands just sort of naturally go into the place that I feel like it would work best. I don't normally do anything crazy like that. A long time ago, I used to play games like I can't remember what game. I wish I could remember more vividly, but there were some games that I played on like SNES and PS1 where I played on the controller like a laptop almost, or like a keyboard, where I would kind of just have it in front of me and just sort of like tap the buttons with my fingers. But I typically only alternate between like the normal way that you would hold a controller and claw. And I use claw pretty often. Like I didn't even necessarily realize I was doing it. I had this exact experience when I was like 11 and I was playing, I think it was, oh man, I wish I could remember it wasn't Halo. I remember it was Medal of Honor Rising Sun. And I had claw. I had like, and if people who don't know what claw is, you can Google it and you can find it. But it's basically your index finger is kind of laying sideways over your buttons. So like one knuckle can hit B, the end of your, one knuckle can hit circle, the end of your finger can hit X, and then you could kind of like move it along, almost like in fighting games where you'd like kind of like wipe across certain buttons to kind of get like a combo going. And for me, in first-person shooters, that was the easiest because I was like, hey, I don't want to have to sacrifice the ability to move my camera to jump. That was always like a massive problem in first-person shooters because the second you jump, like, oh, I can't combat anything the second I'm in the air, which for a lot of games doesn't matter, but for games like Halo and Medal of Honor, it was kind of important. So I just got used to that. And so anytime I play like a competitive game, I'm typically in claw because it allows me the most... It lets me use my face buttons and still use the analog stick. I know there's like specific control schemes that you can manipulate and you can maybe like change the controls to a specific thing. But I kind of don't like doing that. I like to play on default controls because I kind of assume that the game was designed for this specific control set in mind. And I don't like to fuck with that if that's the point. So... yeah, I don't know if I choose it necessarily. It just sort of happens. It's very instinctual.
Do you have anything to add, Dustin, with your play styles?
The reason Patrick is using the claw on Elden Ring is exactly what Chris is talking about, is that in order to dodge or jump, your thumb has to leave the right thumbstick. So this happened to me actually when it was with Bloodborne years ago, is that in order to keep control of the camera and also dodge, you have to assume the claw position. But here's what I recommend. If you're comfortable with the claw, then go for it. That's totally fine. But this is why I have become such an advocate of back buttons on controllers and that's why one of the main reasons why I didn't play Elden Ring on PS5 is because at the time there was no back button without buying some kind of stupid third-party controller or something like that. So I would use the PS4 back button and basically map the dodge button to the back button. That way, you still have full control of, your heavy and light attacks on the triggers and the bumper. You can control the stick, and then you can click the back button in order to dodge. I feel like that once I started doing that when I was playing through Sekiro and using that back button, I can never play a Souls game without it now. It's like absolutely essential. And it sucks that they're not doing any kind of back button attachment for the DualSense, because I would much prefer just buying that. Instead, we're going to have to, if you want a back button on the PlayStation 5, you're going to have to buy the, whatever that stupid thing was called, the DualSense. It's not a DualSense Pro. It was like, they added some other kind of annoying marketing term to it. But you guys know what I'm talking about. You have to buy that Pro controller or whatever.
Yeah.
So I like back buttons. Check them out on the DualShock 4. It's very good.
All right, let's move on to Josh Harris, who says, "Howdy, Slit in Paris. Something has been bugging me lately. People's misuses of critique phrases. Stuff like respecting the player's time or objectively good. I thought of this the other day because I was reading a conversation where many accused Persona 5 of not respecting the player's time, which I translated to the game is long. Something just rubs me the wrong way about people trying to leverage criticism at games as if they're objectives facts. My 2 cents is that it's caused by the trend of video essayist types making 7-hour-long videos filling them with drivel. Have you noticed this trend? Let me know your thoughts, and remember, if the coops are rocking, don't come a knocking. If the coop is a rocking, don't come a knocking. I was just giving him a little panache what he wrote. That's all.
No falsetto on that either.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't
that was sufficient panache, I think.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I think Josh has this. Why? Let me just back up. Isn't it obvious that when someone says something about something, it is the opinion of the person saying it? Unless it's like a scientific fact. Yeah, Chris, go on. Yeah, talk to me.
I was going to say this exact thing where it's like, do you really need everybody to preface everything they say with "this is my opinion" when that is just evident by the fact that you're speaking to that person? You know, like, I think people need to really like reevaluate, like, or just take a step back and just understand what a review is. And a review is an opinion. And if I say this game is too long, that's not objectively true. You know, like, I mean, it could be. maybe there's like, you know, a 7,000-hour video game out there. But even then, like, there's plenty of people who would argue, like, yeah, man, I played, I don't know, World of Warcraft for 7,000 hours and I don't regret it at all. And it's like, that game's not too long for them. So to me, it really is just this weird assumption that just because people are confident with their opinions, they're not respecting the fact that it isn't objective fact. I don't think that that's fair necessarily, because everybody talks this way. Like, if you have ever expressed an opinion about anything, you are guilty of doing this, because this is just the nature of how we communicate. We talk about what we're not robots that say, this is my opinion, this is my opinion, this is my opinion. Sometimes on Twitter it can help, like, in my opinion, but like, I mean, even that's like really unnecessary. Like, I find it wild that people can't distinguish between somebody making a scientific statement with like citations and like, you know, actual indexing of information and sourcing versus this is my personal read on something. And if you're reading a review or watching a review, chances are you're probably watching a review or reading a review from a very specific person with very specific tastes, whose tastes you can map out and calibrate to how much those opinions matter to you. Like, I typically just find reviewers that I generally agree with. And if they say, you know, the game didn't feel quite right to play, I'll kind of probably understand what that is. I'll kind of get what they're talking about. But that's not necessarily that it plays wrong, because that's not an objective fact.
Right. And
it's I don't know.
Well, he's saying here, which is interesting, he's like, he uses the term respecting the player's time and then objectively good. Well, objectively good is a stupid term. I mean, I guess there is objective good and bad. I don't know, but it's not really what criticism's all about.
I use objectively good a lot, to be honest.
But it's a flavor of speech. It's not, I don't think, unfortunately, we've lost the term literally. We've lost the term.
It's all
objectively, figuratively. I don't think any of it really means what we want it to mean anymore anyway. But he uses the term respecting the player's time. And that to me is totally obviously subjective, but obviously subjective. So Dustin, do you have anything to add to this? I just feel like there's just some stuff where, and Josh isn't the only person guilty of it, of course, but it's just inherent in conversation that someone is talking from their perspective. It's not really much more complicated than that, I don't think.
Yeah.
No, I think I totally agree that a lot of people, the unfortunate thing is a lot of people don't talk like that. Just take a look at our Discord. Like, there's a lot of statements thrown out and then people offended by a statement that is, I don't know. Sometimes there is room to joke around where we say this is objectively bad, this sucks, but I don't know.
Right.
To me, like you said, Colin, it's like a flavor of the speech. We usually, when we say stuff like that, we've got a smile on our face because we're just being stupid. But as far as like the respecting the player's time, I don't know. That I guess also can be objective. I mean, any kind of opinion is going to be objective, but I think there are some aspects of games that are not respecting of players' time. Like if you go through a really long dungeon in JRPG and you finish the final boss and they say, okay, now you need to head back to this place. Some JRPGs will just take you back to the front and others are say, fuck you, walk through the entire thing. To me, like the latter is definitely not respecting of players' time, but some people might like that backtread. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's always going to be someone loves the worst game ever. Someone out there is crestfallen by that one guy on Steam is crestfallen by Babylon's Fall being shut down. And who am I to tell him he's wrong? You know, I don't know.
It's I forgot what I was going to say. I feel like, I just imagine how sterile everything would be if we could only review things with objective facts. Well, you know what I mean? Like what value, like you could get some value out of that, out of like a port report or something. But like, is there really anything meaningful that you get out of this runs at 60 frames per second, 99% of the time? This runs at this resolution with a little bit of dynamic resolution scaling. And that's it. That's the whole fucking thing. I don't know.
Have you ever seen comments of people say, oh, this reviewer isn't being objective, or this reviewer is biased?
Oh, I get that a lot. I've got that on videos that I've made about video games where it's like, this is a biased take. And I'm like, yes,
certainly.
Like, absolutely. Are you insane? Like, of course it's a biased take. Why are you here?
Right. Like, certainly there are arguments made in bad faith because you want to convince someone of something regardless of the truth. That does exist. Yeah. But of course, when Colin and I talk about a JRPG, we're going to have our own personal biases of what we like and don't like in them. I've always found that to be a weird... wanting your reviewers to be objective does not make any sense if you actually take a second to think about it.
Yeah. If anything, you want some type of bias. Because imagine like you have somebody like me who knows a lot about FPS and a lot about like action games. You have me review something like Madden. I'm not going to know what the fuck to tell you. I'm going to play through Madden. I'm going to meander my way through it. I'm probably not going to get most of it. And then I'm probably going to be like, you know what? I don't like this at all. It sucks.
This game sucks.
This game sucks. I don't like it at all. I don't feel anything when I play it. It is vapid. It's boring. It's the same thing as the last one. It sucks. It's a fucking 2 out of 10 to me because I have no interest in it. But somebody who actually has, I mean, bias may be the wrong word, but like at least some kind of affinity for those games, who knows what makes those games tick, he's going to have a lot more to say about it. And he's probably going to be able to break it down a lot better than somebody who just like isn't tuned to that space. So I don't know. I think we just need to cool it. I think we need to go back to understanding that everybody is speaking from an opinionated place always, unless it's, a very specific format or a very specific forum in which you need citations and you need sourcing and you need all of these things, or unless you're stating an absolute fact like, oh, my dog exploded yesterday, here's the video. Here's the CCTV, provable stuff. But I don't know. Subjective reviews? Nah.
Can I just say something really quick too? Just another Colin semantic about.
Imagine we said no, Dustin.
Yeah. About the move on. About the English language. That it just bothers me to no end when people call you bias. You're bias. You're biased. Bias.
People say you are biased?
Yes. All the time. You've never seen people say that?
Maybe I just tune those people out because I don't register them as humans.
It's like, dude, bias is a noun.
Yeah.
Biased is an adjective. You have to use one or the other. but you can't be biased. You know,
Maybe
you
one day. I don't know,
you
Colin.
have a bias.
I don't know, Colin.
There
Maybe
is
one
a
day.
bias.
Maybe one day
You're biased.
that will be grammatically correct, because that's how language works.
Yeah, I know. We were just talking about that.
Imagine if we still talked like Shakespeare. I'd probably be dead by my own hand if I had to sit through those conversations in that tone. Jesus Christ, the taming of the shrew. What?
Shakespeare sucks. Let's be real.
What? Oh my God, I gotta move.
I don't like him.
All right.
People hold him in such high regard. Fuck off. You think you're so great? Oh, no one understands what's going on. Nobody. Who understands what's going on with Shakespeare? No one.
I would wager to say Shakespeare objectively sucks.
Dude. Objectively. Shakespeare objectively bad.
Maybe one of the greatest English language writers of all time. But okay, fair enough. Fair enough for you both. Okay, let's move on. And by the way, again, nouns: person, place, thing, or idea. You know?
Yeah.
Bias. Adjective: biased. So didn't everyone go to school?
Nope.
All right.
No.
Fair enough. Adam Welby wrote in and said, "What up, you three voluptuous heaving slitties? After about 140 hours of countless deaths, literal buckets of sweat, I game an hour a day on a stationary bike. And against the insurmountable odds of RNG, last week I popped a plat on Returnal. Congratulations. Though it's not the rarest of my 47 plats, that distinction belongs to Downwell. Very well done. Those are both harder than anything I have. It may be my proudest. My friends don't care about trophy hunting, but I'm not letting that stop me from relentlessly bragging about my Returnal plat, driving them all a bit insane while doing so. Have you guys ever accomplished something in a game that you were insanely proud of, but you didn't have an immediate audience to flaunt it? It could be a trophy, a great multiplayer victory, a skin unlock, anything really. I just want to hear some good gaming triumph stories. I'll say, Adam, I thought your question was timely because I've just been remarking recently about how useful the very act of perpetually saving your recent gameplay has been. And that really started in the PS4 era, but this idea that cool things happen and I can actually go back and capture them it's like we used to dream about that when I was a kid. And so it's nothing in particular. It's like a bunch of little moments. I have so many clips on my PS5 of just, I'm like, I want to save this amazing moment. This is fucking hysterical ragdoll, just things that you could never capture in times before. And so these aren't really triumphs for me. It's like, I'm just amped that we can celebrate things in a different way and remember them, as opposed to just like, it's like my brother Dagan brings up, like people used to just make up that they would beat games back in the day. There was no way that people were beating the games that they said they were beating. I certainly made things up when I was a kid too. And press my friends, oh yeah, I beat that.
Yeah, I beat Contra.
Right. And it's like, yeah, I beat Contra, but I beat it with the Konami code.
Yeah.
I'm fucking horrible at Contra. Just horrible. And
yeah, I kind of beat Contra in 3 minutes. No big deal.
Yeah, exactly. Like you could say whatever you want. This is
like childlike brag.
This is why I love trophies. It's one of the reasons why I think trophies are so fucking awesome. And achievements, going back all the way to 2005, you can't lie. Like there's no getting around it. But now, instead of having this kind of ephemeral time mark moment, like an achievement or a trophy, now you have this ability to save it with more permanence. And I just think that that's really cool. Like, because the honest answer is that there are moments all the time where I'm like, that is fucking, it's usually funny. Like that was the funniest thing I've ever seen. And then you have like an hour's worth of things you can just scrub through. It's really nice. So Congratulations on your Returnal plat, Adam. Do you guys have any moments that come to mind for you?
For me, I mean, there's some plats that I feel happy that I got, but they're not necessarily rare. Like the Bloodborne and Sekiro plats, tons of people have them, but they're
so
still
crazy,
very difficult.
man, because it's like those games are so hard.
Yeah. For me, though I haven't played a lot of multiplayer games recently, some of the clips, I don't know if I have them anymore, but stuff that I saved was, I think in Modern Warfare Remake, so the 2018 one, I think I went like 30-0 in a round once, and I was like, oh my God, how did this happen? I don't know if I was just like the perfect matchmaking in my favor or something. And then getting a solo victory in Warzone was one of the biggest dick moments I ever had in my entire life, because I never thought that it would happen. So that was cool too. Nice. But I think that's about it.
I couldn't imagine playing a match of Fortnite or Warzone or anything and winning. Like that's so out of my my mind's eye where it's like it's not going to happen. There's just no Fall Guys, any of these games. I don't have. There's actually a competitive Arkanoid game coming out, which I kind of wanted to check out, but I'm like, I just don't have that in me. You know what game I used to love was Dr. Mario on WiiWare.
Oh my God, yeah.
And it used to be primarily with Japanese people playing it, and I just felt like there was such a disconnect with that. It was almost as if I was playing the computer, and that was like I was like really comfortable playing there because I was like, I don't know, we don't know. I mean, I can't even read your name. So,
dude, Dr. Mario is awesome. By the way, Dr. Mario is a great game.
Oh, it's
just another example of just how perfect Tetris is as like a formula. Like it's just so goddamn good. But as far as like, I'm really proud of the Crash Team Racing Platinum. Like, because I got that in 3 days. My fingers were like blistered. Actually, like I've never had that before from a video game ever. That is insane. But I got it. I don't know what the rarity is on it. I don't imagine that it's particularly. How rare did you say the FromSoft ones were?
Okay, Sekiro is at 27%. Bloodborne,
that's
21%.
Elden Ring, are you looking on PSN profiles?
Yes.
Yeah, those are the PSN profile numbers. But mouse over those, and you'll see the real number, like the percentage. They're still high, probably, but like I'll look for you if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm
confused.
Seeing. All right, I'm looking at the.
There's no way Sekiro has a. Oh wait, maybe it does. Let me see.
So the Crash Team Racing trophy is the Crash Team Racing Platinum is 8.26%.
Yeah, so Sekiro is 9.8%. On PlayStation profile, PSN profiles, it's 27. Like, if you just are you on the list so I can see if it works for you? Just
I'm on my own personal list.
Mouse cursor over the percentage. Does it change for you when you do that?
Not for me.
Oh, okay. For me, it does. Like it goes between like one or the other. It could be because I'm logged in, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. When you're actually on the game list.
Yes.
Okay, I was on my list of all my platinums.
Yeah. If you go to the game,
so 9.8% for Sekiro. Okay.
Like I have my PSN profiles set so that it shows me the rarity on PSN and not their website, which is always way higher. But it's still high. I mean, 9.8% is insane. I mean, that's 1 in 10 people that played Sekiro platinumed it.
That's
what?
Crazy.
I bet you Bloodborne is Bloodborne. Let me look. I'm gonna just look in real time. I bet you Bloodborne is similar, maybe even higher. Let's see.
Here, wait, I got it.
That is
6.5%.
Oh, yeah, so not as high. 6.5% and 21% on PSN profiles. That's a lot, man.
What is like?
It is insane.
I think my rarest is Minecraft. Ironically, Minecraft has a 1.3%. Is that low or is that
what is it?
1.3%.
That's good. I mean, I only have a few beneath that. I think my rarest is G.I. Joe Operation Blackout or whatever that game was called. And it's just because no one played it.
I do want to bring up the fact, like what you were talking about a little bit earlier about like being able to relive those moments. Because I didn't bring it up on the show because it didn't really make sense. There was no real context. But a couple months back, they shut down the original Halo 3 servers on 360, like the original one. And I, as like a kind of like a little like, oh, I'll say goodbye to this game. I'll jump on. And I jumped on my original Xbox, and I had a bunch of theater mode full games like saved from like 2008. And I was like watching some of them, and I was like, I remember that guy. He was like in my science class, and I remember this guy. He was like really big. And I could remember the conversations that we were having as I was watching it, because it's an exact recreation of the entire game that you were playing. And that was just such a cool thing. So the fact that we've had that theater mode was so cool, man. I'm so sad that most games don't have theater mode because it really is fucking awesome. But that ability to kind of capture things in the moment as well is really, really, really awesome.
Yeah, there's something about it. There's something. Why wouldn't?
It's very cool.
It's kind of weird, but
I wish I could have that when I was like back when PS1. You know,
right.
Like I wish I had that technology.
Well, it's just like growing up playing hockey most of my childhood and teen years. It's why wouldn't we were proud of moments and they were encapsulated in these different things. It's like, why wouldn't that necessarily exist in your digital space too, where you compete, play, advance, do all those things? Wasn't there a thing with Halo? Was it Halo 2 where people stayed online for years?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no. So what it was Halo 2 went offline, I think April 15th of 2010 or 2011, one of those. And I remember specifically they couldn't really force people off the servers. They just sort of had to gradually cut connection or whatever. And what happened was there were enough people still playing that the game didn't die until about 3 weeks after the death date, because people just left their Xboxes on and just stayed in matchmaking queues and just like making sure that the matchmaking never went below the amount of allotted people necessary to keep a game running. And I think those were like, there's like a graph too of like how like their names and how long they lasted. I think they were called like the final 15.
That's awesome. I love that.
Like, it's very cool.
Yeah, it's super
like
cool.
It was, and I was there for a little bit. I the first day, and then I had a life to get back to, but it was very, very, very cool to see like people keep a game like that alive for that long.
Yeah.
And then it came back anyway. So
I'll have to see if that, there's like a mini documentary or something about that. Speaking of documentary style things, the new Summoning Salt about Mega Man 2 is just absolutely phenomenal. Just phenomenal stuff.
Oh,
that guy's incredible.
I didn't know there was one.
Incredible. He's just incredible. I don't get it. I don't understand.
I've never heard of that. What is that?
Summoning Salt is he's the YouTuber that does speed run documentaries, and they're incredible. Just
That's an awesome name.
Incredible. I'm telling you, man, if people out there, I've given him a shout out, I think, in the past, but if you haven't checked this guy out,
subscribe.
I'll
check him out.
Yeah, please do. It goes to this idea that you can make a like if any topic can be an interesting documentary to me, really. It's the why 30 for 30 is so good on ESPN. I'm a big sports fan, but there are many sports I don't like tennis, shit like that. But I'll watch whatever because it's just good storytelling, and I dig that a lot. So
I think the thing I've learned as time has gone on is that nothing is actually boring.
Right, boring people, not boring.
There's more. Yeah, you might just not have all the info, but like everything, if it exists, is probably like very, very interesting. Actually.
All right, let's go into the next one. BP Mufasa 87 wrote in and said, "Hey gents." What is that funny for you? What am I missing here?
Because I mean, in comparison to all the real names, it just sounds like an AIM screen name.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it probably was because he was probably born in 1987. He says, "Hey gents, do artists or developers have a responsibility to take fan feedback into consideration? The Modern Warfare 2 beta just ended. I thought it was fantastic. However, most content creators and influencers on YouTube are frustrated with changes to the minimap, footstep audio, slower gameplay, etc. This reminds me of Halo players being frustrated with advanced movement and wanting things to remain the same. This also happens to bands that have been around for a while. They want to mix things up and change their sound only to have the hardcore fans cry out for things to remain the same. Can you guys think of any examples of fan influence hurting a project? Doesn't this compromise the artist's original vision? How much do you consider your fan base when making a change to the show? Keep up the good work and thanks. Thank you, BP Mufasa 87. BP _ Mufasa 87. So this is interesting because I've heard a lot of consternation about the Call of Duty beta. I don't know if you guys have more information on that. I haven't looked into it personally, but I as far as I was reading, it's like they just ignored everyone. But I think it goes into the point that these aren't true betas and that they're basically telling you they are to get you to pre-order games. And they're just pre-order periods or just test periods, demo periods.
Yeah.
I think it's weird because Call of Duty is just as much of a piece of art as any other game. It is. But at some point, it becomes this overarching cultural product that I suppose people should have some sort of voice in. I just don't know how to really balance that. As far as like taking into account our fan base, like I listen to the fan base. I think the thing about the customer is that I like the idea of the customer being always right. It's just not true. And it's a nice notion, but the customer often doesn't have the context. The customer often doesn't have the knowledge. The customer doesn't have the understanding. Usually things are the way they are. So you try to listen, but it's very rare that someone says something and you hadn't already thought of that or anything like that. And so it's easy enough to listen and to make minor changes, but we're here to deliver a product. And I guess that's what I'm saying is like, when does that line? And like, there's a lot of people that complain that Sacred Symbols is too long. Obviously, we haven't taken that into account very much. It's just, it is what it is. The show is what it is. Now we can make other changes like a clips channel, right? That allows it to be a little bit more digestible, but ultimately the core product never changes. And maybe Call of Duty and Activision can say like, well, we've kind of done that. Like Warzone is kind of a different, more bite-sized product, a little bit of a different flavor. We have this kind of multiple Call of Duty games running. And it's like, what do you want from us? We can't change everything, but I don't know. I'm curious, Chris, what is going on with this beta? And do you feel like they should be listening more?
I think so. I think there is, I understand where the kind of confusion lies, where, this is art and product. married together into this kind of amorphous thing, and art and product don't necessarily, they don't mend well. They're very contradictory forces, actually, if you really, really think about it. So the fact that they even exist at all in the way they are, in the way that they do, is kind of paradoxical. But I still think, ultimately, if you are demanding money from someone, it's a product. And it needs to fulfill what it promises to fulfill. And to me, especially with something that's as big of an IP as Call of Duty, I think it's in your best interest to just kind of take these things into account. I mean, you're making something for other people, especially if it's a multiplayer game where literally the point is to be for other people. The multiplayer game isn't just for you. The multiplayer game is for everybody. That's the whole point. So yeah, I can understand somebody going into, I don't know, Santa Monica Studio and being like, I don't think Kratos should have a son. You know, I don't like that. But that's like a single player game. And I don't know, maybe it's just me and how I view these things, but I feel a lot more reverence for the singular vision of a single player game because it feels more, it feels more personal just by the nature of there being a narrative employed. You know, you're telling a story with a single player game, and stories are a little bit harder to justify. Like, oh, I didn't like the ending to fucking Casablanca. Can you change it? It's like, no, what? That's the script. That's the story. You know, that's what we wanted to tell, and we're going to tell it. Whereas a multiplayer game is a lot more experiential. It's about, you might have a vision for a multiplayer game that you really stand by, and then you make it, and then you're playing it, and it's exactly as you envisioned, and it actually kind of sucks because there are a lot of things that you didn't take into account, like, oh, how is this going to feel for the other player? And it's like, oh, well, that's not great. We actually have to rebalance it. So I feel like most multiplayer games aren't actually created in tandem with what their original vision is. I mean, you can look at even Halo Combat Evolved, where people are still being like, this is a competitive game. This is a very, very high class esport. And it's like, bro, this is a split screen party game. It was literally supposed to be Mario Party with sci-fi. It was a first person Mario Party is what it was. It was a party game. And there's a lot of dispute about that kind of thing. But I don't know. I just think when you have an IP that is as storied as Call of Duty or Halo, it is partially your responsibility after a certain point to kind of deliver an experience that is at the very least in keeping with what people like about it in the first place. It's not very wise to change shit up in a way that doesn't make sense. And I would take issue with the idea that like the Halo players were frustrated with advanced movement because they wanted things to stay the same. It's not that we wanted things to stay the same. It's that we wanted things to evolve on the course that they were, that it seemed like it was going to evolve at. You know, it's not necessarily that these things are out of place. It's that they're implemented in a way that doesn't make sense. Or they were for a very long time. I actually think Infinite's great as far as that goes. But I don't know. It is very tricky though, because again, the intersection of art and product is it's a very weird line to toe. And I don't think we'll ever really have an answer to this because it is such a philosophical kind of can of worms.
Do you have anything to add, Dustin?
I'm in agreement with Chris. I think that what I would emphasize is just that as with part of this relationship, Chris is right. When you have something already established and the audience comes to expect something, then I think it is in your best interest to continue to do what the audience comes to expect. Like if we were said, hey, Sacred Symbols is no longer a PlayStation show. It's just everything, including Nintendo or something like that. And then our core audience said, hey, we actually like you because of your specialization in PlayStation or something, like a big change. Can understand wanting to listen to audience feedback. But at the same time, I think that there are also times when the person providing the product, whether that's a game company or if it's Last Stand Media or whoever, have specific reasons on why they don't do certain things. A lot of fans want, and we talked about this before, but a Nintendo podcast, or they want a political podcast from Colin. It's like, we don't do that, and we don't want to do that, and we have specific reasons why we don't. And so we're not going to listen because trust, like we specifically aren't doing this for a reason. So it can go both ways. And it's like, yeah, you should listen to your audience, especially when you have a core product that people enjoy for specific reasons. But at the same time, there's also reasons on why you don't do certain things.
Yeah, I agree. That's the thing I always try when I have my epic DM conversations with listeners about this, that, and the other thing. I always try to walk them through like why things exist a certain way. And 9 out of 10 times they're like, oh, all right, well, I didn't really even think of that or know that. It's like, yeah, like, for instance, we don't use timestamps in our audio version of the podcast because they would all be inaccurate. Because
for public feeds.
For the public feeds, right. Because it
is on Patreon. That's a perk.
Right. I guess that's a perk. You can have timestamps for the audio on Patreon. But the reason that they're on the podcast services, we don't do that is because ads are dynamically generated. All of the things would be wrong. And then we would deal with all of the feedback about how that's wrong. So it's like, no, we just won't do it. And then, and that's why I try to write a description that tells you as much as possible as what's in the show. So there are always reasons. And sometimes once in a while, like 1 out of 10 times, someone will come up and say something. I'm like, oh, it's a decent enough point, I guess. We can do this. We can snip this. This doesn't make sense, blah, blah, blah. So sometimes it takes outside eyes as well. But I do think it is that balance. And I just don't think it's a surprise for Call of Duty to say like, well, they're not going to do anything, dude. Like they're selling pre-orders. They don't give a fuck about, and they're testing the server load and all that. They don't care about anything else. Okay. Dylan Michael wrote in and said, hey, Slitterous boys, when does a game's lore go too far? Lately, I've been getting into Nier storyline after adoring Replicant and Automata, but with Replicant having 5 endings and Automata having apparently 26, and the existence of a novel, multiple short stories, stage play, and a drama CD, I gave up after a few hours of research on the internet. It's too much. Does this take away from your guys' experience when trying to enjoy a game with a good story and lore? I remember the way I felt finally putting all the pieces together in the Metal Gear timeline, but something about Nier is a few steps too far for me. It's funny, man. Like you really encapsulate why I keep saying that Star Wars doesn't mean anything to me. Mostly because it's too much, and it's just too much. And you really put it together really nicely about how it's hard to kind of know where you are and know what you need to know, and are you all caught up? And I just don't like multiple endings in games, generally speaking. I don't. I just feel like, tell me where do you want this to go? Just show me. It's okay. It's okay.
I mean, I feel like it makes sense for like RPGs and stuff, where the whole point is to kind of have a deliberate impact on the narrative of the world and kind of like the canon of the world. But generally speaking, like in a game like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a game that had multiple endings that wasn't an RPG. I know there's a few of them.
Spec Ops: The Line.
Oh, wait, really? I thought that had like a specific ending.
No, and aren't there like a bunch of different points in which the game's narrative changes?
Yeah, but aren't they all the same? I only played through it once. I had no idea that there was.
No, I think that there are 2 endings in Spec Ops. I'll look. You can go.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, you're probably right. Well, I didn't know that. Anyway, I just kind of generally prefer
4 possible endings. There are 4 endings in Spec Ops: The Line.
In RPGs, I like it a lot. But generally speaking, in most single player games where it's like, I don't know, it just sort of, I get the sense that it's just kind of 2 weaker endings because the focus was split on making 2 endings. You know, like I'd rather you just focus on making the one.
Well, that's why I think that Mass Effect is kind of, it's cool, but it's a period piece to me. Like there was something in that Witcher CD Projekt press release that I thought was interesting. And I think that what they might be saying is that the games will speak to each other, like have some sort of save that goes between them. And that sounds cooler than I think it is. It puts all of this player agency into the game. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't want to read a choose your own adventure. At some point, it's a novel thing. It was very cool.
I don't know. Mass Effect was pretty awesome.
Mass Effect's awesome, but I don't want that on and out of everything. I'm glad that it was so hard to do that a lot of developers didn't even bother, because it is really difficult. It not only locks you into choices, but it locks you into multiple games. I mean, especially today, it's an unthinkable. That's like $1 billion. Literally like $1 billion cost to do like a Mass Effect trilogy today with marketing and development and all of that and getting it off the ground. It's just, I like the stem to stern kind of Uncharted style games. And even if they're open world role playing games where there's choice and agency in the experience, just bring me to where you want me to go anyway. That's okay. The broadness of the game is what's fun about it. The ending is almost the disappointment. So just get it over with. I might not want it to end to begin with. So I don't know. Yeah. I think people are.
That's fair.
I just think, I don't know. 26 endings, Dustin, in Nier. Did you beat it 26 times?
So not all of those are like essential core endings. Some of them are joke endings. Some of them are just
do they stack too
fun little
on
Easter
top of
eggs.
each other? Like you get like 5 of them at a time or something.
Yeah, there's some of that. So here's the thing that I feel about Dylan's write-in is that do you need to know every piece of lore for every game or media thing that you consume? I certainly don't. I know there's a novel and the dramas and stuff like that. I'm not even touching that. I've never touched that. I have no interest in touching that. I've played Replicant. I've gotten the endings on that. I've played Automata. And you don't need to get all 26 endings in order to fully enjoy the game. I know that 100% as a fact. But if you really like the lore of that world, if you want to dive in, there's tons of stuff available for you, but you don't need to experience all of it to enjoy it. Now, there are some properties out there that do rely on you experiencing everything. Kingdom Hearts is one of them. And that's not going to be for everybody. And it's not even going to be for some of the fans like me. But for some people, having that level of requirement of dedication to the story is a rewarding and fulfilling aspect of it. Mm-hmm. And you may just have to accept that things like that aren't for you. But in the case of Nier, I think that you don't need all of that for sure.
No one needs all of that. Let's be honest. Finally, Emmett wrote into us and said, "Gentlemen, I've been fascinated by AI generated art on Twitter. The question it raises about ethics and ownership are highly complex, so I have to ask, how will the games industry react to this technology when it eventually reaches this space? In the art world, the issues of ownership is at the forefront of the discourse because the AI uses existing works to reflect the user's prompt as accurately as possible. In game development, would an AI use other game narratives to write quest text? Would it borrow from existing art assets to create character models and environments? We're flying down this rabbit hole for sure. Sorry for the broad question. Best wishes. Thanks for the great content." It's a great question, Emmett. Thanks for writing in. I'm fascinated by the AI art engines too, because they're becoming way more sophisticated very quickly. And this is only what we're seeing publicly. So I can only imagine the really technical shit that's going on behind the scenes. What's interesting though, is he says like, will they use other games' texts to write their own text and stuff? And it's like, well, they'll probably do a lot like what I do as a writer, which is I read a lot of stuff and then I'm really inspired by it. And a lot of it finds its way into what I'm making. And we already kind of do that. I think it's the literal nature of it, right? Where it's extracting the actual scientific DNA of your art style. It's not looking at it and saying, I want to use the pastel like you use the pastel. I want to have that fine ink like you use those fine ink lines or whatever. It's literally using it. And that might be hard. I don't know how that all works, but I do know that is how art is already made. And that's why I'm a little scared of the mechanization of art generally, because maybe we often thought that art is what separated us from the machines, right? And animals. It's like, well, we have agency to create. We have space and time to think about why. The thing that no one thinks about this, I don't think very often, but no animal in the world except for humans thinks why. Like, why do you exist? Why am I here? Why is this happening? it's fascinating to think about it. So it comes down to the very essence of self-awareness. And when you have something aware enough to, it's like a chess computer that plays chess. It's something kind of supernatural about it, because no human will ever play on that level, ever, on the level of the best chess computers. It won't happen. They repeatedly beat champions now, and there's no going back. And Go, another game that was considered actually impossible for computers to learn. Not only did they learn Go, but they have mastered it. And I was listening to something recently where they were talking about how it does it in ways like with strategies that humans would have never even thought of. And it wins Go. Like when you watch the Go match it go on, it's like what are you doing? You're doing, and then it actually wins in ways that humans never even conceived. And it's interesting and scary and all these things, but I think we have to kind of understand that the machines will be inspired by us, and it's just the way it is. I guess you could sue the developers of the engine, but I don't know. Is it really that insulting to say, I want big titty anime girl, and then George Katamanes or whatever that guy's name is from Vanillaware, like the shit looks like his stuff? It's like, well, that's what we think of, I guess, when we think of big titty anime girls. It's almost like a compliment. then it gets sorted out from there. I don't know. It's just one way to think about it. How do you guys feel about it, Chris?
I don't know. I think there's a fine line. Because I know for sure. I saw one example of some guy using AI to generate textures for his game, so he didn't have to go out and get his own textures or license his own. So he would be like grass texture, and then it would make a grass texture, and then he would like put it into a software that kind of used AI to smooth out the edges so that you didn't get that like repeat kind of box looking thing. I thought that was interesting, and I wasn't sure how to feel about that, because that's like, man, like, is that like it is a lot to wrap your mind around, especially when it comes to actual art and like actual ownership, because like I don't know, I'd be pretty pissed if my art was being ripped off by a robot and then that robot was like selling it, or even the worst was something I saw recently was somebody like kind of taking credit for a bunch of AI art that kind of like ripped off from a bunch of different other people's styles. So it's like, what the you just there was a big tweet that maybe Dustin saw. It was like, I put this together in about one and a half hours, you know, and it was like this immaculate painting, but he's talking about how like, it took me an hour to come up with all these prompts or whatever. But it's like, what? Do you think it takes an hour to paint something like that? Like it?
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, that's
weeks.
That's why I think that it's so interesting to think about the subjective nature of beauty, music. Like these things are writing music, and it's really dehumanizing. Well, I don't, maybe it's not dehumanizing. Maybe it's just makes you feel small, right?
I guess I've just never kind of thought of all of that went out the window for me when I found out about that story about the guy who like hit his head and kind of became a different person because his brain literally got scrambled. And he's just like basically like a completely different person. And it's like, oh, we're literally just computers. We're like biological computers, and there's really nothing all that grandiose about it, except for the fact that we have thumbs and we've evolved with depression. Like I don't know. Like it's the curtain from that, the Wizard of Oz curtain for me was just pulled back way long ago. So I don't view this as like an existential crisis. I just think it's like something that we're going to have to figure out how to live alongside, because I just feel like the craziest thing about all this is like what music to me was the first thing that was obviously going to go, because music is very mathematic. There's a very like, it's very easy to write a good song, actually. Like you can put, you've had AI chord progressions for probably like 20 years.
There's a great video of these guys playing like 50 different songs using only 4 chords. It's really awesome.
There's a very specific set of notes that will register to us as sounding good. Like it's a very specific sets of and very specific rules on how you're supposed to follow that note with another note in order for something to sound pleasant to the ear. So like for me, music was obviously the first thing to go. Art, like paintings, that I thought was going to take a lot longer than it did. It's crazy to me that we have paintings that look as good as they do coming out of AI, but we still don't have cars that can reliably drive themselves, because I sincerely thought that was like easier, because it's less cerebral, you know? It's less like, I guess it's cheating technically because it is borrowing. It is stealing technically. So it
right,
is
but that's what I was saying. It's like
exactly
it's the literal versus figurative nature of stealing. Like we all
you're right. Yeah.
When we create, we're all creators are thieves in their own way, because we're all inspired by different things. It's just a figurative, there's not a literal spiritual kind of thing going on with a computer.
You're right, but there is interpretation in the replication with a human hand. Like if you wanted to do Mickey Mouse style rubber hose animation, you'd have to mimic that style, but inevitably you will have your own flaws that will make it into that work. Whereas like an AI will literally just kind of copy those exact things. So I know what you're saying. I don't know. This could be an entire episode.
Well, yeah, it just gets into the philosophical nature of consciousness and how we are really the only truly self-aware conscious being that we know of. And now we are creating more consciousness. It's very strange to see like this pyramid shaped thing go to this singular point. And then it will expand out from that point. And it happens to be here and now with us. And I've said in the past, Dustin, that I think games will eventually, maybe not before long, get to the point where a selling point will be that it was not assisted by AI in any way.
Yeah.
I think that will be a selling point. An open world game,
handcrafted,
right? Exactly. Every
game.
blade of grass, every tree is put into these places with intent. I think that will be like a selling point. The fine nature of it. So people will find a way to take advantage of it too.
Yeah. So I guess this is kind of a non-answer, but it is interesting in that I think that the idea of video games is the least we have to worry about when it comes to AI art, because legitimately it's so shocking what an AI can create that I couldn't help but when I saw some of this stuff think about just the absolute shit show this is going to create. Eventually, you can type in a prompt of like Colin Moriarty holds a giant dildo and stuff like that, like whatever you want.
Oh dear.
It's already almost there, and it just started. It's so new and it's already so good that we are going to have so many, and it goes beyond images too, like audio, creating audio, replicating someone's voice to say whatever you want. Deepfake. To me, like it's pretty soon an image, a video, an audio file, as far as proof, will mean absolutely nothing.
I feel like it kind of already does, to be honest.
Dude, yeah.
I feel like it's I don't know, man. It's
I got to shout out this video from a YouTuber Nexpo called, he just released it 5 days ago, called The Disturbing Art of AI. This video is freaked the fuck out of me. Basically, this is sort of unrelated, but it's so cool I have to share it. Basically, they figured out with this AI art generator that you can put in like a reverse prompt. So you can put something in and say, draw the opposite of this. And so they figured out, someone put in Brando from Marlon Brando, like put that in and then a negative, and it generated this strange woman who repeatedly is showing up in these AI images. And the way that they mix files is that it's always her, and it's always like slightly gory. There's like images of her eating children and stuff like that. So there's like this being that they've discovered in the AI.
Yeah.
Dude, it's fucking scary. The video is called The Disturbing Art of AI. Check it out.
Yeah,
let me know what you think.
That sounds great. I mean, it doesn't sound great. We're all going to die, but otherwise it sounds great.
Yeah.
Somebody put in an AI perfect YouTube thumbnail, because I really want to see what that
that's
is.
Such a good idea. Yeah, that would be interesting. It's a guy with a mouth wide open, like, just like, and he's pointing at something. Oh my God.
Well, dude, that's part of the thing, is that eventually with AI, I can, instead of me making a thumbnail of, Colin Moriarty as James Bond or whatever, you can just put that in the
AI.
As
Aloy.
It will do as Aloy. It'll just do it.
It'll do it. PNG.
Yeah.
All right, my friends. It's been 4+ hours. This was a great episode of Sacred Symbols. Let's get the hell out of here. Closing comments, Chris.
Oh man, I'm just Mario movie trailer just dropped. I gotta hear it.
Yeah, me too. I'm excited to hear it.
I gotta hear Chris Pratt sound exactly like Chris Pratt, because I'm sure that's what it's going to be.
Mamma mia. Dustin, what do you have to say?
That's actually what I was going to bring up, is that I was thinking these are, sacred moments now of the before time, where, like, I think about Pokemon before and after Detective Pikachu and how disturbing that was to my core as a Pokemon fan since its origin. And these might be my last few moments of happiness on, this blessed earth before I must subject myself to this trailer.
I'm going to say, I haven't heard it either, obviously. I think it's going to be good. Like, I think people are going to be surprised, be like, oh, this sounds fine.
I hope so.
I think the expectations are so low that it can't help but be good.
Yeah, that might work for them. That's a good point.
I wish it was a different studio. Why is it got to be Illumination?
Apparently it's an isekai, so that's great.
Oh, no.
All right, my friends. Well, let's just leave it on that note.
Wow.
It's time to go. Sacred Symbols, PlayStation Podcast. We appreciate your love and support over on Patreon, free feeds, YouTube, all the rest. You know the drill. LastStandMedia.store for merch. Sacred Symbols Plus over on Patreon. I think that's it for now. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.